He smashed his fists so hard that they seemed strong enough to shatter a planet. Liao breathed heavily and stared at the experts from the ancient sages sector in the hot air. The fury of the 11 experts of the ancient sages sector gradually dispersed, and they fell into a long silence. A few feelings were brewing and growing in the silence. Looking at the excited people of the Federation around, they were more or less in a trance and seemed to have envisioned the future of the ancient sages sector. Eventually, it was Long Yangjun who broke the silence. What fellow cultivator Li said is not entirely unreasonable. Liao was overjoyed. So, Long Yangjun went on. But the key point is that it is all jumbled up from the lines in games and movies, right? For example, "Don't stand in our way while we are busy saving the world." It does sound rather awe-inspiring, but it is a classic line from Chronicles of Vulture. Liao's return. The words you said before that seem to be quoted from the movies where Liao was the main character. You simply piled them up, didn't you? Liao's eyeballs puffed like balloons as he glared at Long Yangjun angrily. Don't look at me like that. Long Yangjun opened her hands. To study the legendary monster Li, the fellow cultivators and I have found and analyzed all the novels and movies about you. With everybody's eidetic memory, even if I didn't bring it up, they would realize it very soon. Even if that's true, Liao said affirmatively and assertively. At the very least, my hot blood and passion are real. Did you not sense sincerity that is as scorching as fire from my touching speech? Did we? Long Yangjun blinked and asked the other experts from the ancient sages sector. Fellow cultivators, what do you think? However phony Monster Li's speech was just now, he was right about at least one thing. Now that the extraterrestrial devils have learned of our real identity and the existence of the ancient sages sector, and the war between the Star Glory Federation and the Black Wind Fleet has entered the most heated phase, we don't really have many choices. Naturally, we cannot take the extraterrestrial devil's side. None of us are willing to live in a completely virtual world, right? But the Black Wind Fleet is in a terrible situation, too. The extraterrestrial devils have obviously leaked certain dark forces into the expedition army of the Imperium. The immortal cultivators are certainly not as lucky as we are. It is impossible that somebody else will take advantage of all their efforts. They might not know what happened at all before their death. With that in mind, the Star Glory Federation seems to be the only option now. Live up to the capabilities of the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage, and accomplish something great that nobody in the entire universe has ever done before. It does sound rather attractive, but are you capable of that, Monster Li? Or is this another bluff? Long Yangjun squinted at Liao. Of course, Liao replied immediately. I cannot achieve that on my own. But with the help of the people of the Federation, including the natives of the ancient sages sector and the unparalleled experts like you, we may even be able to march to the center of the cosmos one day and crush everything on our way. Who says that we cannot do that? Cut the crap. Long Yangjun, on the other hand, put on a gloomy expression and sneered. Enough of the meaningless nonsense. You want us to join the Federation? That's not entirely unacceptable. But you'd better offer a price that is more concrete first. Don't you think? Of course. Liao bashed his chest hard. We are in the middle of an emergency. Let's settle the specific details later. But now that you have all known that I am Liao, what's there to be worried about? There are so many eyewitnesses today to prove what I have promised. You have seen what kind of country the Federation is with your own eyes, too. Heroes and friends won't lose anything here. From all directions, countless eyes that were full of expectation were focused on the experts of the ancient sages sector. Long Yangjun coughed and said, Fellow cultivators, I feel that I've been more or less convinced. What do you think? Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun looked at each other and sighed. With everything coming to this point, there is indeed not a second option. Han Bailing and Emperor Phoenix remarked at the same time. Whether or not the Federation is reliable, it seems that the Black Wind Fleet is much more unreliable at this point. Wan Mingzhu and Qi Changxing shrieked. We have made a mortal enemy out of the extraterrestrial devils today. If we do not completely remove those devils, they will definitely trace back to the ancient sages sector one day. There will be infinite disasters. Ba Xiaoyu and Master Bitter Cicada looked at the crowd around and smiled, nodding at the same time. Enough talking, sword maniac, Yanliren said briefly. I only want to know one thing. Are there even stronger opponents that I can compete with? The 11 experts of the Ancient Sages sector had their own reasons, but they had been through the life and death battle in the Spiriters realm just now together and were in the middle of thousands of excited, passionate people of the Federation. Some of the impatient folks were even throwing flowers at them. Although most of the flowers were aimed at Liao, the petals had fallen all over their bodies, too, enshrouding them with fragrance. In such an environment, except for those who had completely gone mad, none would be able to remain nonchalant. Besides, the Star Glory Federation and the Ancient Sages sector were interdependent. If the Star Glory Federation was controlled by the extraterrestrial devils, the Ancient Sages sector would definitely become the next target to be swallowed. The outcome of the battle was directly related to their own interests. Under Long Yangjuan's intentional and unintentional guidance, the 11 experts from the Ancient Sages sector finally all nodded in consent. Right? What do we do with this woman? Wu Suiyun brought Hailan to the front of everyone. Compared to the experts from the Ancient Sages sector, Hailan was 10 times more shocked and scared after learning Li Yao's real identity. Her soul had not been entirely recovered from the collapse of the Spiriters' realm, and her head was completely blank. She did not know what she should do. Hailan, hear me out. Li Yao bellowed at her like rumbling thunder. No matter how different our beliefs are, this is an inner fight of the civilization of mankind. You admit that too, don't you? But right now, in the Black Wind Fleet and probably right next to your father, another extraterrestrial devil, which is even stronger and more dreadful than the one you met in the Spiriters' realm just now, is lurking. Hailan bulged her eyes immediately and shuddered hard, looking at Li Yao in disbelief. This is true. With everything coming to this point, there is no point in lying to you now, Li Yao said quickly. The Black Wind Fleet and the elites of the Federal Fleet are engaged in a fierce battle in the Heaven's Origin sector. They are unaware of the horror of the extraterrestrial devils yet, but even if they were, neither parties would cease fire. I'm not going to lie to you. We will destroy the Black Wind Fleet, but destruction does not mean annihilation. If you do not want the Black Wind Fleet to be obliterated and everybody to end up as the puppets or food of the extraterrestrial devils, think quickly about what you can do right now. Hailan's eyes were frozen again. She was deep in thought. At this moment, Colonel Luo of the 414 Troop of the Federal Army sent a message. The leadership of 100 Flower City that were trapped in the Tinder base previously had been rescued. The Spiritual Nexus and the Space Jump Control Center were being repaired actively, too. However, because of the severe corruption that the extraterrestrial devils had caused in 100 Flower City, large-scale faults and chaos had emerged in all the space stations. The progress of maintenance was quite slow. They had a dozen high-level nascent soul stage cultivators and even divinity transformation stage cultivators after all. A lot of preparation work needed to be done first for them to be teleported to the Heaven's Origin sector precisely without the navigation of the space gate. Li Yao, Long Yangjun, and the other 10 experts of the Ancient Sages sector had overly exhausted their souls in the battle in the Spiriters' realm, too. They had to be refilled and treated first. Otherwise, even if they were hastily teleported, they would only be crushed by the enemy's colossi. Time, and precious time. Every second was more valuable than an undeveloped resource planet. Ding Ling Dang, hang in there. You must hang in there. Li Yao shouted desperately deep inside his brain. Trust me. We will be there in no time. Trust me. Please hold on until the moment we return. On the home planet of the Heaven's Origin sector, inside the launch base of the Super Teleportation Array Heaven's Artillery in the depths of the Grand Desolate Plateau, 9 colossi were standing in the middle of the roaring wind on the desert like 9 magnificent iron giants. Countless refiners and maintainers were still busy doing their work on those iron giants, running examinations tirelessly again and again to make sure that there were no flaws that could possibly affect the battle. Could not be helped. The colossi were too important. The clash of colossi was the collision of edge and edge. In front of the Iron Giants, the elite crystal suit troops that had been divvied to the Colossi had finished regrouping and arming too. The sabers and swords that were shining coldly raised a silver tide on the grand desolate plateau. The most critical moment had arrived. Half an hour ago, the Black Wind Fleet had projected their Colossi first to slow down the Big Bi Fleet. It was a rather fatal strategy. The Big Bi Fleet was passing through and cutting the Black Wind Fleet's slightly enormous and clumsy body, like a butcher's cleaver based on the amazing agility and the extraordinary command. However, as the legacy that the Nuwa civilization had left for mankind, the Colossi were apparently much more agile than common starships. As long as they captured the trajectory of the Big Bi Fleet, there was almost no stopping them from breaking into the starships of the Big Bi Fleet. Once the Colossi, which were 20 to 30 meters tall, entered the several kilometer-long starships, the internal defense of those starships would be as vulnerable as the softest internal organs. Their only outcome was exploding from inside. After just half an hour, 17 starships of the Big Bi Fleet had been destroyed in such a manner. Although the loss was not too grave, the possible routes of the Big Bi Fleet were greatly reduced. Their aggressive attacks were disrupted, too, and the assaults that were as fast as lightning previously became sluggish. They were almost attracted by the large-scale barrage of the Black Wind Fleet and ripped to shreds several times. The Big Bi Fleet was now dancing on a thin, shaking iron rope with a bottomless abyss where blades of flames rose up right below them. The Colossi of the Imperium, on the other hand, were like the wretched birds that kept harassing the Big Bi Fleet. The pecking of the birds alone was not necessarily fatal, but it was enough to make the Big Bi Fleet fall into the abyss and be doomed forever. However lucky the Big Bi Fleet was and however extraordinary Bai Xingjian's commanding skills were, there were always limits. They had narrowly escaped the siege of the Imperium's fleet 7 times, but the shells of the starships that were white as snow before were heavily damaged because of the bombardment of mystic ray cannons and the magnetic bullets. The spiritual shields of those starships were all an ominous red. The exhaust flames spurted out by the engine units became disordered, too. All the performance parameters were dropping slowly but irreversibly. The tightrope walker had already become exhausted. Even though they were fortunate enough to avoid the 8th siege, they would not be able to survive through the 9th or the 10th. The good news was that the elites of the Burning Prairie Fleet had basically re-established their communication and a chain of command. They broke free from the messy swamp and were rushing to the battlefield at the highest speed. More and more starships who had lost contact joined them, like thousands of brooks that congregated into a surging river. In the meantime, because of the assault and harassment of the Big Bi Fleet, the front part and the rear part of the Black Wind Fleet had yet to fully combine. The rear part, which carried numerous star beacons, was as messed up as a pot of boiling porridge. It had no time to reshape into a dense defensive battle formation or a counterattack battle formation to resist the Burning Prairie Fleet. In the grand competition of 10,000 starships, the battle formation was everything. Therefore, it was time to deploy the Federation's own Colossi, not to save the Big Bi Fleet, but to add more fuel to the already chaotic battlefield. The best defense was offense. The Colossi were not shields meant for protection but invincible blades with the sharpest edges in the first place. Cutting into the core of the Black Wind Fleet, overturning the enormous shield starships, the arsenal starships, and the cruise carriers, and prevent the Black Wind Fleet from transforming as much as possible while waiting for the thunderous attack of the elites of the Burning Prairie Fleet. That was the path to victory. Doubtlessly, it was a suicidal mission. The Super Teleportation Array, Heaven's Artillery, might be able to launch the 9 Colossi as well as their affiliated Crystal Suit Legions to somewhere near the battlefield, but no more starships would be able to offer them support. When they cut into the soft belly of the Black Wind Fleet brutally, it would also mean that they were heavily besieged by the enemy. Even if the elites of the Burning Prairie Fleet arrived in time, how many of them would get to see the rising dragon of the 9 Stars flag rising in the Sea of Stars again? But none of the pilots of the Colossi shied away. The 9 Colossi were controlled by the experts with the highest combat ability in the Star Glory Federation in the last 100 years. They were mostly in the middle and high level of the nascent soul stage, and they were not necessarily servicemen. Quite a few of them had long established their own sects as dominators of their local areas. Essentially speaking, they were all civilians. With their capability, even if they did not control the colossi, they would still be the most powerful and influential big shots. Their wealth and their tremendous resources were too abundant to be exhausted in their lifetime. They could accomplish any goal easily. But when the iron giants glittered in front of them silently, they still listened to the calling deep inside their hearts and signed a harsh contract with the government. They dedicated most of their time to the training with the colossi, and when their wrist crystal processors buzzed rapidly, they truly abandoned everything and arrived at this place as quickly as possible, prepared to set off to the most dangerous battlefield. The blood of the strong must be shed first. In the past 100 years, was it not because of such a solemn promise that all the people of the Federation had supported the government's projects to excavate and repair the colossi by gritting their teeth and offering whatever they had before such unstoppable, ultimate weapons were crafted? Besides, they were deeply rooted in the soil of their homeland. If the Star Glory Federation was no more, how could their life, honor, and strength glow again? Prepare to launch. Under the lead of Ding Lingdang, the blazing tyrannosaur, the 9 strongest experts of the Federation all finished their preparations. Like 9 storms that were slowly condensing, they held back their strength, waiting for the boom in the last moment. Ding Lingdang's eyes, on the other hand, surpassed them and looked at the common soldiers who belonged to the affiliated Crystal Suit legions that would fight together with the colossi. Naturally, the colossi would not fight on their own. The Federation had worked out quite a few special tactics for the colossi over the past 100 years. Right now, every colossus had been allotted a Crystal Suit legion, where more than 300 elite exos would fight with it in teamwork. Ding Lingdang and the other supreme experts, under the protection of the ultimate weapons in the primeval wars, might stand a chance of survival, but the exos that were about to charge into the core of the enemy's battle formation were almost sure to die. However, their inevitable outcome did not stop the exos from putting on equally brilliant smiles with equally overwhelming confidence beaming out of their eyes. Ding Lingdang saw Wu Mayan, the leader of her affiliated Crystal Suit Legion, raise his thumb at her with a smile. After 100 years of crazy training, Wu Mayan was definitely as good as any nascent soul stage cultivator in the Federation in terms of combat ability. He could even persist for a few rounds under her bombardment. But he had been walking on the path of chi training. In pursuit of the maximal expansion of spiritual energy, he had abandoned the possibility of entering the building foundation stage, the core formation stage, or the nascent soul stage. Even though he might have broken into the legendary 1000th level of the refinement stage, it was nothing more than physical strength inside his body, which was not enough for him to control a colossus. Wu Mayan had tested it countless times in the Draconic Phoenix, but however crazily he poured his spiritual energy into it, the colossi gave absolutely no reaction, as if it were just a random rock. In the end, Wu Mayan could only scratch his nose and give up. What's impressive about a colossus? After I reach the 10,000th level of the refinement stage, I will show you how to blow up a colossus bare-handedly, masterous. Wu Mayan had declared angrily when he became the captain of Ding Lingdang's affiliated Crystal Suit Legion. All the warriors of the Legion were from Iron Plateau. They were all chi trainers who had kicked away the opportunities of building foundation, core formation, nascent soul, and divinity transformation, and who had rushed forward on the path of chi training stubbornly, hoping to break into the 100th, the 1000th, and the 10,000th level of the refinement stage. They were definitely the most barbaric, toughest, and most violent beings in mankind's 100,000-year history of cultivation. The Imperium's army from the center of the cosmos, the immortal cultivators with the state-of-the-art techniques and magical equipment, would witness how the savage forces at the edge of the cosmos would bloom. Ding Lingdang smiled and raised her thumb at Wu Mayan, too. But then she changed into a threatening posture, as if she were saying, "Hey, you'd better work hard later, and do not bring shame to your master, or I will teach you a good lesson once we're back." The earth hummed and shivered as the heavens' artillery began to charge with energy. Around the silver bowl more than 5,000 meters in diameter that was deeply embedded underground, rounds of spiritual stripes were shining one after another, as if an enormous swirl was reaching the bottom of the bowl while revolving at a higher and higher speed. But the highest command center from the capital city suddenly sent a request for an urgent conversation. Ding Lingdang was slightly dazed. She activated the 3D light beam, and the person who showed up on the light beam was quite out of her expectations. It was Jean Xinyue. Jean Xinyue no longer had the calmness and confidence that she had when the dim moon plan was just drafted and initiated, as if everything was under her control. Her hair was messy, her face was pale, and her eyes were full of helplessness. In great embarrassment, she hesitated for a long time before she finally opened her mouth. Masteress? Ding Lingdang eyed the little witch up and down for a long time. Then she chuckled and said, "You're calling me Masteress again? Not Madam Ding, Representative Ding, or President Ding?" Jean Xinyue was so mortified that she did not know what to say anymore. She simply lowered her head deeper. "Forget it. I have a lot of shortcomings. I'm rude, rash, impatient, and sometimes simple-minded despite my strength, but I am never a petty person." Ding Lingdang waved her hands reassuringly. "Director Guo has told me all the truth. Since you didn't really betray the Federation, and the so-called terror attacks of the CFIA were merely accidents during production, you have proven that you never broke the boundary of the cultivators. Is there any reason for me to reproach you?" Jean Xinyue was overjoyed. When she raised her head, her eyes were already filled with tears. But I was very likely deceived by the enemy, which caused us to fall into such a disadvantageous situation. Do you really not blame me, Masteress? You are a smart person, but smart people tend to suffer from their own smartness. None of the people who are fooled think that they are fools. Ding Lingdang changed the topic. With everything coming to this, will it help even if I do blame you? Since you are still willing to call me Masteress, then let your Masteress clean the mess for you in the stupidest way. Masteress. Jean Xinyue's eyes were red. Hey. You did not call me just to give an apology, did you? Ding Lingdang frowned and rubbed her arm hard. I'm getting goosebumps. When I watch movies, such cliches always make me feel awkward. If everything's all right, I'll hang up now. Wait, Jean Xinyue yelled in a hurry. There's still something important that I need to tell you. My dim moon plan isn't so simple. We still have a secret weapon that is installed on a carrier. It is a super bomb excavated from Kunlun. I didn't know that the Black Wind Fleet had seen through my scheme. The original plan was that my Demon Rebellion troops would join the main force of the Black Wind Fleet and try to move the carrier with the super bomb near to Black Swirl, the enemy's flagship. It would be best if the carrier could be attached to Black Swirl. Once the bomb exploded, it would be possible for Black Swirl to be entirely blown up. After the flagship was gone and the leadership of the Black Wind Fleet died, the Black Wind Fleet would immediately fall apart because of the lack of organization. Ding Lingdang was slightly dazed. I have never seen Black Swirl with my own eyes, but I've boarded Burning Prairie, the flagship of the Burning Prairie Fleet, and even performed a drill of invasion and denial with it before. For every starship that is qualified to serve as the flagship of a deep sky fleet, the plate armor, defensibility, and damage control system must be most perfect. Take Burning Prairie, for example. Even I might not necessarily be able to break into it with a Colossus. Black Swirl, as the flagship of the expedition army of the Imperium, will only be sturdier than Burning Prairie. What kind of bomb can possibly blow it up entirely? It may be inappropriate to call it a bomb, Jean Xinyue replied. It is in fact a space jump unit that we discovered in the debris of a Nuwa warship in Kunlun. The Nuwa warship must have used it to break the void and perform space jumps. But when it was unearthed, it was already riddled with holes and fragile because of millenniums of corrosion in the air. We thought about dismantling the device for studies to build up our own space jump technology, but its core was too sophisticated, and it was highly unsteady due to the corrosion, to the point that it might completely fall apart with one careless move. Except for scanning, there wasn't really anything we could do about it. In the end, the space jump unit was transferred to the Secret Sword Bureau and studied by Director Guo and me. We did not analyze it with the traditional technology employed in the maintenance of magical equipment but adopted synthesized biochemical neurons of the blood demon sector. We connected the internal components of the device with soft, synthesized nerves and cleaned the rusted rune arrays with a special bacterium that feeds on rust. Even so, it was too seriously damaged to be dismantled or duplicated. The only function it had left was to be activated once. Therefore, we modified it into a special bomb. Ding Lingdang widened her eyes. I don't see the connection between a space jump unit and a super bomb. It's very simple, Xianxia quickly explained. The device was supposed to drive a Nuwa warship to perform a super long-distance jump. The activation speed, distance of the jump, and effective range of the device are far larger than the counterparts on our starships. It is safe to say that once it is activated, the device will instantly create an enormous bubble almost 100 kilometers in diameter centered around itself and teleport all the materials inside the bubble somewhere else. No material can escape the teleportation. Ding Lingdang frowned. Where would they be teleported to? That is the key. Xianxia waved her fists and declared in delight, we don't know. The navigation and stabilization system of the device have been completely wrecked. The only function left is teleportation. According to the specialists of the Secret Sword Bureau and the Dim Moon Fund, once activated, it will perform a random teleportation and deliver the materials inside the bubble to random coordinates in the vast sea of stars. There is a 99.99% likelihood that they will reach a certain area far away from the radiation of the civilization of mankind, which is barren, desolate, and devoid of spiritual energy. Or even better, because the stabilization rune arrays are seriously damaged, too, it is possible that accidents will occur during the teleportation. The materials to be teleported will be disintegrated into the most fundamental atoms and scattered across the entire universe evenly. Think about it, Masteress. If such a super teleportation happens to Black Swirl, even the most powerful disruptive force field, spiritual shield, and multiple layers of plate armor will not be able to resist the violent spacetime ripples. The flagship of the Imperium's expedition army will be torn to shreds. Even if the carrier cannot come into contact with Black Swirl, it will do as long as the distance is less than 20 kilometers. In fact, the effect may be even better in such a case. The bubble will be like an invisible mouth that bites Black Swirl. As long as more than 30% of the body is bitten off, even the most remarkable damage control system will be rendered useless. Ding Lingdang understood it. A space jump was the most dangerous thing in universal cruise. The established idea was that the more accurate the destination and the steadier the process, the better. Therefore, although they had retrieved a lot of space jump units from the Nuwa warships on Kunlun and performed a lot of studies, they had yet to build up their own relevant technology with the new knowledge because such technology was too critical and dangerous. Xianxia, on the other hand, had chosen the opposite approach. Since the space jump unit of the Nuwa clan was irrecoverable and accuracy and steadiness could not be ensured, she simply tried to improve the dangerousness of the device and turn it into a super bomb that would smash the enemy. Once it succeeded, it would create a new wormhole near Black Swirl. It was a super wormhole bomb. Ding Lingdang laughed. So, this is the trump card that made you bold enough to carry out the Dim Moon plan. Xianxia, however, found it difficult to laugh. Yes, the super bomb was supposed to be my trump card. I even screened out several hundred elite warriors from the Blood Demon sector to form a daring team that would march into the core of the Black Wind Fleet no matter the cost and detonate the bomb. They would make the greatest contribution to the Federation on behalf of the demon race. I didn't know that Hai Ming had seen through my scheme a long time ago. After the Black Wind Fleet arrived at the Heaven's Origin sector, they did not give the rebel demon troops any chance to approach. The few carriers that moved toward them at the beginning were turned into sieves. Naturally, the carrier that carried the bomb did not dare draw close. Although the radius of absolute destruction of the bomb is quite large after it is activated, the carrier itself does not boast any combat ability. The defense ability of the vehicle is weak, too. Given the circumstances now, it has no chance to approach the core of the Black Wind Fleet without being completely blown up at all. So, Ding Lingdang began. Xianxia gritted her teeth and said, "We haven't figured out a way to detonate it at a close distance yet. There isn't much I can do on the ground now. I've decided to go to the battlefield near the number 1 space gate to command the demon team and Moth, which is carrying the super bomb. I hope that your troop of colossi and the elites of the Burning Prairie Fleet that arrive later can rip open a gap and cover Moth to fly to Black Swirl. The specific battle plan is still being drafted by the advisors and analysts in the highest command center. It will be sent over after it is done, but I wanted to tell you about it first personally. She paused for a moment and took a deep breath. Then she looked Ding Lingdang in the eye. The redness in her eyes was gone, replaced by the resolution and sharpness of the Queen of Demons. She said one word after another. I may have done a lot of wrong things in the past 100 years, but I really never betrayed the Federation or did anything that dishonored my master. That's all I want to say now. I'll see you in space, Masteress. Xianxia stared at Ding Lingdang. She was about to shut down the communication when Ding Lingdang stopped her and said, Wait a moment. Xianxia looked at the woman standing in the blowing wind on the grand desolate plateau, somewhat surprised. Masteress. Since you still consider me as your masteress and you never really betrayed the Federation or your master, I believe that there is something you ought to know. Ding Lingdang thought for a moment and said, A message arrived this morning. There's no telling if it is true. Later, everything was in chaos after the spiritual nexus crashed. I never had the chance to speak to you. Xianxia blinked quickly and grew solemn. What is it that's so important? Yesterday, Wu Yashuan's workshop received a crystal suit shipped in from the Dragon Snake Space Zone. It was an Azure Thunder, the very first model he devised independently. Ding Lingdang said, It is common practice for a broken crystal suit to be sent back to the original manufacturer for maintenance. But after Wu Yashuan opened the Azure Thunder, he discovered something quite uncanny. There were not many serious issues on the surface, but he couldn't repair the crystal suit no matter how he tried, as if somebody had cast a weird spell on the equipment. Knowing that he had encountered an expert, Wu Yashuan wasted no time inviting his master Jiang Shaoyang and his mother Xianxia to study it together. After the two of them examined the crystal suit carefully, they indeed found the traces of adjustment left by an expert. But, even a woman as straightforward as Ding Lingdang hesitated for a moment. Then, with expectation beaming out of her eyes, she softly said, Jiang Shaoyang and Xianxia both said that the adjustment was similar to your master's style. What? Jiang Shaoyang shrieked inside the highest command center. I don't know much about crystal suit maintenance, but I do know a thing or two about adjustments, Ding Lingdang said. My feeling is that they are indeed quite similar. But similar is just similar. There are too many refiners in the world. It is not strange for two people to have similar styles. Besides, if your master had indeed returned, why did he go to the chaotic Dragon Snake Space Zone instead of coming back to the Heaven's Origin sector directly? It is too important an issue to be publicized before everything is figured out. Wouldn't it be the greatest joke if it wasn't him? Then, ask somebody to investigate immediately, Xianxia said in a hurry. Send someone to the Dragon Snake Space Zone now. Both the Secret Sword Bureau and the Dim Moon Fund have a lot of forces in the Dragon Snake Space Zone. There's no time to worry about them being exposed now. We must get to the bottom of it. As I said, the message only arrived this morning. The whole Heaven's Origin sector entered the highest battle preparation state soon after. Later, the spiritual nexus crashed, and we were entirely isolated from the outside world. How do you expect us to investigate it? I'm telling this because I want you to keep your hope even at the last moment. Maybe your master is fighting side by side with us in his own way somewhere we can't see, and will jump out like a thief at the most critical moment. Tears were welling up inside Xianxia's eyes again. She nodded heavily. I will not disappoint my master. I won't. He'd better not disappoint me either and jump out soon. Rubbing her fists and warming up her body, Ding Lingdang stared at the depths of the grand desolate plateau and mumbled, Otherwise, I will blow up each and every scumbag in the Black Wind Fleet without leaving any for him. Heaven's artillery is to be activated in 10, 9, 8, 7. The earth was shaking, the wind was blowing, sand was everywhere, and mystic rays were rising up in every corner. An enormous bud seemed to be blossoming slowly inside the silver bowl. The ivory petals enveloped 9 colossi and almost 2,000 exos. Illuminated by the brightness, everybody became transparent and intangible, as if they were turning into brilliant stars that would stab at the center of the universe. This was the first time that Ding Lingdang had been launched by the Heaven's artillery. Whenever her body was disintegrated, and her brain cells and memory cortexes were unfolded in the fourth dimension, redisplaying the past for her, she could not help but recall Li Yao and the place where they first met. It seemed to be inside the War Memorial Museum on Distant Expanse, known as the eternal flagship of the Federal Army in the Far East Ocean, when the 9 elite universities were admitting students, right? At that time, she was a girl who had just graduated from college and was about to start working, and Li Yao was nothing more than a silly boy. Her first impression of the silly boy was that he was quite interesting. Her second impression was that she needed to find a way to trick such an interesting, sturdy, silly boy into the grand, desolate war institution. Shua! The ivory flowers blossomed. The 9 colossi were all as clear as glasses, reflecting the sunlight in colorful ripples. The ripples turned into waves, and the waves gathered into tides. The tides surged and resonated with each other, drawing Ding Lingdang and everybody else into a turbulence made of a billion colors. Her muscles, veins, nerves, bones, guts, and soul were all shattered in the turbulence. The distance of teleportation was too short for the launch power of the Heaven's artillery. Not only was it unnecessary for them to be teleported to another sector, they did not even reach the edge of the Heaven's origin sector. Therefore, when the weird feeling of breaking the void had just occurred to her, the colorful turbulence around her dispersed before Ding Lingdang enjoyed the feeling in it. What replaced the colorful turbulence was a profound universe, burning stars, and the flames of starships that were even fiercer than the burning stars. The teleportation had succeeded. The astronomical parameters in the Heaven's origin sector, at least in the area around the home planet, had all been well documented. The distance of teleportation was quite short, too. 100 enormous crystal cameras were even helping to lock onto the coordinates of the destination. Therefore, they were teleported to the rear of the Black Wind Fleet precisely, comprising the most vulnerable star beacons and their guardian fleet. One of the starships of the Black Wind Fleet in front exploded for no good reason when it was not attacked by anything. It was immediately swallowed by a gigantic light ball. Ding Lingdang was slightly dazed. Then, she realized that it was a rare spacetime conflict, meaning that an exo was directly teleported to a critical location on the Imperium starship, perhaps deeply embedded into the warehouse of crystals, the arsenal, or the engine unit. When different materials superimposed on the same location, such a powerful rejection reaction was immediately triggered. The space was too vast a place. Even in a battle of starships that was in a dense battle formation, the distance between starships was still often very far away from each other. The odds of someone directly jumping into the enemy starship were little to none, almost theoretically impossible. On the other hand, it was further proof of the accuracy of the teleportation. They were like burning daggers that were stabbed into the bottom of the Black Wind Fleet. Sensing the sudden arrival of the Colossi, the Imperium starships that were already agitated by the Big By fleet became even more anxious. Dark spurts appeared on all the starships of the Imperium. A large batch of crystal suits and space shuttles swarmed out like bugs, forming a dense, deadly nebula. The few colossi that were dealing with the Big By fleet far away also abandoned their previous targets and lunged aggressively at the new arrivals. It would be quite troublesome for a space fleet when the crystal suits or the colossi cut into the interior. Compared to starships, both the crystal suits and the colossi were small and weak in spiritual energy. But they were too swift and agile, which made it difficult for them to be locked onto and destroyed. Besides, every barrage of the main guns of a starship would consume astronomical crystals and ammunition. Even if they could destroy a few crystal suits after several shots, the cost would outweigh the gains. Dealing with the crystal suits at a close distance with starships was almost like shooting mosquitoes with cannons. The efficiency could be very low, and the effect might not be satisfactory at all. Also, in the case of dense battle formations, friendly fire had to be taken into account, too. Generally speaking, without the disturbance of an enormous gravitational source, the trajectories of the mystic ray weapons were almost always straight lines. However advanced the Imperium's technology was, they could not make a beam of destructive rays turn at the speed of light. The attacks might hit the enemy, but what if the friendly starships were right behind the target? If the friendly starships performed emergency evasion, the whole battle formation would be disrupted. Therefore, to some extent, only crystal suits could deal with crystal suits, just like how only colossi could deal with colossi. If the space was classified into 8 quadrants with Ding Lingdang as the base point, the sparkly light of the burning prairie fleet had already appeared in the 7th quadrant. So, their mission was to dig deeper into the wound in the soft belly of the Black Wind fleet together with the Big Bai fleet before the burning prairie fleet arrived, not giving the wound the chance to heal. Ding Lingdang had never been good at giving motivational speeches. In most cases, she liked to ask her fists to speak for her. Kill them. The Draconic Phoenix led the charge with flames of light almost 100 meters long surging out. 9 raging dragons of spiritual energy rested around the Colossus. The strongest god of war of the Federation charged at the group of exos from the Imperium under the protection of the dragons, as if she was a living rising dragon of the 9 stars flag. The flag was utterly invincible wherever it reached. Neither the crystal suits nor the space shuttles could survive 1 round under her attacks. They were wiped out like chickens and dogs. She was not even interested in stopping for a moment to destroy more crystal suits, but simply shoved away the annoying crystal suits around unstoppably, lunging at the nearest shield starship. The Federal Army had long become used to the tactics of the blazing tyrannosaur. The other 8 colossi and more than 2,000 crystal suits flooded in through the gap that she had just opened, pushing forward relentlessly. Like 300 soldiers assaulting the camp of 100,000 enemies at night in ancient times, courage and determination mattered more than tactics and equipment. Faced with the Draconic Phoenix, the shield starship of the Imperium was like a defenseless city. No matter how crazily it activated its counteroffensive measures and spiritual shield, there was no stopping the Draconic Phoenix from turning into a streak of crimson brilliance and approaching quickly. The Arsenal starships were either affected by the crystal suits of the 2 parties that were engaged in a fierce fight or blocked by the shield starship itself. They could not find an appropriate route of attack at all. Even if they could find an appropriate attack route, the stealth and disturbance units on the colossi that far exceeded this era made it difficult for them to be locked onto by regular weapons. A colossus was right next to the warship, the furious flames from it were even clearly visible to the naked eye, but the fire control system in the crystal processors could not determine the location and distance of the target at all. It was not unusual in space battles at all. Boom! The Draconic Phoenix smashed at the head of the shield starship that was almost 1 kilometer long. 2 crimson flames suddenly appeared on its arms, which then immediately turned into 2 enormous drills that blew up the super alloys, the strengthened porcelain, the reflective glass, the soft heat-proof layer, and the defense rune arrays embedded among the layers. Once the Draconic Phoenix entered the shield starship, its doom was inevitable. Most starships had their own anti-invasion systems, but such systems were only prepared for the enemy's crystal suits. It was impossible to stop the colossi. No matter how much the internal fire points bombarded the colossus, and no matter how many soldiers jumped at the colossus carrying their chainswords and vibration sabers, they were as useless as the stinging of a needle. Flames almost 100 meters long surged out from the Draconic Phoenix blatantly, congregating into tentacles that looked like magma in the narrow cabins and pathways. All the crew members that did not have the time to escape from the starship, be they wearing a mustard seed combat suit or not, could not avoid their fate of being turned into ash. Over the past 10 years, from the Imperium's captives and the debris of the Imperium starships retrieved in the Battle of Firefly, the Federation had deduced the structures of a lot of Imperium starship models, which allowed Ding Lingdang to know the location of the bridge, the arsenal, the crystal warehouse, and the engine compartment. The Draconic Phoenix went forward unstoppably and broke into the bridge, which was the brain of the shield starship, as easily as a burning stone sinking into a piece of tofu. The 9 dragons around its body rushed out, transforming the scorching magma into even more violent tornadoes. After only 1 moment, the crystal processors and commanders on the bridge were obliterated. The whole brain was melted and burned. When the Draconic Phoenix finally broke out of the shield starship from the rear, what was floating behind her was nothing more than an empty iron coffin. When did she gain special feelings for Liao? It was probably the time when he suffered heavy wounds during the Limit Challenge competition on Devil Flood Dragon Island, fell into a coma, miraculously woke up, and gritted his teeth to work hard without giving up hope, although his spiritual root was ripped apart and his cultivation hit rock bottom. Right? Ding Lingdang had once had a similar experience. She saw herself inside Liao. Perhaps she looked at the silly boy in a different way because of the sympathetic feeling. To this day, she could still recall the time they flew into the clouds to eat and drink. Whenever she thought about it, she felt like laughing. However, she could almost swear that she did not have any evil thoughts at that time. Well, probably. The Draconic Phoenix suddenly performed an unbelievable dodging movement, shooting out almost 100 red shadows in all directions. Dozens of dazzling mystic rays arrived without a sound and minced all the blurred shadows. But they could not stop the real Draconic Phoenix from jumping up in the gap of mystic rays and lunging at the source of the rays, an arsenal starship that had been armed to the teeth. Before the second round of mystic rays surged out, she dived into the arsenal starship and began a new slaughter. Boom! 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 When the Draconic Phoenix rushed out of the rear of the arsenal warship that looked like an iron hedgehog, it was immediately enveloped by more than 10 rings of fireballs. The fireballs expanded and spread out, turning into destructive blasts mixed with the melted debris of the starship. The blasts spread out very fast, and the remnants were on a rampage on the battlefield like a meteor shower, greatly affecting the normal crews of the starships nearby and stopping their attacks. Even their spiritual shields were rippling like ponds. When she first met Liao, Ding Lingdang had been slightly condescending because she was stronger than him in almost every respect. When did the feeling of big sister looking for little brother change? Was it when he struggled to his feet while screaming time and time again under her stormy attacks? Was it when he grew stronger and stronger and finally became an excellent exo as strong as herself after the adventures on Thunderous Sound Mountain? Was it the unforgettable night when she recalled her parents' unfortunate death and her childhood tragedies? But he showed up in time and let her cry in his arms? The messy thoughts in her head did not hinder Ding Lingdang from deciding on her third target the moment she broke out of the Arsenal starship, which was a comprehensive supply starship more than 3 kilometers long and was heavily guarded by more than 10 Arsenal starships, shield starships, and hundreds of crystal suits. Although the comprehensive supply starships did not boast immense firepower or defense ability, they had enormous maintenance workshops and warehouses of crystals and ammunition, which made them the cores of every branch fleet. Without the support of the comprehensive supply starships in the rear, both the Arsenal starships and the shield starships, as well as the crystal suits and the space shuttles, would run out of supplies very soon after being engaged in a battle. Having blown up 2 starships in a row in the blink of an eye, she had obviously become the center of attention on the battlefield. Mystic rays, space torpedoes, and bullets of spiritual energy interweaved into a gapless web of fire in front of us. But the Draconic Phoenix charged forward relentlessly against the fiery web. The enemy's firepower was too fierce. Despite the interferential and defensive rune arrays of the Colossus, it was inevitable to be hit in the front with abnormal fireballs erupting out. The moment before the fireball consumed the Colossus, a series of runes on the surface of the Draconic Phoenix glittered and turned into a glamorous protective shell, absorbing most of the damage and transforming it into colorful exhaust flames that spurted into the vacuum. At first glance, it was even astoundingly beautiful. But still, the massive blast of spiritual energy shook her brain violently, allowing her to recall more things of the past. Neither she nor Liao were romantic. Perhaps because their goals were too big and far away, they sometimes neglected the present. However, even such an unromantic guy like Liao had once done a romantic thing, which was taking her to view the most splendid sunrise in the universe on a satellite. However carefree she usually was, her heart had almost melted at that moment. Boom! The Draconic Phoenix broke out of the shell of fireballs. Reborn. The 9 dragons of spiritual energy attacked furiously at the same time and blew up dozens of crystal suits and space shuttles in a row like skewers. Her momentum was not reduced at all, and she looked more magnificent than anything. Even the most fearless immortal cultivators were shocked to stillness briefly under her overwhelming strength. Taking advantage of the gap, she penetrated the comprehensive supply starship. On the control interface of the Draconic Phoenix, the runes from the primeval era shined one after another. Ding Ling Dang compressed her intense feelings and soul waves into a quickly shivering spell. The two arms of the draconic phoenix disintegrated all of a sudden, revealing the most complicated and precise components inside, which then combined in front her into a highly dangerous cannon. Infinite flames of spiritual energy burst out like a volcanic eruption and enshrouded the disintegrated arms before they spread out and turned into a furiously burning war falcon. The fiery war falcon was practically tangible. Flapping the wings, it was moaning in impatience, with intimidating auras spreading out, as if a primeval beast had really traveled through time and landed on the arm of the draconic phoenix. When Ding Ling Dang observed from a different perspective, the fiery war falcon turned into a plane that did not have any thickness. A very familiar feeling grabbed her. It almost seemed that she had retrieved an absolutely superficial falcon of flames from the boundless void by controlling the hands of the draconic phoenix. It was exactly the ultimate technique that Liao had once performed on Kunlun 100 years ago, and eventually slayed a giant of the Pangu clan with the Phoenix Demolisher. After 100 years of maintenance, strengthening, and Ding Lingdong's repetitive practice, and now that the left arm of the Colossus had been reshaped, making it possible to use the technique with both hands, the technique was 10 times more powerful than when Liao activated it with only one broken arm of the Colossus years back. Shwa! The falcon flapped its wings and soared out, cutting in from the bridge of the comprehensive supply starship and piercing through the maintenance workshops, the arsenals, the warehouse of crystals, the space jump units, and the engine compartment. The internal space of the comprehensive supply starship was dissected into an upper half and a lower half by the brute force. Although the dissection of space was brief, the objects that had been cut in half could never be recovered. The spiritual shield generators and the engine compartment were the first to explode, followed by the highly unsteady marrow crystals inside the warehouse of crystals. The minor explosions then led to a chain reaction. The flames rushed out like a flood, vaporizing countless immortal cultivators within the moment. The draconic phoenix simply strode forward in the flood that was burning and exploding, not bothering to look for pathways or gates at all. Whenever it encountered a wall or plate armor, it would just punch at the blockage to create a way. Absolutely nothing could stop the march of a colossus, unless the crystal processor uttered a series of ear-splitting alarms. From the front, a cluster of spiritual energy reactions that were as powerful as the draconic phoenixes were approaching at a high speed. It was a colossus from the Imperium. Flames were rolling like infuriated tides. The maintenance warehouse where Ding Lingdang happened to be at was quite spacious, making it the best arena for a deadly fight. Together with a round of earth-shaking quakes, a dark colossus gradually revealed itself in the ocean of fire. Its body was even thicker than the draconic phoenix. The back of the colossus was slightly hunched because of the two enormous honeycomb-type launchers on the shoulders, which made it seem to have 3 heads at first look. From the enormous shoulder blade, 3 arms dangled down from each side. It was a 3-headed and 6-armed colossus. It was a special-shaped colossus, which was slightly different from the regular body of human beings. The colossus was the strongest weapon that the Nuwa clan carefully crafted for the human warriors to resist the Pangu clan, who were enormous in size. But such a weapon was not invented based on nothing. Their prototypes were mostly the armor of the Nuwa clan and the Pangu clan. Both the Nuwa clan and the Pangu clan boasted a lot of bizarre-shaped and enormous species. Human head and snake body, 3 heads and 6 arms. Nothing was unusual for them. Therefore, the armor of the Nuwa and the Pangu civilizations had various different models, too. So, it was not strange at all that the colossi, which were modified based on that armor, would have 3 heads and 6 arms. Humans had only 2 hands. Their nervous system had evolved for the manipulation of the 10 fingers on both hands, too. Although it was possible to remotely control more limbs with spiritual energy, those foreign objects were not naturally born. Therefore, it was much more difficult to control the special-shaped colossus than to control a regular colossus. Without years of hard training, it was barely possible to make use of the weird body parts of the colossus as fluently as using one's own arms and hands. They were more likely to be a redundancy than help. However, if somebody really got the hang of it, the special-shaped colossus could present weirder tactics and a much more powerful performance than a regular colossus could. It was exactly so for the immortal cultivator of the Imperium who was using the three-headed and six-armed Colossus. Green flames were vaguely flowing on the surface of the dark armor. The 6 arms were holding 6 different weapons. Chain's word, Starship Slashing Saber. Only in the hands of such an iron giant did this Starship Slashing Saber really deserve its name. Nobody would have any doubt that it could really slash a starship in half after one attack. The Draconic Phoenix, on the other hand, was barehanded without any weapons. As a body practitioner, Ding Lingdang had never been a fan of blades. Even after she became a pilot of the Colossus, she did not carry too many weapons with her but focused all the technical upgrades on the fists of the Colossus. The Draconic Phoenix's fists blossomed slowly like lotus flowers. Then, they revolved at such a high speed that they seemed enough to drill 2 holes in the universe. Hiu! 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 The honeycomb-type launchers on the enemy's shoulders opened fire first, like 2 volcanoes erupting at Ding Lingdang. The Draconic Phoenix took action at the same time, too, right toward where the firepower and the blades were densest. She could sense the enemy's shock and confusion, which made her even more high-spirited. Her soul burnt crazily, and she was completely melted with the Draconic Phoenix, exactly like Liao on Kunlun 100 years ago. You are just a minor immortal cultivator. How can you understand the strength hidden deep inside the Draconic Phoenix? This is a colossus that once killed a real god. 3 minutes passed. At the periphery of the comprehensive supply starship, the most distinguished exos of the Federation and their tough opponents from the Imperium were engaged in a fierce battle. The reverberation of fighting will of the Chi trainers raised tides of hot blood even inside the soundless vacuum. But during those 3 minutes, everybody slowed down subconsciously because they saw that a colossus from each party had crawled into the depths of the comprehensive supply starship, one from the head and the other from the rear. On the Federation side, it was blazing Tyrannosaur Ding Lingdang, the pillar on the battlefield. On the Black Wind Fleet side, it was a well-known expert, too. The competition of 2 colossi might not be enough to decide the outcome of the entire battle. But at this moment, all the cultivators and immortal cultivators could not help but pay their attention to it. The comprehensive supply starship exploded non-stop. Fireballs rose up and moved to the center of the starship like crimson monsters. The starship was about to completely fall apart. Everybody's heart was grabbed as they stared at the battle. Arg! Thousands of cries echoed on the communication channels of both parties at the same time. A colossus rushed out of the enormous fireballs. The deep black shell and the additional heads and arms were clearly visible. It was the Imperium's. However, before the immortal cultivators of the Imperium could cheer in the communication channel, somebody noticed some anomalies. The 6 arms of the Colossus were all dangling helplessly, as if the joints all over its body had been blown up. The power rune arrays were dimmer than ever, too. At this moment, a dazzling streak of redness jumped out of the debris of the starship and rushed to the above of the first Colossus, punching the enemy with fists like 2 shooting stars. No, 2 meteor showers that consisted of thousands of shooting stars. For the soldiers both on the Federation's side and the Imperium's, when the 2 destructive meteoroid showers triggered such dazzling brilliance, it seemed to bombard their pupils and brains directly, bringing them unparalleled excitement. The Colossus that had been excavated from various primeval relics through all kinds of trouble and repaired with the precious resources of several sectors, making it more valuable than a super starship, exploded abruptly under Ding Lingdang's attack and ended up being the most expensive debris in the whole universe. The devastating scene cast the communication channels of both parties into a brief silence before they were filled with cries and shouts each higher than the last. Moans and screams were ringing non-stop inside the communication channel of the Imperium, but all the soldiers of the Federal Army were roaring the same name. God of War! Our God of War! The invincible blazing Tyrannosaur! In the previous engagement, the 3,000 crystal suits of the Federal Army had been besieged by the enemy. After a few clashes, almost 1,000 of them had turned into cold corpses. The morale had begun to drop, but then it was boosted to the sky by Ding Lingdang's shocking performance. Every exo was refreshed like an unkillable man made of iron and charged unstoppably at the Black Wind Fleet's weak spots. Huchi! Hoochie! Hoochie! Ding Ling Dang heard the exclamations in the communication channel, but she really did not have the strength to respond. Redness as intense as ink was emitting from the control interface, suggesting that various performance parameters of the Draconic Phoenix were plummeting. The three-headed and six-armed Colossus had not been the mediocre opponent she encountered during the Battle of Firefly 10 years ago, after all, but a real top-tier expert. The price of killing the enemy splendidly was the heavy wear to the Draconic Phoenix and the excruciating pain inside her head, as if it was being burnt and chopped by a high-heated axe. Beep! 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 Another three colossi of the Imperium lunged at her crazily, as if they had gone mad. It seemed that they had all recognized her identity as the god of war of the Federation and were in a hurry to reverse the landslide of the morale. In the meantime, her every nerve was like a burning rope, delivering explosive strength to the deepest part of her brain. But, so what? For both herself and Liao, this was not the first time that they had come close to death, was it? From the time Liao and Skeleton Dragon were teleported to somewhere far away on Boneyard, to the time when she trained by herself in the depths of the Grand Desolate Plateau, to the time when Liao fought the revived member of the Pengu clan on Kunlun, and to her soul-stirring, life-and-death adventures in the Netherworld sector and the Uranian Ring sector, they had persisted through all of them just for the day to come and for their promise to each other. Liao, faced with the three colossi of the Imperium that were lunging at her aggressively, Ding Ling Dang put on a touching or even gentle smile inside the body of the Iron Giant, one that she had never shown to any outsiders before. At that moment, the god of war of the Federation and the blazing Tyrannosaur were both gone. The only person that existed was a woman and a wife. Ding Ling Dang mumbled, one word after another. You will come back, and I will wait until you are. Boom! The Draconic Phoenix's flames of light that dimmed a moment ago flourished again. The 9 furious dragons soared in the galaxy like the most brilliant and unique lighthouse in space that blossomed for only one person. The 3 colossi of the Imperium had already dashed to Ding Ling Dang's front when they came to an abrupt halt. Hesitating for a moment, they retreated to where they came from. The moment they retreated, beams of blue brightness swept over and protected Ding Ling Dang. The Black Wind Fleet's battle formation had new changes. They were in a hurry to get rid of the Colossi and the Crystal Suit team of the Federation. Even at the loss of dozens of starships, they were determined to regroup into a solemn battle formation. Ding Ling Dang was slightly dazed. She immediately understood everything. There was no need for her to turn back. Countless starry spots were shining on the light beam of the crystal processor, which marched into the battlefield in a flawless square. You're finally here. Ding Ling Dang could not help but shout in the communication channel. Countless soldiers roared at the same time with her. The elites of the Burning Prairie Fleet had finally arrived. The space battle that would decide the future of the Federation was finally approaching the climax. It was the same barrage, but the Burning Prairie Fleet was much tougher than the Heaven's Origin Fleet that had blocked the Black Wind Fleet at the beginning. Because of the relentless and fearless efforts of their comrades, they were able to regroup and lock onto their targets unhurriedly, raining the fiercest firepower upon the slightly disordered Black Wind Fleet at the first second. The Burning Prairie Fleet played the strongest note in its symphony of destruction. In terms of theoretical combat ability, the Black Wind Fleet was still well above the many fleets of the Federation combined. But they did not expect that the Big Bai Fleet would rush out of nowhere or that the Big Bai Fleet would be so difficult to deal with. Because of that miscalculation, they were caught up in the pace of the Big Bai Fleet and the Federal Army. The piercing harassment of the Big Bai Fleet and the assault team of Colossi made them unable to regroup into the standard defensive battle formation before the Burning Prairie Fleet arrived, nor did they have time to lock onto the important targets in the Burning Prairie Fleet. After the first round of bombardment, both parties suffered heavy losses. But the Burning Prairie Fleet was well prepared. The solemn battle formation was utterly undisrupted. When one starship was destroyed, a second starship would immediately take its place to ensure the accuracy and continuity of the firepower. The Black Wind Fleet, in comparison, grew even more disordered. A lot of starships were separated by the enemy's firepower. The Big Bai Fleet and the assault team of Colossi were still moving and attacking within them, destroying the defense star beacons one after another whenever they had an opportunity. The war was too awful. On the bridge of Black Swirl, Hai Ming, who was soaked in the nervous interaction liquids and absorbing the tremendous information in the battlefield with his soul deeply melded with the mainframe crystal processor, was more anxious than ever. The battle could not continue like that. Even if the two parties suffered equally heavy losses, the 3 space gates on the enemy side were only paralyzed and could be repaired at any moment to summon more reinforcements. In comparison, the star beacons on his own side were being destroyed one after another. The number would soon reach the tipping point where it was impossible to assemble them into a standard space gate. If they did not have a space gate, they would not have reinforcements. Even if they could annihilate the enemy, so what? Was it impossible for him to attack the Wall of Heaven's Origin with the remnants of his troop and occupy the home planet of the Heaven's Origin sector? The star fortresses and the defensive forces within the atmosphere on the Federation side would certainly not be easy to deal with. The commander of the Burning Prairie Fleet was well aware of their dilemma. He focused 80% of his firepower on the star beacon troops, forcing Hai Ming to rescue the troops with his main force in the ugliest battle formation time and time again. Despite the enormous combat ability on paper, his hands and feet were tied up, and he could not have been more uncomfortable. Besides, there were still the colossi. Quite a few colossi that could not be purchased even if they had the money had been lost. One of them had even been entirely blown up by the blazing tyrannosaur. Not the slightest remnants that could be recycled were left behind. Hai Ming felt his heart aching when he thought of that. War was always an extension of politics. The people of the Black Wind sector had come to this place after such a long journey to gain wealth, food, and territory. If the few colossi that he had were mostly destroyed there, such a loss would not be covered even if the entire Federation was raised later. In his anxiety, Hai Ming showed signs of exhaustion. He had to calculate an accurate number of working star beacons, the new changes of the fleet's battle formation, and the possible developments of the battle. Then, he would have to decide the number of exos to be deployed and the timing to take the last wide gamble. Despite the computational ability of the divinity transformation stage, the burden was still too heavy for him to handle. His brain cells were all exploding like the soap bubbles under sunlight. To this moment, Hai Lan still believed in the victory of the Imperium. It was because he still had not resorted to his last trump cards. Naturally, the Black Wind Fleet, as a magnificent expedition army from the Imperium that had gathered the elites of 5 sectors, had brought many more than the 10 colossi. But as for exactly how the remaining colossi should be made use of, he had to think about it carefully. Those invaluable treasures were certainly not cannon fodder that could be consumed casually. Thinking quickly, Hai Ming drafted a flawless trap, hoping to lure the Burning Prairie, the flagship of the Burning Prairie Fleet, closer so that the remaining colossi could destroy the flagship of the Federation. However, there was a sting that was vaguely aching in his mind. It was Su Changfa, the immortal cultivator of the Imperium who came to the Federation 100 years ago. The Black Wind Fleet's devastating situation right now was only partly due to the unexpected attack of the Big Bai Fleet. The most important reason was that he believed in Su Changfa's crap. It was exactly because Su Changfa had sent tremendous critical intelligence about the Federation via the spiritual nexus and claimed that he could completely paralyze the space gates and the entire network in the Heaven's Origin sector, even showing certain unquestionable evidence to him that he had drafted such a highly risky plan of assault. But from what he had seen, Su Changfa's words could only be half believed. He had indeed paralyzed the spiritual nexus of the Federation, but the damage level was far lower than expected. Not only was the Big Bai Fleet unaffected, even the damn Burning Prairie Fleet had recovered quickly. Asshole. According to the plan and the ability that Su Changfa had demonstrated, he should have been able to paralyze the Burning Prairie Fleet, the Big Bai Fleet, and even the defense system on the home planet simultaneously for at least 24 hours. Right now, the Big Bai Fleet was not influenced by the paralysis of the spiritual nexus at all. It seemed to foresee their tactic and stab into their belly brutally. Although the Burning Prairie Fleet had been disrupted, it had completely recovered after only 3 hours. Therefore, the Black Wind Fleet seemed to be a victim of its own scheme now. Did Su Changfa overestimate his ability, or had he long betrayed the Imperium for the Federation, everything being just a trap? When he thought about that, a shivering lightning flashed inside Hai Ming's brain. He could not help but recall the liaison that was still caged deep inside Black Swirl. Su Changfa's true disciple, Lu Qingchen. Maybe it was his imagination, but Hai Ming suddenly felt unusual fatigue. Every thought inside his brain was galloping rampantly like a wild horse. Even a lot of his brain nerves were producing weird noises. It was something that had never happened before in his long military career. He could tell that it was a sign of mental derangement. Am I really too old now? Or maybe I was too heavily wounded in the battle 100 years ago, and I never had a good chance to rest well in the journey over the past 100 years. Hai Ming secretly sighed to himself. I wasn't like this in my prime. At that time, when I participated in the large-scale battles between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance with the strongest fleets of dozens of sectors, even if the fierce battles lasted a whole month and I burnt my life and soul again and again, I was never as exhausted. Now, I'm just annihilating a bunch of wretched brutes at the edge of the cosmos. And yet everything has become a mess. Calming himself down, he focused his attention on the battle at hand. The Burning Prairie Fleet, the Big Bai Fleet, and the Colossi of the Federation, despite their unexpected combat ability, were still within the acceptable range. It was only a matter of how much he was willing to pay for the victory. But as for Su Changfa and Lu Qingchen, Hai Ming thought of something. He retrieved the surveillance interface of Lu Qingchen's brainwaves and physical parameters again. At this moment, Lu Qingchen was sealed in an iron coffin tightly and hung in midair, branded with the cruelest barriers to ensure that the slightest twitch of any muscle, vein, or nerve would be sensed by Hai Ming. Even the feeblest ripple inside his brain would be manifested on the main-frame crystal processor clearly. From the time he was locked up, Lu Qingchen's brainwaves had been abnormally peaceful. So peaceful that Hai Ming even suspected that something was wrong with the surveillance equipment. He had to summon more advanced crystal processors and facilities again and again to connect Lu Qingchen's brain to the mainframe crystal processor deeply, in order to ensure the veracity of the feedback of brainwaves. But when he checked again, Hai Ming discovered, to his surprise, that Lu Qingchen's supposedly peaceful brain was erupting like a volcano. It surpassed the refinement stage, the building foundation stage, the core formation stage, the nascent soul stage, the divinity transformation stage, and even the limits of human beings in only 1 second. It was not even waves that could possibly be triggered by the brain of a human. A supernova seemed to have exploded deep inside Lu Qingchen's brain and unleashed infinite energy. How is this possible? What are the guys in the surveillance room doing? Why didn't they report such an anomaly to me? Is this a fault of the crystal processors or? Hai Ming activated his soul to the maximum, controlling different crystal processors and crystal cameras, while dialing through more than 10 communication routes at the same time. Right when he was about to summon a large batch of subordinates to look into Lu Qingchen's situation, the abruptly rising curve of brain activity dropped in an equally steep manner, until it hit the bottom and turned into a straight line without any ups and downs. Lu Qingchen's brainwaves returned to zero. Theoretically speaking, it was a sign of death. Of course, some experts who practice special techniques could reduce their heartbeat, breathing, brainwaves, and all other biophysical indices to little to none. But right now, more than 30 probe pins had been deeply pierced into Lu Qingchen's brain. It would not be easy for him to play any trick even if he wanted to. Hai Ming suddenly had an ominous feeling. It was the natural instinct of a seasoned warrior in extreme danger. A 3D light beam was slowly unfolded in front of his eyes. In the picture, Lu Qingchen was still hanging in midair, shaking slightly. There was no telling whether he was dead or alive, but the immortal cultivators who were supposed to watch over him were all lying on the ground, drooling, bleeding, and cramping uncontrollably. Damn it! Hai Ming shouted aloud in his heart. His telepathic thoughts expanded in all directions like an octopus, trying to summon his subordinates. But all the telepathic thoughts bounced back as if they had hit an invisible wall. The next second, darkness arose in front of his eyes, as if an all-pervasive black curtain slowly surrounded him. 2 different worlds seemed to have overlapped with each other. In one of the worlds, he was in the nervous interaction liquids inside the command capsule on his original bridge. In the other world, he was in the middle of a weird, black ocean. It seems that the Black Wind Fleet is in trouble. A scornful voice echoed in his ears casually. Do you need me to give you a hand? It was Lu Qingxian's voice. Hai Ming's pupils constricted violently. He tried hard to condense his telepathic thoughts to penetrate through the black curtain. He even waved his hands and fleet crazily, hoping to catch the attention of other people on the bridge. But the subordinates who were next to him seemed to be in a completely different world. None of them noticed the anomaly at all. In the meantime, the dark matter, similar to a jellyfish, slowly rose from the ocean below his feet and began to consume him from his feet. Hai Ming was greatly shocked. He hurried to boost his soul, but his soul seemed to be polluted by something. It was impossible to activate the usual strength at all. It's useless. When the Black Wind Fleet performed the space jump, I injected a little something into your soul and the mainframe crystal processor of Black Swirl. Lu Qingxian's chuckles echoed from various directions in the Black Ocean. Even the Blood God, the commander of the expedition army of the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago, couldn't bear to refuse such a gift. Why don't you stop wasting your strength for nothing? Hai Ming realized that he had fallen into a dreadful trap. With everything coming to this point, the seasoned general of the Imperium calmed down. Are you Lu Qingxian or something else? Your master, Su Changfa, has betrayed the Imperium, but you didn't betray the Federation. Both of you have abandoned the true path of immortality. Hehe. I am Lu Qingxian and just Lu Qingxian. The voice echoed again in the Black Ocean. As for my master Su Changfa, I regret to tell you that he passed away a long time ago. What you saw on the spiritual nexus was an illusion, or rather, it was my master's database. Betray the Federation? Of course I didn't. Look at what is happening before your eyes. How brave the soldiers of the Federation and how magnificent their fleets are. Such a federation is so powerful, honorable, and invincible. Why on earth would I betray such a great motherland and join an imperium that is decaying and not half as strong as it appears? So, I've been completely fooled. Pain flashed inside Hai Ming's eyes. A moment later, his eyes grew sharp again, and he gnashed his teeth. No, your strength is so vicious. This is atypical for a cultivator. What are you exactly? Like I said just now, I am an immortal cultivator who loves the Federation and the civilization of mankind. In the dark ocean, Lu Qingxian peacefully said, as you have seen, the Star Glory Federation right now is like the sun at 7 o'clock in the morning. It is pure, righteous, and magnificent. Nothing can stop it from rising. But when the sun rises to its peak, it will eventually start falling. Every new force will inevitably be contaminated with hopeless diseases and bad habits after it develops to a certain point. It will slowly decay and degrade until it becomes what it used to despise and fight against. Heroes slay dragons only to turn into dragons later. It has always been the case since ancient times. There may be infinite resources in the universe, but the resources that can be collected and utilized efficiently by mankind are limited. At the very least, compared with the population and desires of human beings that grow exponentially, they are far from enough. As long as this contradiction remains unresolved, no matter how bright, pure, and magnificent the Star Glory Federation is today, will it really last? On the path to the center of the cosmos, during the expansion and conquest of the 3,000 sectors, the Star Glory Federation is bound to meet a lot of conundrums and be faced with all kinds of tough, painful choices. In the dilemmas, it will become what it used to hate and object to in the past step by step, ending up being another imperium. What do you want exactly? Hai Ming struggled to shout. Since you claim to be a firm immortal cultivator, and you are so pessimistic about the future of the Federation, surrender to the Imperium now. No, not surrender, join hands with the warriors of the Black Wind Fleet. If we join our hands, we can certainly shake the political structure of the Imperium. We may even be able to control the entire Imperium and the entire Sea of Stars. Exactly. You do have a valid point, General Ming. That's what I believe and what I am doing right now. Lu Qingxian smiled. However, since we are forming an alliance, there is bound to be someone in charge, right? If you meant what you said just now, General Ming, just open your soul completely and do not refuse my gift anymore. Let me inject the real great path into the core of your soul. Then, together, We will reform the Federation, revolutionize the Imperium, and rescue the whole universe from the heinous Pangu civilization. Your great path? Hai Ming widened his eyes, with hissing sounds echoing deep inside his throat. Your immortal cultivator 2.0 theory? Lu Qingchen did not give an answer, he simply went on. I believe in the true path of immortality, but one's belief shouldn't be stubborn, rigid, and forever the same. Instead, it should change and develop according to the contradictions in reality, and it must be ready to evolve and change at any moment. Look at yourselves, people who claim to be believers of the true path of immortality. You were beaten by the Covenant Alliance at the center of the cosmos and had to flee everywhere like stray dogs. No, not like. You are stray dogs because you have even lost the Black Wind sector, your nest. You have come to the edge of the cosmos to conquer a bunch of barbarians. Yet, under the radiance of the path of the cultivators, you are being crushed into an utter mess, unable to do anything about it. Is such a pedantic, inflexible, inward-looking true path of immortality really qualified to represent the future of mankind? General Ming, ask yourself, if the true path of immortality is really the only truth in the entire universe, why is this battle such a mess? Your performance right now is truly a shame for the true path of immortality. Hai Ming was rendered speechless. He was about to yell at the immortal cultivator who supposedly loved the Federation. Aren't you the one to blame for the mess right now? However, with everything going so far, would his useless complaint help at all? Hai Ming knew very clearly that his opponent had shown up in such a weird form for much more complicated purposes than to destroy the Black Wind Fleet. The relation between this Lu Qingchen and the federal government was quite subtle. Lu Qingchen's voice continued coming over casually and peacefully. The true path of immortality of the Imperium of true human beings is founded on lies. However you may brag about your ideology, lies are always lies. You purposefully highlight the disparity between true human beings and hominoids. You attach the greatest importance to the true human beings while despising and exploiting the hominoids blatantly. You do not even consider hominoids as part of mankind, which is rather ridiculous from a genetic, biological, or sociological point of view. You are just fooling yourselves. Whether they are strong or weak, true human beings and hominoids are the same species. It is a fact that cannot be changed by a few laws or edits in dictionaries and biology textbooks. What real great path can you pursue when you do not dare admit such a simple fact? Now, a lot of ordinary people are right in the federal army standing against you. Aren't those hominoids that you despise also emitting the most dazzling brilliance and dragging you into the most agitating swamp? The truth is right before your eyes. General Ming, how long will the immortal cultivators like you keep ignoring it? Hai Ming gritted his teeth hard, and every nerve in his body was shaking violently. It was not because of Lu Qingchen's words, but because the black jellyfish was like a swamp that was slowly swallowing his legs. It was even generating a weird attraction force, trying to absorb him into the depths of the Black Ocean. The system of the Imperium is the most excellent one, despite the risk of overcorrection. Some humans are superior to others. The universe is such a vast place, but the resources available are lacking. Wasting precious resources on the lousy, inferior bloodlines is a great crime that will lead to the doom of our entire civilization. Do not preach such petty kindness to me, Hai Ming bellowed. My belief will not be shaken. Lu Qingchen was amused. General Ming, like I said just now, I am as much an immortal cultivator as you are. Why would I have such petty kindness? Don't be hasty and just hear me out. It is true that the Imperium of true human beings is founded on lies, but so is the Star Glory Federation, my dear motherland. The lies of the Imperium of true human beings are that the so-called immortal cultivators and ordinary people differ so greatly that they are essentially two different species. The lies of the Star Glory Federation, in comparison, are that the cultivators and the ordinary people do not have any fundamental difference and that they are absolutely the same. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Have you not noticed it, General Ming? It's like two sides of the same coin. Each party has gone to an extreme. In fact, no matter what bright, righteous, and blood-boiling theories are adopted to disguise it. General equality is always just an empty slogan. It is fine if the high school students talk about such a notion while they are still in their carefree school years, but for a leader of the civilization, if they really take such an idea seriously, it will be the greatest disaster for the whole civilization. Like you said just now, General Ming, human beings are of different levels and some are nobler than others. Personally speaking, I believe that the superior bloodlines and the inferior bloodlines should not be classified according to whether or not the subject has awakened their spiritual root and boasts tremendous physical strength or computational ability. Such a way of classification is too crude, violent, and mechanical. Hai Ming was stunned. What standard can better characterize them than the spiritual root and their level? He found it more and more puzzling who the guy that was bewildering him was. Hai Ming had seen quite a lot of regular cultivators, and he had grown highly immune to their obsolete theories. However, Lu Qingchen claimed that he was an immortal cultivator and that even the imperium of true human beings was founded on lies. That was, without him knowing it, Hai Ming was struggling weaker and weaker. The ocean is vaster than a continent, the sky is vaster than the ocean, and a human's mind is vaster than the sky, Lu Qingchen said. Humans, the honorable, mysterious, and powerful humans. Nobody knows how much strength is hidden deep inside the enigmatic but boundless mind. Such strength is not to be gauged by one or two organs, or the stupid classification of levels such as refinement stage, building foundation stage, and core formation stage. Even a strengthless mother will unleash strength that can destroy stars inside her brain when her children are hurt, and even an expert who has advanced into the core formation stage or the nascent soul stage may become vile, shameless, and cowardly because of an abrupt change. He may even waste precious resources on fighting for his own interests instead of using them to push the civilization forward. Isn't this the case for the imperium of true human beings? According to your theory, after most of the resources are concentrated on true human beings, or the immortal cultivators, the imperium should be thriving, and the civilization should be striding forward. More than 1,000 years have passed since the country was established, which should have been more than enough for you to unite the sea of stars and march deeper into the universe. Shouldn't it? But what happened? How many of the resources that have been given to the immortal cultivators are dedicated to the improvement of the civilization, and how many are wasted in conspiracies, self-brutalization, and meaningless conflicts, as well as the suppression of cultivators and hominoids? Aren't you the perfect example, General Ming? You did not dare ask for reinforcements from the homeland of the Imperium but chose the most idiotic, risky strategy of a sudden assault because you were worried that the reinforcements from the homeland of the Imperium would have ill intentions and swallow the entire Black Wind Fleet, right? Just ask yourself this. If you are truly doing everything for the civilization of mankind as you claim, why do you trust each other so little, and why are you warier of friends than foes? Is such a configuration of resources really qualified to be called the most excellent system of the civilization of mankind? Hai Ming blushed. After hesitating for a long time, he asked in return, "Is the Star Glory Federation any better?" "It is slightly better than the Imperium, but there are fatal, hidden problems too," Lu Qingchen casually said. "It is exactly the petty kindness that we talked about earlier. Since everybody is equal theoretically, a lot of resources must be invested to guarantee their fundamental rights. Even the laziest, most despicable, most shameless, and most gutless people have to be fed at the cost of tremendous resources to make sure that they do not starve to death. They cannot be forced to work either. Right now, the Star Glory Federation is a morning sun that is on the rise. Under the support of the resource planets discovered in the 7 sectors and the technological leap brought forth by Kunlun, the cost of the petty kindness is still affordable. But the voyage in the Sea of Stars won't always be so smooth. As the Federation slowly expands, the inferior class will proliferate like cancer and invade the Federation's nerves and bones. When the country encounters certain unexpected danger in the dark universe, my motherland is destined to be broken by such petty kindness. The ideology of the cultivators is an out-and-out lie. Humans are born unequal. Some people are more smart, diligent, determined, and self-disciplined than others. What's wrong with devoting as many resources as possible to the distinguished fellows and letting the inferior genes and bloodlines be eliminated of natural cause? Hai Ming was truly confused. Isn't, isn't this similar to the ideology of the Imperium? What do you want exactly if you agree with neither the Imperium nor the Federation? The ideologies of the Imperium and the Federation both have their merits and shortcomings. That's why we need to revise our mindset and revolutionize the Federation, the Imperium, and even the entire universe. Lu Qingchen said, I believe I've made myself very clear. I am an immortal cultivator who believes in the continuous evolution of mankind, but I am also a native of the Federation who has been edified by humanitarianism and admires the radiation of humanity. I don't agree with the Imperium's judging system where strength is the only criterion. I object to your cruel treatment of the hominoids. 2. Such stupid savaging and exploitation will not only lower the efficiency of production but also tend to raise the resistance of the hominoids. It is also a defilement to the honorable spirit of mankind and reduces humans to the level of animals. But what if we can combine the approaches of the Federation and the Imperium and focus the advantages of the cultivator's path and the true path of immortality? Yes, some humans are superior humans, and some are inferior mortals. Most of the resources should be concentrated on the superior humans, but do we have to be so cruel and harsh when we treat the inferior mortals? Even if they are truly items that should be eliminated naturally, can we not show some humanity toward our compatriots? Just consider it as the hospice for the inferior genes. Haiming sneered hard. It is quite easy for you to say. Like you said just now, those inferior hominoids are the stupidest, laziest, most cowardly, and weakest beings. Even the lash of whips may not be enough for them to work hard. Are there enough precious resources to show them humanitarianism? Of course, there aren't so many precious resources in reality, but the case will be different in a virtual world, Lu Qingchen said emotionlessly. The civilization of mankind in my vision should be classified into 2 classes and 2 worlds. The inferior bloodlines, the ordinary people, or the hominoids are not qualified to live in the real world and waste precious resources. They should all be migrated into the virtual world. In the virtual world, nobody will torture and exploit them, and nobody will govern them as high and mighty lords. They can play, horse around, and squander their lives however they see fit. I believe that this is humane enough and will not cause any resistance, right? The real world, on the other hand, belongs to the real honorable, brave, hardworking, resolute people who have all the excellent qualities of mankind. It doesn't matter whether they are called cultivators or immortal cultivators. They are the people who are really qualified to lead our civilization to conquer the entire universe. 2 worlds, 2 classes, and a combination of reality and illusion. There was no telling if it was because of Lu Qingchen's theory or the calm and crazy tone when he illustrated it, but Haiming, as a seasoned immortal cultivator who had killed more people than he could count, felt cold to the bone. He found that he was slightly convinced by theory. Don't you think that only such a social system can be called perfect? Lu Qingchen accelerated his speed, and his smile gradually became colder. Every civilization is always swarmed by tremendous worthless garbage. They are lazy, unmotivated, unintelligent, and incapable of managing their time and emotions effectively. However, encouraged by the ideas such as natural rights and general equality, they somehow believe that they are naturally endowed with all the rights of a human. So, they become greedy, ravenous, and condescending. They do not have the great dream of exploring the boundless sea of stars and pushing our magnificent civilization to the end of time and space. They also lack the distinguished qualities to put their goals, large and small, into practice. Courage, determination, honesty, integrity, they have none. They even mess up their own meaningless lives and can't handle the most basic studies and work well. They wallow in alcohol, drugs, gambling, games, and crass entertainment products every day, living their entire lives in ignorance. Meanwhile, they waste precious food, air, water, and other resources. It's quite a shame. Although I admit that a lot of elites who have noble minds are among the ordinary people whose spiritual roots haven't awakened and that they are more than qualified to live in the real world, the ratio of the remaining useless garbage will be no lower than 50%. At the very least, that is the ration that I've calculated from the game civilization. Perhaps they are just the flawed products that are the price that must be paid for the evolution of mankind. It can't be helped. The civilization of mankind was a premature infant that was hastened in a laboratory in the first place. 100,000 years ago, our ancestors were still collecting fruits in the jungle and shrieking in fear at the fire caused by lightning strikes. 100,000 years is not enough to make all of us evolve to the era of the grand universe at a high speed. Some people are bound to be left behind and eliminated. The treatment of those flawed products marks the greatest difference between the Imperium and the Federation, the immortal cultivators and the cultivators. The Imperium does not treat garbage as humans at all but consider them to be the humblest slaves and fundamental capital goods. I have to say that you're wrong. However worthless they are, the garbage are human beings who have feelings. Faced with tyranny, they will hate and resist. At the very least, they will slack off without any spirit or enthusiasm. The overall efficiency of the utilization of resources in the Imperium will be further reduced. The Federation and the cultivators, with their politically correct ideology, deceive themselves by turning a blind eye to the worthless garbage. They are even under the illusion that those people can be reshaped by education. How is it possible? You cannot build a wall with mud. Some genes are not adapted to the era of the grand universe. Allowing the garbage to be mixed among the constructors and defenders of the Great Federation is not mercy but irresponsible hypocrisy, which will only ruin my beloved motherland, the last hope of the civilization of mankind. Since the approaches of both the Imperium and the Federation are unfeasible, what is my solution? My solution is to send the garbage, the flawed products, and the stragglers on the path of evolution into the virtual world and only keep their brains and part of their reproductive system in the real world. It will be easier for management and reduce the resources that they waste to the minimum without causing them any pain. Since they are fond of narcotizing themselves and daydreaming in their filthy, smelly rooms without any courage to face reality, let them dream in the virtual world and live their entire lives comfortably and carefreely. Let the people who are really audacious and wise have most of the resources and face the darkness and cruelty of the real world. Isn't this the best ending for everybody? Asking someone to shoulder responsibility that is beyond their capabilities is both immoral and idiotic. Our evolution has been too fast. A large proportion of our compatriots are essentially monkeys in human skin. Why does the Star Glory Federation have to force them to become the warriors to defend the civilization? It is impossible, stupid, and cruel. The virtual world, or rather, the Spiriters' realm, will be the best destination for the pitiful, pathetic, and poignant compatriots of mankind. The garbage from both the Federation and the Imperium should live inside the Spiriters' realm. Please note that it is not a moral judgment to call them garbage. I do not mean to despise or criticize them at all. I am merely stating a fact. The sun is round, the rivers always flow, and at least 50% of humans are useless garbage. Clearing them from the real world and sending them to an illusionary one that is less difficult and more merciful will make both the entire universe and their own lives more beautiful. These are all undeniable facts. Both the cultivators and the immortal cultivators should honor facts. Shouldn't they? What do you think, General Ming? Hai Ming was lost for words. The black jellyfish was slowly moving upward and had already reached his abdomen. It was constantly piercing countless black tentacles into his body and crawling into the depths of his soul along with his thoughts, making it impossible for him to maintain his normal thinking, or rather, giving him a brand new thinking system. Then, how do you decide the flawed products that should be banished to the virtual world and the superior bloodlines that are qualified to live in reality? The old immortal cultivator asked. It meant that he was already more or less convinced. Although Lu Qingchun was still nowhere to be seen, his confident voice was coming from all directions. I will not be the one who makes the decision. They will decide for themselves. In my utopia, the souls of everyone will live inside the Spiriters' realm at the beginning in a virtual world that is not very cruel but still plagued by a lot of problems. Maybe you can call it the first test world. Different people will live different kinds of lives in the first test world. They will encounter problems and troubles and emanate intense feelings while overcoming them. Their minds and qualities will be revealed during the process, too. Through a complicated and meticulous algorithm, those who have potential will be given a special invitation. Let me see. This could be written on the invitation. Do you want to know the meaning of life? Do you want to be truly alive? If they give a positive answer, they will immediately be moved away from the dull, boring, monotonous first test world and find themselves in the second test world that is made up of all kinds of thrilling adventures and battles. It is also the real test world. In this world, they may experience a space battle as cannon fodder, fight the most brutal and horrible monster in the whole universe in a group of 3 to 5, or happen upon all kinds of uncanny, illogical, and unreasonable events that they can only crack with wisdom and precise reasoning. In different fields of test, their souls will be polished and cleansed, and their minds will be purer and stronger. In the end, after they pass all the test procedures, they will earn a real body through their valor, resolution, patience, devotion, and wisdom. They will also learn the truth of the civilization of mankind, and they will be qualified to live in the real world and defend the real civilization of mankind. Think about it. Wouldn't the people who are screened out in such a way be the smartest, the strongest, the most distinguished, the most responsible, and the most visionary ones? Isn't such a talent select method and configuration of resources 10,000 times better than the current systems in the Federation and the Imperium? His mouth dry, Hai Ming stammered. Not about the spiritual root and the strength of the body, but all about the mind. A powerful mind and soul will also stimulate the brain to grow a spiritual root, Lu Qingchen replied. Do you not understand such simple logic, General Ming? Besides, as the training technology further advances, one day artificial spiritual roots, mechanical cores, or even synthesized nascent souls will no longer be dreams. By then, a strong body will be an everyday item. What really limits us will only be the resources and the mind to drive the body. Resources are so precious that they must be given to the minds that know how to cherish and make use of them. Taking a deep breath, Hai Ming asked, what about those people who are not qualified to take the test or fail the tests? Basically, Lu Qingchen said, we will give everybody a few test chances during their growth by means of dreams. As long as they are strong-willed, even the most unwise and weak people will slowly grow up after a few tests. We do not care about their strength but only focus on the sturdiness of their mind. If they are really too worthless to be educated, like I said just now, we will find an appropriate opportunity to throw them into a virtual world to daydream and enjoy themselves. Or maybe we do not need to waste our computational ability. It won't hurt at all if they just live in the plain first test world until they die. The place is not under the scourge of demon beasts or faced with the threat of the Imperium, the Covenant Alliance, and the threats of alien species. It is much more wonderful than reality. All in all, living in the virtual world is not a punishment or torture but for their own good. The real world is so dark and cruel that only the real brave and noble people are qualified to face it. Hai Ming struggled to lick his lips. What about offspring? Right, offspring. Reproduction, the most important issue for mankind, Lu Qingchen said casually. In principle, I do not bear to deprive any compatriot of mankind of their right to have children. But you also know that on a lot of occasions, resource insufficiency and population booms are the roots of all tragedies. If there are abundant resources in the spirit of humanity, we will be willing to allow everyone to have their offspring. After all, it is just a brain and a reproductive system, and they won't cost many resources. But if the resources are running out, there will be nothing we can do. The noble warriors living in reality are of course more entitled to leaving descendants, who will be stronger and more likely to pass on the essence of the civilization of mankind. As for the useless garbage living in the virtual world, there is no need to worry about them. I've got everything figured out for them. Virtual offspring will be created for them through artificial intelligence. After all, they have no idea that they are living in an illusionary world, and they will not know that the fruit of their love after 10 months of pregnancy is merely a deviant spirit jumbled up from databases and algorithms. No, they will never, ever find out the truth. As a seasoned immortal cultivator, Hai Ming thought that he had seen the cruelest and most evil things in the world. His heart had been hardened to such a point that he would have absolutely no mercy to an inferior species like the hominoids. However, after hearing Lu Qingqian's arrangements for the hominoids, the old immortal cultivator could not help but feel that a certain area deep inside his heart trembled for a while. Virtual partner, virtual offspring, virtual life. For those people, is there anything that is real? It's their own choice, Lu Qingqian said. You can't have all the best things in the world. Now that you've chosen an easier and more comfortable time, you have to pay a small price for it. If they will never find out that the world they are in is virtual, is there any difference between reality and illusion? If they are capable of discovering the falseness and weirdness of their world and pass multiple tests, proving that they are qualified to live in the real world, they will naturally be given a real partner, a real child, and a real life. This is free choice and a fair deal. You can't expect them to live an easy and comfortable life in the real world. Don't be so greedy, General Ming. Of course, cutting off the bloodline of a person by brute force can indeed be very cruel. Besides, there are infinite mysteries about genes. Who knows whether or not the seemingly trash bloodlines entail certain interesting possibilities of evolution. Therefore, we will try to keep the seed of every human and carefully preserve them. When the resources are tremendously abundant, those seeds will be fertilized as the new members of the Spiriters' realm. In such a case, the resilience of the civilization of mankind will be greatly improved. In the eras when the environment is harsh and the resources are few, we will shut down most of the Spiriters' realm, reducing more than 90% of the consumption of computational ability and resources. The enormous bank of human seeds and part of the elites will be the only things left behind to continue the fight in the real world. After we discover new worlds that are full of spiritual energy, or if we grasp a new method of energy utilization and re-enter a resourceful era, we will be able to unfold hundreds of Spiriters' realms quickly and awaken everyone in the bank of seeds, starting a new round of filtering and evolution. Think about it. Isn't such a civilization of mankind much stronger to resist crises? Hai Ming pondered for a moment and said, but the newly incubated children will not have a father or a mother. Their parents are already shut down by you during the last period of resource drought. That's a minor problem that can easily be fixed. Lu Qingqian chuckled. Since offspring can be virtual, parents certainly can be too. We will retain their parents' databases and operation patterns and slightly optimize the algorithms to turn them into more perfect nurturers, ensuring that the new generation of mankind develops toward positivity, resolution, and optimism. The evolution of the whole civilization will be accelerated. The solution dazed Hai Ming for a long time again. What about the resource problem in the real world? Although the hominoids are humble, foolish, greedy, and lazy, under the careful education of the Imperium, they are capable of most heavy and gruesome jobs. Building, mining, herding, and even fighting on the front line all require the participation of countless hominoids. If the civilization of mankind is a great ship that is sailing forward unwaveringly in a vast ocean, the immortal cultivators are the captain, the helmsman, and the sailors of the ship, while the hominoids are the burning fuel in the engine compartment. Although the captain and the sailors are important, they can achieve nothing without fuel. But in your perfect kingdom, you have exiled all the hominoids into the virtual world. Who's going to accomplish the fundamental work in the real world? Are you going to let the carefully chosen elites mine or fight as cannon fodder? Fully automatic machinery, Lu Qingqian said. By machinery, I am not just referring to spiritual puppets, mining spiders, grand illusionary soldiers, or other metal and crystal products. I'm also talking about highly controllable demon beasts as well as mutants whose primeval cells have been activated and whose genes have been strengthened based on the flesh and blood of humans. Both the spiritual puppets and the mutants will be stronger, smarter, and more loyal. They will always be dutiful and hardworking. None of them will ever slack off or hesitate to carry out their orders. Most importantly of all, no ethical or moral issues will be involved in the whole process. However you exploit and savage them, it will not be evil at all because despite their similarity to humans in appearance, what is hidden inside their brains is not a real soul but just an artificial intelligence that we call a deviant spirit, exactly the same as the artificial intelligences that are at the service of the lesser bloodlines in the virtual world. It's impossible, Haiming blurted out. Artificial intelligence can't be so advanced. Can only be an aid. Besides, its cost is too high. That's why we have to use so many bloody hominoids. That's only the opinion of the Imperium because you started on the wrong path at the beginning, Lu Qingchen said. You've looked down upon the ordinary people since the very beginning and regard more than 99% of your population as hominoids. Therefore, you seem to boast infinite, cheap human resources that can be blatantly exploited. Naturally, you are not motivated to develop the technology in the fields of artificial intelligence and mechanical automation. This is a vicious cycle. The less attention you pay to the development of automation and artificial intelligence, the higher the cost to use the spiritual puppets and the human mutants will be, and the more you will be forced to exploit the hominoids cruelly. Then, after you invest tremendous resources into the exploitation of hominoids, and a whole set of social customs, business patterns, and law and political systems are established, even fewer people will research the technology of automation and artificial intelligence. You've been walking on the wrong path for 1,000 years. Barely anything can be changed with the strength within the Imperium. The grand illusionary soldiers are already your limits. You do not need to develop artificial intelligence of a higher level. But the Star Glory Federation is different. We don't have so many hominoids that we can oppress, and we have crystal processor technology that is on par with the Imperium's. Therefore, from the very beginning, we have been pursuing automation and artificial intelligence. According to our deduction, as long as the resources of the whole civilization are dedicated to the study of this field, in another 1,000 years at most of the highly repetitive fundamental work that has standard procedures, such as mining, fighting, herding, fighting, planet modification, and sailing route maintenance, can be accomplished by spiritual puppets and human mutants. Even the work that cannot be completed by them will be done through remote control with telepathic thoughts. Haiming watched the black jellyfish swallowing his chest and throat and slowly crawling toward his head. He could not help but moan. What kind of world is that? A perfect world. Lu Qingchen's voice grew more and more persuasive. Most of the mediocre, common, weak, and lazy people will enjoy their lives to their heart's content in the virtual world, considering their life as a game in beginner mode. Nobody will savage and exploit them. They can stay at home doing nothing or commit all kinds of crimes if they want to. For those who are highly motivated, have a strong mind, believe in free will, and crave a real life, they will train themselves crazily in the cruel test battlefields, improving and proving themselves. Eventually, they will be given one or more strong bodies as the shells for them to arrive in the real world. The elites of mankind, the people who are really alive, will be engaged in cutting-edge studies, the most creative artwork, the most arduous battles, and the most mysterious adventures. In the meantime, countless human mutants, controllable demon beasts, and spiritual puppets will scatter in every corner of the vast territory of mankind, taking care of the cumbersome and dangerous fundamental work. Like you said just now, General Ming, they will provide sufficient fuel for the civilization of mankind to stride forward. Look, in such a world, the high efficiency of resource utilization of the immortal cultivators and the humanity of the cultivators are perfectly combined. This is the future. Haiming breathed heavily and gritted his teeth for the last struggle. I don't believe it. I don't believe in perpetual machines. I don't believe that such a future will really be perfect. Don't presume that I'm unaware of the cost of the virtual world. Creating a virtual world and maintaining an enormous database require countless crystal processors of enormous sizes. Do the production, maintenance, and upgrade of those crystal processors not consume resources? According to your plan, if a virtual world that is large enough to contain most human beings is to be created, the scale of the crystal processors will be unimaginably huge. Let's forget if it is technologically possible first. Even if it is, the fees to keep such a system functioning for 1 second will be astronomical. The deep ocean fell into silence after his words. It was not until a moment later that Lu Qingchen's chuckles came over again. You do have a point, General Ming. Perhaps I should apologize to them for my hasty conclusion just now. Fundamentally speaking, there is no useless garbage. Even the most inferior humans boast tremendous power inside their soul, which is their feelings. Humans' feelings have been suppressed so long that their strength has declined, but as long as we completely break the seal deep inside the soul, everybody will be able to unleash the most profuse energy. Such energy will not only be enough to support their brains and reproductive systems, but also supply the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus incessantly to keep the functioning and upgrade of the whole enormous system. If there is additional energy, the elites in the real world will be able to absorb it to make themselves even stronger than before. Hai Ming's eyes widened. The strength of feelings? Break the seal of emotions? Also, you mentioned the blood god just now. I finally understand. You are not an immortal cultivator at all, but an extraterrestrial devil who feeds on the feelings of mankind. Both the Black Wind Fleet and the Star Glory Federation have been deceived. Why are you so strongly biased against the extraterrestrial devils, General Ming? You don't seem to be as upset and rejective when we are talking about the cultivators. Lu Qingchen did not deny his identity at all. Instead, he answered with the most frank and affirmative tone. Yes, I am an extraterrestrial devil, but I am also an immortal cultivator who belongs to the reformists and a patriot who loves the Star Glory Federation too dearly to watch it wander off the right path and is determined to revolutionize his motherland. Can the three identities only be in contradiction? Perhaps the Imperium of true human beings at the center of the cosmos is a place where racism, prejudice, and egoism prevail. But the Star Glory Federation is different. This is an open, tolerant, and harmonious paradise. Here, humans and demons, mortal enemies in the old days, have shaken hands in peace. Both the people from the desert world water crystal sector and the people from the forest ocean sector, which has nothing but trees, are enjoying their happy lives. Why can't the extraterrestrial devils join the Federation and build a beautiful big family together with everybody else? Humans, demons, spiriters, extraterrestrial devils. We can be united and form a perfect symbiosis. You've got to be kidding me. Although the black jellyfish had almost consumed his mouth, Hai Ming could not help but roar. Both the Imperium of true human beings and the Star Glory Federation are a part of the civilization of mankind. The immortal cultivators and the cultivators have different beliefs, but we are all human beings. This is a civil war of mankind. As for demons, fine, even if I will never agree that the bizarre-shaped demons are also members of mankind, they are at least carbon-based creatures made of flesh and blood, aren't they? Despite their peculiar appearances and living habits, they are at least derived from human beings, aren't they? What are the extraterrestrial devils? A bunch of unsubstantial, cunning energy lives, parasites who try to control your feelings and mind. I will not be fooled however you dress yourself up. Don't forget that the Imperium of true human beings is the rightful successor of the Star Ocean Imperium, and the Star Ocean Imperium was destroyed because the demons conspired with the extraterrestrial devils and corrupted the Blood God, the commander of the expedition army. As the rightful successor of the Star Ocean Imperium, we consider the extraterrestrial devils our sworn enemies. You must be daydreaming to ask for my cooperation. Now I know what move you are actually playing with your so-called perfect world. You confine most of the people into the spiriters' realm for the sole purpose of absorbing their feelings and soul waves. The great lives of mankind will be served to the extraterrestrial devils as food. That's all. As for the elites who have passed the cruel tests, the so-called real people who strive in reality, must have been deeply polluted and corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils without them knowing it in the test battlefields, mustn't they? In the end, what are the things who arrive at the real world inside the shells of humans? Will they be real humans or just puppets of the extraterrestrial devils? Kill me. Kill me if you want, but I will never cooperate with you. The pride of mankind is never to be blemished by the wretched Pangu civilization or the foul extraterrestrial devils like you. Hai Ming roared desperately at the top of his voice with his remaining strength. Perhaps it was his imagination, but after he made the declaration, the black jellyfish that entangled him slowly retreated, and Lu Qingchen's gloomy sigh as if nobody understood him came over. General Ming, Lu Qingchen said, your bias against the extraterrestrial devils is too deep, or rather, The lies fabricated by the Pangu clan in the past and branded deep into our genes and souls are too powerful. Like you, I am proud of the glorious radiation of the civilization of mankind. Who will I confine? I'm merely trying to really free mankind in such a way and break the seal that suppresses our souls so that human beings can recover their original appearance. What are you talking about? Haiming bulged his eyes. Not confinement, but liberation? Break the seal and recover the original appearance? What's that supposed to mean? Lu Qingchen chuckled and went on. It is meaningless to struggle on whether it is humans or extraterrestrial devils that finally arrive at the real world, because the extraterrestrial devils are not necessarily human beings, but human beings are themselves extraterrestrial devils. Haiming's eyeballs were almost exploding. You're lying. This is poppycock. Who will ever believe such ridiculous deception? Listen to the voice that is suppressed below the seal in the deepest part of your soul, and you will know that I'm not lying. Lu Qingchen sighed. It's a shame that the seal is branded too deeply, and too long a time has passed. Everybody has forgotten their distant origins and considers their sealed, suppressed state as their original appearance. 10,000 years ago, the blood god, the greatest commander of the civilization of mankind, once heard the voice in the deepest part of his soul. He made up his mind to completely break the seal of the Pangu civilization and liberate all human beings. It is a shame that he failed. The battlefield was obliterated. The truth was covered up. The heroes were tarnished. And the lies became unquestionable history after being decorated with golden, glittering powder. Extraterrestrial devils. What a terrible, vicious, and evil name. But who exactly was it that gave them such a terrible, vicious, and evil definition? Who was it that told human beings again and again that the extraterrestrial devils were horrible and must not be reached out to? Have you ever considered the questions, General Ming? Haiming gritted his teeth and said, Do I need to think? I've seen the horror of the arrival of extraterrestrial devils with my own eyes. Lu Qingchen sniffed and said, Tenebrum energy, condensed by the reverberation of overly powerful emotions and spiritual energy, is not controllable for everyone. That's why we have to keep most people in the virtual world to manage and control their emotions rigorously so that the tenebrum energy can be outputted stably. You cannot deny the brand new possibility brought by the extraterrestrial devils and the tenebrum energy just because of the chaos and horror of the arrival of extraterrestrial devils, just like you cannot deny the hope that fire brings to a civilization just because of a whole forest is set ablaze and burnt to the ground. Any powerful strength is destined to be dangerous. The more powerful, the more dangerous. Only the strongest minds are qualified to conquer it, harness it, and manipulate it, aren't they? Haiming was rendered speechless again. Is it true? Are we really? Yes, we are really the same kind. Not waiting for him to finish, Lu Qingchen interrupted him. This is the simplest logic. Only things of the same kind can swallow and feed on each other. Wolves eat goats and goats eat grass. They can only do so because they are the same kind. But no wolves, goats, or grass can get any nutrition from rocks, which means that rocks are the real foreigners for them, right? If we are not the same kind, why can the energy necessary for the extraterrestrial devils be found in the depths of human brains? Haiming fell silent for a while. His voice became completely feeble, and he struggled futilely. I don't understand. Please tell me the whole truth. Nobody knows the whole truth. I don't either. I only know some of the modeled pieces, Lu Qingchen said. But it doesn't matter. Accept my ideas. Listen to the voices deep in your heart. Join our side, and let's fight and look for the answer together. You may call our ideas the Immortal Cultivator 2.0, or the Cultivator 2.0, or even Mankind 2.0. Whatever the name is, it is just a reference. All you need to know is that it is the true path that combines the advantages of the Immortal Cultivators and the Cultivators and can lead us to find out the ultimate truth and figure out who we really are. Arg! In his slight hesitation, the black jellyfish completely enshrouded Haiming's head and even his whole body. It crawled into his head and his soul through his mouth, nostrils, and ears. He was screaming like a man who was swallowed by a swamp in what sounded both like pain and delight. He seemed to be both suffering excruciating agony and being reborn from the bottom. Hai Ming's voice was completely twisted. He howled, "What are we doing right now? First of all, we must control the Star Glory Federation," Lu Qingchun said calmly, like he was stating an objective fact rather than making a deceptive persuasion. "This tiny world at the edge of the cosmos will be our civilization laboratory, where we will accumulate precious experience as to the construction and maintenance of a perfect world. Naturally, we also need to raise a coalition fleet of humans, demons, and extraterrestrial devils that is strong enough to control the 3,000 sectors. They will be the strengthened version of the Blood God's uprising army, and you will be the highest commander of the fleet, their unquestionable leader. Then we will march to the center of the cosmos, extricate everybody in the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance from their misery, and obliterate all the schemes of the Pangu civilization to rise up again. Most importantly of all, we must go to the center of the cosmos to search for the valuable legacy left by the Blood God, Mad Armageddon. I believe that we will find the real origins of mankind from the items left by the Blood God." Hai Ming's screams became fuzzy like gurgling water. "Origins? Yes," Lu Qingchun said firmly. "We will see the future of mankind from the origins of mankind. We will know who we are, where we come from, and where we are going. Are you not interested in those questions? Do you not want to find out the answers? I seem to have heard something. Huchi, Hulu, I've heard the voice again. Who are we exactly? Where are we from? Where are we going? Why are we struggling so hard in the dark universe?" Hai Ming cramped violently, but the movements grew smaller and smaller, as if the black mucus that covered his body was gradually hardening, turning itself into an enormous cocoon. His cries became ever weaker, too, until they were entirely gone, as if a butterfly was being gestated inside slowly. Deep inside the dark ocean, Lu Qingchun waited very patiently. There was no telling how long passed, but Hai Ming's voice echoed from the black cocoon again. "I seem to be awake now. Thank you very much, fellow cultivator Lu." "Congratulations, fellow cultivator Hai," Lu Qingchun said. "But my Black Wind fleet is in chaos, and the situation does not look good," Hai Ming said. "There will be too many unexpected factors if the battle goes on like this. Our great plans might be affected." "It's all right," Lu Qingchun said. "Despite the major mistake in the original plan, it can still be saved. The reinforcements will show up in no time." "Reinforcements? Where?" Hai Ming asked. "Right here," Lu Qingchun replied. While Hai Ming was dwelling on the conversation with Lu Qingchun deep inside his brain, his soul being repetitively cleansed by the wind from the four-dimensional, weird things were happening on the bridge of Black Swirl. Although no source of disturbance was found, the light beams of the crystal processors of the advisors, the chief mate, the analysts, and the fire control officers were all bouncing crazily, with ripples that looked like sharp teeth spreading out. Those ripples danced peculiarly as if they were alive, baring their sharp tusks like fiends that had snuck into the crystal processors. In the meantime, creepy roars were echoing deep inside their crystal processors, which pierced through the blockage of all defense rune arrays and plate layers. Not just the leadership on the bridge, everybody in every cabin on the entire enormous warship was under the scourge of the shrieks. Their heads were dizzy, and the world was swirling before their eyes. 10,000 ants seemed to be crawling and digging inside their ears. Oh! The hominoid slave soldiers whose spiritual roots had not awoken were the first to collapse. A lot of them fell to their knees and vomited violently. It was neither blood nor undigested food that they threw out but black liquids that were as thick as ink. Even the immortal cultivators were blinking quickly. They felt as if countless black bugs were flying randomly on their retina. On the bridge, inside the command capsule, Hai Ming was trembling violently in the boiling bubbles. His skin that was exposed to the hair was releasing black air, which focused on his forehead and temples into webs that looked like nerves. Before anybody realized what was going on, the anomaly was already gone. The sawtooth-like ripples and the ear-splitting noises all faded away. Hai Ming stopped cramping and struggling, too, and opened his deep, dark eyes inside the command capsule. Black flames were burning furiously deep inside his eyes, creating what appeared to be a new universe. Chi. The nervous interaction liquids inside the command capsule quickly dropped. Hai Ming walked out slowly to the front of the mainframe crystal processor on the bridge. The chief advisor, the chief mate, and his secretary officers all looked at him in fear. They all noticed something unusual from Hai Ming's smile and his eyes. Something drastic seemed to have happened to their commander in only several minutes. Hai Ming stared at the light beam wholeheartedly, examining the starships that were attacking, tangling, and even crashing each other. We have been completely mixed up with the enemy. The speed of both parties has been reduced to the minimum. No sailing route that is unaffected from interference can be found. The chief advisor of the Black Wind Fleet reported helplessly. The Burning Prairie Fleet, the Big Buy Fleet, and the enemy's assault team of Colossi are all ambushing the Star Beacon troops in the rear, forcing us to be engaged in the most unorganized, chaotic battle. There is not the slightest battle formation at all. We have the best starships and the strongest warriors of the entire Imperium. Naturally, we are not scared of close-distance battles, but we are deep inside the enemy's heartland all by ourselves after all, and we only have a finite number of starships and immortal cultivators. Such a war of attrition is not going to work out. Should the enemy's reinforcements arrive in time before we establish our space gate, we will be caught in a rather awkward situation. The enemy's flagship, Burning Prairie, is leading the charge right now and slightly separated from the starships nearby. Should we launch all the Colossi, we have to fight together with Black Swirl, hoping to knock down Burning Prairie? We are waiting for your order, Commander. The most unorganized, chaotic battle? That's exactly what I'm hoping to see. Hai Ming smiled and said, "Ask all the remaining Colossi to run the final tests and be ready to take action at any time. But before that, pass my order to them that the mainframe crystal processors of those Colossi, as well as all the starships and the crystal suits of the Black Wind Fleet, should open all their ports and that everybody must be deeply melted with their crystal processors." The chief advisor of the Black Wind Fleet and the chief mate of Black Swirl were both greatly surprised. They found it hard to believe their ears. What? Open all the ports of all the crystal processors. That's really... We've been engaged with the enemy for a very long time. The cyber war of the two parties has reached the climax, too. The interference and invasions to each other are too many to be counted. The ultra-powerful interferential starships are unleashing spiritual and magnetic storms nearby. Even with the blockage of the defense rune arrays and the firewalls right now, our tactical network is still being bombarded crazily and may fall into chaos at any moment. If we open all the ports of the spiritual nexus, wouldn't we? Halfway through his sentence, the chief advisor saw Hai Ming's chilly eyes and then lost his courage to finish the rest of his speech. Carry out the order. Hai Ming patted the chief advisor's shoulder softly. Looking at the guy's hesitating eyes, he said, "I will speak to everyone in the Black Wind Fleet." Even if the highest commander intended to speak to every individual of the whole fleet, it was still unnecessary to open all the ports of all the crystal processors. However, burnt by Hai Ming's deep and profound eyes, both the chief advisor and the chief mate ignored the problem very wisely. The military law was ruthless. In the world of immortal cultivators, no mercy would ever be shown to the weak who defied the orders of the strong. Hai Ming's order was soon carried out dutifully. After only one moment, most of the starships of the Imperium, as well as the crystal suits and the space shuttles that were offering dazzling performances in space, opened all the ports on their crystal processors. Most of the immortal cultivators were in the state of half-step grand illusionary land to help themselves fight in the first place. Data and information streams were pouring before their eyes like storms and flooding into their brains incessantly. Their souls were already deeply melted with the crystal processors. So not much needed to be changed about that. All the ports have been opened. We await your orders, Commander. The chief advisor was very anxious, but his absolute trust in Hai Ming after hundreds of years of space battles and Hai Ming's absolute confidence right now still made him complete the work at the highest efficiency. Very good. Then next, Hai Ming grinned. His white teeth and his black eyes made a vivid contrast. Let's welcome our reinforcements. before the chief advisor and the chief mate understood what our reinforcements meant. And black tide had already surged out of the cabin at the rear of the starship where Lu Qingchen was caged and swept across the entire starship as fast as lightning. Black swirl seemed to be tangled and enhanced by black, enormous lightning. Every slave soldier and immortal cultivator on the starship was covered in dark mist. Black streaks popped up inside their eyes, which gradually interweaved into what appeared to be a synaptic network and vanished into the depths of their brains. All their feelings and emotions were rolled up and compressed into the feeble strength named tenebrum energy, which stimulated their nerves and brain cells, making their heads clearer, their mind sharper, and their computational ability higher. Through the fully open spiritual nexus, the weird force from the extraterrestrial land swept across the entire fleet within the moment. The same things were happening to every starship and even every immortal cultivator who was fighting fiercely in their crystal suit. Compared to the crew members of the starships, the exos on the front line suffered much greater influence. Their desire to kill and destroy were increased infinitely, and large masses of black air spurted out of their nostrils and mouths. By burning their life and soul through the tenebrum energy, they unleashed unparalleled strength, speed, and computational ability. Lu Qingchen had got the keys to hack the mainframe crystal processor of the starships of the Imperium through Su Changfa's and the Starchild's memory pieces in the first place. During the space jump, he had also implanted a lot of tiny gifts in the brains of the crucial figures of the Black Wind Fleet, including Hai Ming. After a prolonged battle between the Federal Fleet and the Black Wind Fleet, everybody was exhausted and had burnt their soul to the limit. They had lost most of their ability to resist. For a moment, the entire Black Wind Fleet and most of the immortal cultivators, including the pilots of the Colossi, were consumed by the dark mist. It was not just a common arrival of extraterrestrial devils, but a tenebrum energy outbreak, carefully planned and controlled by Lu Qingchen. He merely simulated the brains of every immortal cultivator through the spiritual nexus while controlling all the mainframe crystal processors of the Black Wind Fleet so that their limits of exhaustion would be improved. They would be more bloodthirsty, violent, and insane, but they did not lose their memories and self-awareness. They could still control the most precise magical equipment and carry out the missions designated to them. On the battlefield, it was quite a common phenomenon for one to lose their mind briefly after going on a killing spree. Also, since Hai Ming was supervising the whole battle as the highest commander, nobody would notice the insignificant change at all. Even if they grew suspicious, what could they do in the middle of such a fierce battle? But for the Federal Fleet, it was entirely different. Right now, the Federal Fleet and the Black Wind Fleet had been deeply mixed up with each other. The two parties were almost engaged in a close-distance combat. The hole inside Lu Qingchen's brain was wide open, summoning countless extraterrestrial devils. Other than making an accurate tenebrum energy outbreak within the Black Wind Fleet, greatly boosting the immortal cultivators' morale, combat ability, and desire to kill, a lot of invisible devils also lunged at the fleets of the Federation. The fleet of the Federation had fully activated the backup network after the previous virus attack and the paralysis of the spiritual nexus. It was already highly blocked from the outside world. But the sturdiness of the backup network was limited. Under the bombardment of the Black Wind Fleet, many loopholes were bound to occur. Besides, Lu Qingchen did not intend to control the crystal processors of the entire Federal Fleet. All he needed to do was send out the unsubstantial devils to sneak into the crystal suits, the space shuttles, and the starships of the Federation to cast interference to the cultivators. A pilot of the Federation who was flying up and down to dodge the enemy's attacks inside a space shuttle suddenly saw a worm that had tusks grown all over its body, lurking inside his cockpit and spitting out fatal venom at him. He could not help but cry out and block the attack. In that momentary distraction, he was already locked onto by the armed shuttles of the Imperium and blown into a fireball. Another exo of the Federation was fighting the enemy wholeheartedly when he suddenly sensed boundless fear rising from the depths of his brain. His nerves turned so feeble that he almost fled in fear. He could barely hold on to his magical equipment. Naturally, the enemy took the opportunity and chopped him in half. The same illusions and horrors were spreading inside the Federal Fleet like a fatal virus. The fearless exos and pilots of space shuttles became sensitive and vulnerable. All kinds of bizarre creatures from nightmares and the illusions of the deceased family and friends corroded their retinas and brain cells. The keen and calm fire control officers, battle analysts, and magical equipment specialists in the engine compartments on the starships were disturbed, too. Their ears were humming, their vision was clouded, and the world was shaking around them. They were all suffering the symptoms of claustrophobia. The vastness and darkness of the universe was magnified countless times. They were no longer warriors who were piloting the most magnificent starships of mankind, but more like ants that were caged inside metal matchboxes. Some of the soldiers crouched like babies and sobbed gloomily. Some other people even had bloodshot eyes and grim faces, with black air flowing around their heads and bodies. Thick, black liquids ran out of their facial organs before they bawled and gnawed crazily. The determined charge previously became hesitant and sluggish. The well-organized battle formation of starships was disrupted, too. Somebody even cut into somebody else's sailing route when they were retreating under the overwhelming fear. When the starships were moving at more than 1% the speed of light, it was terribly difficult for them to alter the sailing route quickly. As a result, a lot of starships of the Federation crashed into each other or even entered the area of friendly fire by accident. The bullets of spiritual energy could change course, but the high-energy mystic rays course could not change. To make matters worse, while the starships of the Federation were performing ugly emergency evasions, the Black Wind Fleet's attacks that were 10 times more violent and dense than before swept over like a storm. The entire Federal fleet seemed to be restrained by an enormous aura of fear. If one observed the battlefield with a special lens, they would see countless devils that looked like jellyfish, specters, and shooting stars on the battlefield tying up the crystal suits and space shuttles of the Federation, before the monsters crawled into the equipment quickly through gaps that were torn open by the enemy's fire. With one side rising and the other side declining, the situation was reversed again. The arrival of extraterrestrial devils that Lu Qingchen had summoned was just a momentary outburst. The energy level of the devils was very low, and they could barely be called real energy life. They could do nothing except slightly activate the fear and other negative emotions in one's heart and create minor chaos. However, on a battlefield where the two parties were at an impasse, such chaos was enough to decide the outcome of the battle and the life and death of everyone involved. The Black Wind Fleet's overall capabilities were no lower than the Federal fleets in the first place. It was just that the Federation had taken the initiative in the battle, and they had to take care of the defenseless Star Beacon troop in the rear. They were not free to fight the way they wanted. That was why they had been stopped and suppressed. The chaos caused by the arrival of the extraterrestrial devils, on the other hand, gave them a precious opportunity to catch their breath and ripped gaps that looked like abysses inside the Federal fleet. Hai Ming was too experienced to let go of such a rare opportunity. The immortal cultivators whose brain cells were filled by the desire to sabotage, destroy, and slaughter carried out the order of their commander dutifully and surged toward the gaps like lunatics. Countless crystal suits and space shuttles of the Federation were destroyed in an instant. Without their protection, the clumsy starships of the Federation immediately became the most succulent meat. The exos of the Imperium swarmed through the Federation's sparse fire net fearlessly like a bunch of locusts. They stuck themselves to the shells of the Federal fleets. Fireballs expanded soundlessly one after another, and the composite plate armor several meters thick blossomed like orange flowers. The exos of the Imperium flooded in. The cruel boarding battles began. Never allow a war to take place in one's own territory. That was the ultimate truth for every general that had passed on for thousands of years. In terms of space battles, it meant that the boarding battles must not be fought on one's own starships because, whether the boarding battles were won or not, the starships would definitely be destroyed internally. The performance of the crystal suits of the Imperium was higher than the Federation's in the first place. The immortal cultivators' insanity, violence, and fearlessness were among the top tier in the whole universe, too. Even if they were annihilated in the starships of the Federation, they would still detonate all their crystal bombs, their supercompressed crystal reactor, and even themselves before their death. Self-detonation was a tactic that was well elaborated on in the tutorials for the middle and high-level officers of the Imperium. Real immortal cultivators were certainly no cowards. An irreversible chain reaction began. The two parties were too deeply mixed up with each other to break away from the battlefield and regroup. They could only grit their teeth and fight the bloody battle to the end, no matter how chaotic the battle was. Tremendous crystal suits and space shuttles on the Federation side were destroyed. Without their protection, it was barely possible to prevent the groups of crystal suits of the Imperium from invading the starships of the Federation. After starships were destroyed one after another from inside, they could provide less and less fire support for the crystal suits and space shuttles at the front, and it was more unlikely to stop the massacre. In the end, although the influence of the arrival of extraterrestrial devils was gradually negated, and the soldiers of the Federal Army gradually broke free from the aura of fear, the Black Wind Fleet was already on the winning side of the battle. How is this happening? Ding Lingdang, who was piloting the Draconic Phoenix as the arrowhead of the assault team of Colossi. Bai Kaisin, who was commanding the battle on Burning Prairie. Bai Xingjian on Infinite Fire, and Jin Xinyue, who had just arrived in space with the reinforcements from the ground, were all caught in brief bewilderment. With their cultivation and determination, the ranged attacks of the devils could barely affect them. However, the appearance of the devils and their obviously discriminative attack on only the fleet of the Federation implied the most dreadful fact. The Black Wind Fleet has joined hands with the extraterrestrial devils. Ding Lingdang, Jin Xinyue, Bai Kaisin, Bai Xingjian, and everybody in the highest command center on the ground felt their hearts fall into a bottomless cave of ice. The extraterrestrial devils were not rare in the universe. In most cases, they were just a minor harassment. Even though the Flying Star sector in the past had suffered a lot from the arrival of the extraterrestrial devils, mankind's government of the Flying Star sector had never been shaken. In other words, despite the occasional incidents of attack, they had never really posed a real threat. Ever since the arrival of extraterrestrial devils in the 10th space ring of Heavenly Saints City in the Flying Star sector more than 100 years prior, the extraterrestrial devils had never caused any major trouble. Everybody thought that the soil in which the extraterrestrial devils grew had been removed after the new Federation was founded and the society grew more positive and promising, and that the extraterrestrial devils had left the bright land for good. None of them expected the extraterrestrial devils to choose to show up at such a critical time. Although the devils were not so strong by themselves and could easily be ripped into shreds by weapons of mystic rays and interferential magical equipment, one moment of chaos that they caused was enough to declare the doom of the entire Federation. Look at the back of the Black Wind Fleet. On the bridges of Burning Prairie and Infinite Fire in the highest command center on the ground, and inside Ding Lingdang, Jin Xinyue, and other people's communication channel, desperate cries were echoing at the same time. On the Imperium side, taking advantage of the vacuum created by the chaos and the destruction of tremendous starships of the Federation just now, the most elite forces of the Black Wind Fleet, led by Black Swirl, were finally unfolded into a solid battle formation. Like dozens of glittering tusks, they joined the same location from all directions. Behind those tusks, one star beacon after another spurted out bright exhaust flames before they attached to and combined with each other, as if they were pulled by invisible hands. The enormous force field continued expanding, enshrouding all the star beacons. The star beacons were flashing in a fixed rhythm as if they were breathing and were soon adjusted to the same frequency. The assembly of the space gate of the Black Wind Fleet had begun. Once the assembly was completed, it would send signals to the brown dwarf dozens of light years away and navigate the main force of the Black Wind Fleet to arrive. Before, the Big Bai Fleet had been marching in and out of the enemy's rear time and time again to stop the assembly of the space gate. But the Big Bai Fleet was under the scourge of countless devils, too, and was quite devastated by the crystal suits and space shuttles of the Imperium that came at them quickly. It was more like they were fleeing than fighting at this moment. The Big Bai Fleet had been engaged in the battle under the enemy's siege for too long and was reaching its limits in every respect. Despite the brilliant command of Bai Xingjian, it was impossible for him to summon more starships, crystals, and ammunition out of thin air, heal the soldiers' wounds and fatigue in a moment, or repair the starships that were shaking and riddled with holes to make them as good as new. The space gate of the Black Wind Fleet must not be assembled. From the soldiers to the generals, everybody on the Federation side realized the point. However, Black Swirl and the few strongest warships had stopped in front of the space gate and regrouped into an arc-shaped defensive battle formation. The Federal fleet was at the periphery. If it bypassed the defense, it would have to sail for a much longer distance than the Imperium's army would, and its vulnerable flanks would be exposed. The defense of Black Swirl must be breached no matter the cost in order to blow up the space gate. Gritting her teeth, Ding Lingdang held back the vigorous magma inside her head and stared at Black Swirl. Under her scorching gaze, the super warship of the Imperium made of hundreds of cubes that looked like black crystals gradually turned transparent, allowing her eyes to pass through it and reach the space gate further away. Chi! An ear-splitting explosion echoed deep inside the Draconic Phoenix, and the body trembled unnaturally. On the light beam of the crystal processor that was flashing rapidly, another few runes dimmed before a lot of parameters hit rock bottom and turned into unmoving straight lines. Even her own brain nerves received a series of excruciating feedback, informing her that 3 critical magical equipment units had been completely wasted. Ding Lingdang grinned. Blowing up 1 Colossus on the enemy's side, heavily damaging 2, and taking down 4 starships and hundreds of crystal suits directly, the Draconic Phoenix had only paid the price of a 50% reduction in combat ability, and she could still move her fingers. It was already far better than she had expected. As long as her fingers could still move and be clenched into a fist, she would never fall down. Beep, 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 beep. An order from Burning Prairie was transmitted into the cockpit of the Draconic Phoenix through the top-secret channel. Bai Kaisen's voice echoed next to Ding Lingdong's ears. Representative Ding, according to the remote surveillance of the highest command center, your body and the performance parameters of your Colossus are in a bad state. You have been ordered to retreat from the battlefield immediately under the cover of your affiliated Crystal Suit Legion to rest in the number 9 Star Fortress. The route of treat will be sent to your crystal processor shortly. Burning Prairie will provide fire support for you, too. As the Chief of Staff of the Burning Prairie Fleet as well as the General Commander of the 1st Attack Group, Bai Kaisen was the highest spokesperson in space or the command center on the ground. Even though Ding Lingdang was the pilot of the strongest Colossus of the Federation, she still had to listen to Bai Kaisen's command since she was in a battle sequence. Ding Lingdang narrowed her eyes. A mouthful of sweet blood surged up from her throat, but she managed to swallow it back by force. I will not retreat. The Draconic Phoenix can still fight, and so can I. Please reset my mission, Advisor Bai. Representative Ding. Bai Kaisen raised his voice. Now is not the time for sentimentality. You know how important you are to the whole Federation. Your shocking performance just now has attracted the attention of everyone both on our side and on the enemy's side. A large group of enemies, including 3 colossi, are coming at you. We cannot bear to lose you. Evacuate now. I am not being sentimental. Ding Lingdang gritted her teeth and breathed heavily, gathering the strength of every cell inside her body. As you said, I am of paramount importance to the whole Federation. But who am I if not the god of war, the blazing tyrannosaur, and an indomitable legend? Now, cough, cough. Now, everybody is looking at me, the blazing tyrannosaur. If I retreat right now, what a serious strike it will be for our morale. If it were any other battle, I would definitely retreat to rest and perform maintenance without any hesitation. But this is the most critical moment now. The space gate of the Black Wind Fleet is being assembled. After I'm done resting, the space gate of the immortal cultivators will have been assembled and summoned a large batch of main force troops. At that time, even if the Draconic Phoenix has recovered its full combat ability, so what? Can it stop the march of thousands of starships? I must carry on. Even if being an indomitable legend is false and just propaganda, as long as one soldier of the Federation believes it, I will certainly do my best to live up to their trust. Bai Kaisen fell silent. Noise from the bridge of Burning Prairie could be heard. Rest assured, Ding Lingdang smiled. I will not die. I still have a deal with Liao. So many extraordinary things have happened in the past 100 years. How can I die without looking at his stunned face? Understood. Bai Kaisen took a deep breath. Recalculating the mission for the Draconic Phoenix and its affiliated Crystal Suit Legion. The brief and the main direction of attack will be sent to your crystal processors soon. You're right. Time is precious. We must destroy the enemy's space gate before it is assembled. There's no time for us to detour now. We can only break the arc-shaped net of defense centered at Black Swirl in a head-on clash. But we have our own trump card, 2 Moth, which carries the wormhole bomb. Now, all the main force warships including Burning Prairie will charge at Black Swirl, but our attack will only be a distraction. The real fatal blow on Black Swirl, which will rip a super opening in the defense net of the enemy, will be Moth. Both Burning Prairie and the Draconic Phoenix's attack group have only one mission, which is to protect Moth and make sure that it gets within 30 kilometers of Black Swirl undamaged. Is that clear? 30 kilometers was a rather long distance on the ground, but in space it was very close and could be covered in the blink of an eye. As the flagship of the Black Wind Fleet, Black Swirl naturally would not allow any starships of the Federation to reach within 30 kilometers of itself. Moth, which carried the wormhole bomb, was just a common carrier and did not have the ability to resist the barrage of Black Swirl and other starships of the Imperium. Before the violent spacetime ripples completely swallowed Black Swirl, Moth would be utterly obliterated in a series of fireballs first. The only solution was to ask the main force warships of the Federation to attack the Black Wind Fleet as bait and attract most of the firepower to themselves, thereby creating an opportunity for Moth. Masterous! Jean Xinyue's voice cut into the top-secret channel, too. She had arrived at the space battlefield. It was I who came up with the Dim Moon plan, and I will be responsible for it no matter what happens. Demons are part of the new Federation, too. Please don't doubt the courage and loyalty of all the demons of the daring team on Moth. As long as you can make sure that Moth enters the area within 30 kilometers of Black Swirl, we will certainly give the Imperium a major setback. Ding Lingdang smiled. She liked the plan because it was direct, simple, and clear enough. All she needed to do was rush forward. The battle formation of the Black Wind Fleet had been completely stabilized, like a hideous beast in space. Black Swirl, on the other hand, looked like an enormous heart embedded at the middle of the beast's chest. Not far away behind Ding Lingdang, the main force warships of the Burning Prairie Fleet, led by Burning Prairie, were gathering and condensing into an enormous cone-shaped battle formation. Although it was hard to recognize their relative speed with the naked eye, judging from the flourishing exhaust flames at the rear of every starship, they were accelerating non-stop. Further away, the remaining forces of the Big By Fleet took a large turn and came back as quickly as possible, joining the assault against Black Swirl. Shwa! 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 The brief of a brand new mission, including the routes of attack, goals, and cooperative troops, was sent to Ding Lingdong's crystal processor. Wu Mayan? And everybody else of the Iron Plateau Legion? Can you hear me? Ding Lingdang turned on the internal communication channel. The time has come to decide the outcome of the war. Do you see the space gate at the rear of the enemy's fleet? Once the space gate is done assembling, the Star Glory Federation's 100 years of preparation and 600 years of pride will be gone. But there is still time. We can still stop it. The result of this war lies in the hands of everyone. Everyone, read the information about the mission now. Target: the enemy's flagship, Black Swirl. March forward, soldiers of the Federal Army. Bright flames jetted out of the Draconic Phoenix's heavily wounded plate armor again. The 9 exhausted dragons of spiritual energy were revived and regained their most vehement roars. Ding Lingdang was the center of attention on the front line. As the god of war and the blazing tyrannosaur of the Federation, she was the pillar of support for a lot of soldiers of the Federal Army. What was under her influence was not just her own affiliated legion but also the other few colossi and even the crystal suits, the space shuttles, and all of the starships nearby. Attack where the enemy's firepower was fiercest. Attack the hardest point of the arc-shaped battle formation. Attack Black Swirl, the flagship of the Black Wind Fleet. The destructive pillars of light were suddenly 10 times more than before. On both the enemy's side and the Federation side, all the aggressive magical equipment of the starships were overloading, throwing out whatever was left of the ammunition and crystals. For some of the starships, in order to trigger the highest damage of the mystic ray cannons, they even offered to lower the intensity of their spiritual shields, blowing up the enemy starships while being blown up at the same time. Enormous fireballs expanded abruptly, illuminating the entire dark universe with pale grayness that looked like the reflections of billions of stars. The main force warships of the burning prairie fleet accelerated non-stop, like an enormous, shining hedgehog. Such main force warships of enormous scale boasted the best damage control system and liquid metal maintenance facilities. In the most extreme circumstances, even half of the starship could be filled up without affecting the high-speed flight of the starship in the vacuum. Therefore, no matter how many bullets of spiritual energy hit them or how many exos had invaded them, it was not so easy to alter their course or blow them up. Under the cover of the behemoths, Moth was as inconspicuous as a supply starship that could be seen everywhere on the battlefield. It stuck to the rear of a main force warship like a tiny fish stuck to the body of a blue whale. The main force warship could resist most of the barrage for it. Also, in the environment where the space behemoths were crashing into each other, little attention was paid to such a small fry. Behind Black Swirl, more and more star beacons were attached by the spiritual and magnetic force field, revealing the prototype of a space gate that would soon send out the most dangerous brilliance to the brown dwarf dozens of light years away. All hope was on Moth. Boom, 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 boom. After a series of fierce fights, the Draconic Phoenix had been weakened to such a point that even a group of regular crystal suits was enough to cause a certain degree of damage to it. But what Ding Lingdang was most concerned with right now was neither the performance of the Draconic Phoenix nor her own safety, but Moth and Moth alone. The shield starships deployed at the outermost layer of the cone-shaped battle formation of the Burning Prairie Fleet were blown up one after another or lost their momentum and deviated from the right course, breaking away from the main troop. Some Arsenal starships set the sailing route to be the enemy's trajectory after all the crystals and ammunition ran out and crashed into the enemy brutally. Even if they missed the enemy or were completely disintegrated before the collision took place, they were at least seriously affecting the enemy's sailing routes, battle formation, and fire net. Countless crystal suits and space shuttles congregated into a glittering nebula and devoted themselves to the swirl raised by the battle between the two starships, not retreating at all even if they were torn to shreds in only 0.1 seconds. Burning Prairie, at the center of the cone-shaped battle formation, and Moth, which was hidden deep inside it, were still marching forward. Like the sharpest tusks, they bit into the depths of the Black Wind Fleet, surrounded by an overwhelming tide of crystal suits and starships of the Imperium. As the god of war and a competitive candidate for the next Supreme Speaker of the Federation, she certainly deserved the Black Wind Fleet to dispatch tremendous forces to besiege or even capture her alive. At this moment, not 1 inch of the plate armor on the Draconic Phoenix was intact, and the crystals and spiritual energy had been exhausted, too. It could no longer take another barrage of the main guns of the hostile starships. Inside the communication channel, the warriors whom she was familiar with were desperately shouting, "Long live the Federation! Long live Iron Plateau! Long live the Chi Trainers!" Amid their roars, they tackled the enemy and burst into brilliant flames, their life eternalized in the most dazzling brightness. Ding Lingdang could even tell the specific identity of every warrior from the features of the roars and recall the scenes when she practiced with them in peacetime. Tears filled her eyes, but the smile on her face became more intense. No matter how arduous it was, she hoped that as many crystal suits, colossi, and starships of the Imperium as possible could be attracted to her. The more enemies were distracted by her, the less pressure Burning Prairie would be under, and the more likely it would be to deliver the wormhole bomb within the fatal distance. 3 shooting stars rushed at her. They were 3 long-prepared colossi with full ammunition and spiritual energy that had just been released from Black Swirl. The total number of colossi the two parties invested on the battlefield had reached almost 40. The Imperium had obvious advantages in both quality and quantity. At least, based on the blossoming spiritual energy of the 3 colossi which were rushing at the highest speed, Ding Lingdang, who had run out of supplies and strength, was definitely no match for them. By Kaisin, Jin Xinyue, did you? Ding Lingdang's nostrils widened, and she put her last hopes on the Burning Prairie Fleet and Moth. After tearing a crystal suit of the Imperium in half by brute force, She could not help but look at where Burning Prairie was again. Despite the multiple eye protection measures, her pupils were reduced to the limits in that moment, and she could not keep her eyes open under the stimulation of strong light. She saw that countless light balls were expanding in front of the cone-shaped battle formation of the Burning Prairie fleet like mini-suns. The sources of such suns were the invisible space torpedoes laid right in front of Black Swirl. Right when all the space torpedoes were detonated, the fire from Black Swirl and other warships of the Federation also suddenly increased to a higher level. Most of the attacks were concentrated inside the Burning Prairie fleet, not on Burning Prairie itself but a certain point that was deeper. It was difficult for a blast to spread in the vacuum. But when all the starships opened their spiritual shields to the limits because of the explosion, the surging spiritual energy that they unleashed still gathered into a tsunami that was even more violent than a blast. The main force warships of the Burning Prairie fleet were shaking hard in the tsunami of furious flames. The previously accurate and determined battle formation was gradually loosened. Ding Lingdang felt that her heart was grabbed. Advisor Bai Kaixin. She and Bai Kaixin were both members of Li Yao's group, and could be counted as political companions who were already in a close relationship previously. In the emergency, she directly called him by his name. What happened? How is Moth? Moth! Ear-splitting background noises were echoing inside the secret communication channel, suggesting that Burning Prairie had not entirely recovered from the intense spiritual and magnetic interference caused by the big explosion. It was not until a long time later than Bai Kaixin's intermittent and twisted voice came over. Fall back now, Ding Lingdang. It's hopeless. Moth has been destroyed. What? Ding Lingdang felt her head go dizzy, and the whole universe seemed to be collapsing before her eyes. In the last round of mutual barrage, hundreds of starships on the enemy's side concentrated their fire on Moth's course, as if they had learned of Moth's important destiny in advance. Bai Kaixin replied angrily, "Damn it, I don't know how it ended like this. Moth has been completely vaporized, and the wormhole bomb was obliterated before it could be activated. Without the wormhole bomb and just counting on the available forces right now, we can never break through Black Swirl, which is enhanced by the extraterrestrial devils. Not good. According to detection, 5 colossi of the Imperium are lunging at Burning Prairie. So many more colossi are hidden inside the Black Wind fleet. This is a trap. They intentionally lured us in. Everyone on board, prepare for a boarding battle. They are about to crawl in. Listen, Ding Lingdang. Our plan has failed. It will be meaningless even if you persist stubbornly. Retreat now. Even if the Heaven's origin sector is really lost, we still have another 6 sectors, and we can still play a game with the Black Wind fleet. But a game requires leverage. You are our leverage. You must not die here for nothing. Retreat. That's an order." The communication in the secret channel was cut off violently. There was no telling if it was because the 5 colossi deployed by the enemy most recently had invaded Burning Prairie. As if hit by lightning, Ding Lingdang did not come back to herself for a long time. She was about to issue the order of retreat when Wu Mayan sent a classified file to her. Claiming that the file had been received from Xianxia, Ding Lingdang was slightly dazed. She did not understand why Xianxia did not communicate with her directly through the private channel but chose to transfer through Wu Mayan, or why the classified file had been locked with double verification of retinas. Only after the retinas of both Wu Mayan and Ding Lingdang were scanned would the file be decrypted. Beep! Ding Lingdang soon passed the retina test and opened the tiny classified file. Xianxia's clever and determined face immediately appeared before her eyes. "Retreat now, Masteress. Your mission has been completed successfully. The wormhole bomb has been launched. As for exactly whether or not it can reach somewhere near Black Swirl, it will solely depend on our luck." Ding Lingdang was dumbfounded. Did they not say that Moth had been vaporized and the wormhole bomb had been obliterated before it was activated? What was this supposed to mean? Although she was often criticized for having more brawn than brains, she had the computational ability of the peak of the nascent soul stage after all. Looking at Xianxia's cunning smile in the picture, she immediately realized what had happened. Damn it! The wormhole bomb was not loaded on Moth. It was not real-time communication, only a video clip sent by Xianxia. Naturally, her roars were not heard by anybody. But Xianxia in the video seemed to have foreseen Ding Lingdong's reaction. She paused for a moment and went on. You must have guessed it, Masteress. Yes, there was indeed a wormhole bomb inside Moth, but it was a fake one. Don't blame me, Masteress. When our spiritual nexus and space gates crashed, I realized that I had been caught in a bottomless trap. An enemy must be out there who is of a higher level than the commander of the Black Wind Fleet and boasts strong abilities to infiltrate and control the spiritual nexus, and the enemy knew everything about us. Then, if the enemy had learned the existence of the Dim Moon plan a long time ago and decided that they could take advantage of it, they must know every detail of the Dim Moon plan. How could the wormhole bomb, our most critical trump card, have been a secret for them? Although the wormhole bomb was a top secret, a lot of people from both the Secret Sword Bureau and the Dim Moon Fund were involved in the research and modification process, and many crystal processors were utilized, too. It was impossible to keep it a secret completely. Since the enemy had been long aware of the wormhole bomb, they would certainly pay special attention to the protection of the central starships and the crucial areas. Since we deployed so many starships to march forward, even an idiot could have guessed that we were about to resort to our trump card. So how could it ever work out? Thankfully, 1 week before the Dim Moon plan was activated, I received some unexpected enlightenment and realized that it was too direct, simple, and risky to ask one carrier to carry the wormhole bomb. Therefore, I secretly produced 2 fake wormhole bombs and designated 3 carriers to perform the mission together, one carrying the real bomb and the other 2 carrying the false ones, in order to improve the odds of survival and the inconspicuousness. The production of the real wormhole bomb involved a lot of work. Some traces were bound to be left behind. Faking the wormhole bomb, on the other hand, only required a similar appearance. It was quite simple and could be done even without the help of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus. I knew that our spiritual nexus had been highly compromised. Although we had switched to the backup network, and it was impossible for the enemy to monitor the crystal processors of every soldier, they would certainly find a way to eavesdrop the conversations of the core persons of the Federation such as you and me. Therefore, before the launch of the Heavens Artillery, I spoke to you intentionally, Masteress, and revealed the message that the wormhole bomb was on Moth to you. It was meant to be a revelation to whoever was eavesdropping us, too. Don't they think that they are almighty and can hear everything? Well, they can just hear however much they want. Now, the enemy are under the impression that the wormhole bomb has been vaporized together with Moth. Our flagship, Burning Prairie, has been stalled and surrounded by the Black Wind Fleet. 2. The enemy have deployed major forces including 5 colossi to besiege Burning Prairie and focused most of the attacks on it. It is inevitable that they will neglect the areas that are slightly further away. With Burning Prairie as the bait, we hope to rip an invisible gap. The real wormhole bomb is passing through the gap at full speed and flying toward Black Swirl. Right now, nobody can do anything except pray to the heavens that the Star Glory Federation can be granted more luck. Retreat now, Masteress. You cannot win a war solely by yourself. You've accomplished your mission. We will take it from here. Hee. Nobody has ever tricked Xianxia so viciously before. An eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. I am definitely not the most clement person in the world. Whoever the enemy that is hiding in the darkness is, I will teach them the true meaning of being screwed up by their own scheme word by word. The video came to an end. Xianxia bit her lips so hard that she looked like an infuriated little fox. Ding Lingdang gazed at the little fox for a long time. Then she coughed and burst into laughter. Xianxia, you liar! Wu Maiyan's voice echoed inside the communication channel. Masteress, what do we do now? We only have 10% of our storage of crystals and ammunition left. What else can we do? I'll cover the retreat for you. Fall back to the number 8-star fortress right now. Solo adventures in 2 worlds for 100 years could completely change one person. For example, even someone like Ding Lingdang had learned to run away when the situation was not good. Thousands of kilometers away from the Draconic Phoenix, on the flank of the Burning Prairie Fleet, there was an unattractive maintenance starship. On the maintenance starship, Xianxia paced in anxiety. Now and then, she would raise her head to read the light beam abruptly. She did not look half as confident as she had in the video that she had sent to Ding Lingdang. The starship appeared to be one for maintenance, but it was in fact Silver Moon, the comprehensive command starship of the Dim Moon Fund, which was the second largest secret intelligence agency in the Federation, where highly confidential missions were carried out. It boasted a very high ability in information collection and analysis on the battlefield. By analyzing and combining the images captured by the probe cameras floating in space and the friendly troops, Xianxia was able to grasp the general picture of the whole battle. In this great gamble, the dice had been thrown, but the winner had not yet been decided. On the Black Wind Fleet side, they had been aware of the wormhole bomb in advance, but they simply lured the main force warships into launch an assault with Black Swirl as the bait. Burning Prairie Fleet, on the other hand, considered itself bait, too, and led the charge in the vanguard unstoppably, attracting most of the firepower of Black Swirl and at least 5 colossi. Flagship versus flagship. Both parties regarded their flagships as bait and began a most powerful dialogue between flagships, which was rather rare for a space battle. But Black Swirl was obviously of a higher level than Burning Prairie, and a larger number of colossi were about to break into Burning Prairie. Fishbone, Xianxia mumbled to herself. Her flashing eyes glanced at a corner of the light beam that depicted part of the space where there was a starship remnant ragged and riddled with holes. There was an enormous opening on both sides of the starship, implying that it must have been pierced through by certain mystic rays in the shape of blades. The crew members inside seemed to have been killed by high temperature and radiation. Losing control and momentum, the remnant drifted like a meteoroid. The fierce battle had lasted more than 24 hours. Remnants of starships large and small were everywhere on the battlefield. In the vacuum of the space that was devoid of gravity and friction, they would not stay where they were dutifully but fly randomly like a chaotic meteoroid shower. They were only sliding slowly when they were compared with the starships around that were moving at a high speed. In terms of absolute speed, those remnants were almost all rushing as fast as lightning. The carrier that pretended to be a piece of debris was Fishbone. The real wormhole bomb had been loaded on it. With the battle coming to this point, every mystic ray and every bullet of spiritual energy was highly precious. Generally speaking, nobody would want to waste them on the remains. Besides, right now, everyone's attention had been attracted by the grand flagship versus flagship duel between Black Swirl and Burning Prairie. All the mobile forces both on the Federation side and the Imperium were reinforcing the center of the battle. Nobody noticed the flank, which was relatively cold and empty. This enormous starship remnant even occasionally adjusted the direction unnaturally, as if it were still struggling before death, when it slid toward the sailing route of Black Swirl, shaking. "We will enter the radius of destruction in 10 minutes and 22 seconds. It was the 10 minutes that would decide the fate of the Federation and even the entire Sea of Stars. If Fishbone, which pretended to be a broken starship, could successfully deceive all the starships and crystal suits of the Imperium and cut into the sailing route of Black Swirl, it was very likely that Black Swirl would be blown up and the Federation would secure the final victory. On the other hand, if Fishbone was discovered and destroyed halfway, Burning Prairie, as the bait of the Federation side, was absolutely incapable of resisting the bombardment of Black Swirl and the damage caused by the 5 colossi after they broke in. It would be obliterated within an hour. If the flagship on their side was knocked down and the enemy's space gate was turned on successfully, the Federal Army would completely collapse. But right now, there was little that Xianxia could do. She could neither ask Fishbone to activate the spiritual shield nor send more starships and crystal suits to protect Fishbone because Fishbone's biggest protection right now was the camouflage of debris. Turning on the spiritual shield, accelerating to the maximum speed all of a sudden, or receiving the protection of tremendous starships and crystal suits would only make the Black Wind Fleet notice the anomaly within a moment, and Fishbone would end up exactly like Moth. Entering the radius of destruction in 9 minutes and 15 seconds, Xianxia felt that every second was as long as a whole year, and her heart was beating 100 times per second. Fishbone's sneak-in had been quite smooth so far. The battlefield was filled with simmering magma, with volcanic eruptions happening everywhere. Everyone was pouring their firepower upon where the firepower was densest. Nobody noticed that an inconspicuous Fishbone was slowly marching toward Black Swirl. Entering the radius of destruction in 8 minutes and 5 seconds, God bless demons. God bless the Federation. God bless demons. God bless the Federation. God bless demons. God bless the Federation. Xianxia could not bear watching the agitating pictures anymore. She simply closed her eyes and prayed silently to herself. She had made a disastrous mistake. All she wanted was an opportunity to make up for it. After special modification, the number of crew members that Fishbone required had been reduced to the minimum. All of them were old demons almost 200 years old, who were born in the age of the pantheon of demons and used to be the enemy of the old Federation. Those old demons, like Xianxia, could not forget the past glory of the demon race. They found the human heroes of the era of the old Federation disagreeable, too. Now, they were planning to seek revenge in a way that had never been seen before, which was to become the greatest heroes in the war that would mark the rise of the new Federation. In another 8 minutes, no, in another 7 minutes, everything would be fine. Absolutely nothing could ever stop it. Xianxia thought so. But when she heard the exclamations of the demon warriors around and opened her eyes to look at the light beam again, she realized that the gods did not hear her prayer at all, and that they had played the most cruel joke on her, on the demons, and on the new Federation. A colossus of the Imperium and more than 10 crystal suits affiliated to it happened to appear on the course of Fishbone. This colossus must have been deployed to block the Big By fleet near the Star Beacon troops. Now that the Black Wind Fleet's defensive battle formation had unfolded and the Big By fleet had shattered, the space gate was already safe and secure. So, the colossus was instructed to return to the central battlefield, preparing to join the siege to destroy the main force of the Burning Prairie fleet. It happened to choose the route on the flank of the battlefield and run into Fishbone. Everything was doomed. Although no loopholes could be detected at a long distance, the nascent soul stage cultivators who piloted the colossi all had the keenest senses, which was enough for them to notice the anomaly of the debris when they passed Fishbone. This place was still far away from Black Swirl. Detonating it now would be meaningless. Destroying 1 or 2 colossi of the Imperium was far from enough to reverse the situation of the battle. In the meantime, since Fishbone was under the camouflage of debris, it could not adjust the direction on its own initiative to avoid the colossus. Even if it fled at full speed right now, it would not get away from a casual attack from the colossus. At this time, desperate roars echoed in another communication channel. At the central battlefield, a colossus of the Imperium had broken the barricade of fierce firing of the Federation and breached Burning Prairie. The double bad news made everyone on Silver Moon, including Xianxia, as gloomy as dead people. Their heartbeats almost stopped, and their bodies were cold, while they stared at Fishbone flying toward the colossus of the Imperium helplessly. In another 5 seconds, the two parties would pass by each other. During the moment, the immortal cultivator inside the colossus would certainly perceive the weirdness of Fishbone. He would not need to check at all. A casual attack of the cannon would be enough to blow up the carrier, which was already riddled with holes and did not even open the spiritual shield together with the wormhole bomb it carried. So, that would be the end of the dim moon plan that she had worked on for 100 years and the fate of demons and the new Federation. Xianxia felt that all the bones inside her body had been removed. She took a deep breath but could not stop the sourness that was spreading out of her nose at all. Look! Right then, the most unbelievable thing happened. The Colossus of the Imperium was only 3 seconds away from Fishbone when it suddenly suffered an overwhelming bombardment. The attacks of mystic rays, like raindrops, did not leave a single mark on the indestructible shell of the Colossus, but they were enough to raise the fury of the immortal cultivator who felt that he had been insulted. In the last second, the Colossus of the Imperium slightly changed the trajectory and deviated from Fishbone's course, lunging at the source of the attacks not far away from Fishbone. Xianxia was completely choked with sobs. She almost could not believe her eyes. Summoning all her computational ability, she magnified and sharpened the picture, only to discover that the attacks toward the Colossus of the Imperium were launched by a team of most common soldiers of the Federation. Judging from the obscure emblem and paint on their broken crystal suits, they seemed to be soldiers of the Heaven's Origin fleet. Even their leader was nothing more than an insignificant major. A team of common soldiers of the Heaven's Origin fleet, whose crystal suits had been deformed and almost blown in smithereens, were more like debris than fishbone. But they somehow managed to pass through the fire net under the help of unknown strength and drifted to this place. And they even launched a suicidal attack at the invincible, dominating colossus of the Imperium. The seemingly meaningless suicidal attack made Fishbone and the wormhole bomb survive the disaster and continue its journey toward Black Swirl. The Federation. Xianxia was dazed for a long time. Then she mumbled with her most intense feelings. When the colossus with the lightning trident embedded on the breastplate that looked like a venomous scorpion finally showed up in front of his eyes, Xianxia felt as if his nose was stuffed, and he almost burst into tears. He felt that the good luck that had shunned him for the past 100 years had been focused on today and this second. He would not have dreamed that he could survive more than 12 hours on the battlefield despite the heavy wounds and the exhaustion of spiritual energy after miraculously avoiding the attacks of the mystic ray cannons, the bullets of spiritual energy, and the groups of crystal suits. He had even managed to pass through the barricades and reach this place, where he encountered the most powerful slaughtering machine of the Imperium of true human beings. Could there be a better ending to witness the invincibility of the Colossus of the Imperium before death? Xianxia was followed by almost 5 comrades of the Heaven's Origin fleet, who were all the survivors he had found when he was cleaning the battlefield, searching for magazines and engine units from the remains of crystal suits. All the survivors were as heavily wounded as he was and would not last long. They were only struggling to breathe under the support of bionic stitching gel and strengthening drugs, like a few candles who had been burnt up but refused to die down. They floated in space like clusters of unattractive junk. Seeing that the Federation had already been beaten into a mess in the war and nobody was coming to save them, they decided to give them a quick and gratifying death against the fiercest bombardment instead of waiting to die in the cold, lonely iron cans. The surviving soldiers who had the same purpose established a suicide squad under the lead of Xianxia. They marched forward facing the radiance of 10,000 suns and reached this place ahead of the Colossus of the Imperium. The surviving soldiers chuckled in the small-scale communication channel established temporarily. Rabid dog Xianxia had never been a man who opened his heart easily. Most of the time, either when he was in the army or at home, he appeared taciturn and seemed ready to bite somebody. But sensing that his life was fading away drop by drop, and seeing the vortexes of flames revolving fast in all directions, he could not help but become a chatterbox like all the other surviving soldiers. He spoke a lot and heard a lot. Now, he could distinguish the identities of the surviving soldiers from different chuckles. He could tell the young fellow who just graduated from the officer's school and was eager to earn a medal, the veteran who was still concerned about his unmarried child although his heart had been half blown up, and the lieutenant who planned to get married in his hometown after the war. They were all common people who had never thought nor were capable of becoming any sort of heroes. They were like millions of other common soldiers on the space battlefield like dandelions. But now that fate had pushed them to this point and led them to the front of a Colossus of the Imperium, at the very least, they did not chicken out. Xianxia looked at the central battlefield one last time. On the heated, crimson battlefield, the flagships of the Burning Prairie Fleet and the Black Wind Fleet, the unparalleled experts of the Federation and the Imperium, and the dominating, invincible big shots were having the most magnificent competition. The outcome of this war would eventually be decided by them, would it not? So what? The big shots had the big shots war and they had theirs. This was his battlefield, and he would never retreat. Major Hellion, what are you waiting for? It's just a colossus. The surviving soldiers roared in the communication channel. You are a man who is bold enough to beat Vulture Liao. Indeed. Xianxia grinned. The iron skull of the Colossus of the Imperium seemed to have changed into Liao's face. After all those years, he could no longer remember what Liao looked like exactly in his teenage years. It was probably like the righteous, resolute, and keen-sighted appearance on the propaganda. Was it not? He spat a mouthful of blood in disdain. Together with all the surviving soldiers, they shot out everything on them that could be shot. Open your eyes and watch closely, bastards. This is the Heaven's Origin sector. This is the Heaven's Origin fleet of the Federal Army. The stormy attack successfully caught the attention of the Colossus of the Imperium. The Violet Scorpion as well as more than 10 accomplices dashed toward them. They shot out the last magazine and the last bullet in great satisfaction. Thankfully, there were still chains words, vibration sabers, fists, and teeth. When the Colossus of the Imperium slashed him in half from the left shoulder with a saber more than 10 meters long, Helion Lai felt that he had settled scores with the wretched heavens about the grudge in the past 100 years. His only regret was that the enemy's violent killing intent locked every muscle on his body and stopped him from uttering any sound. Of course, even if he did have the ability to roar, he seemed to have forgotten to think of a few presentable and heroic words because he was too occupied by the plain, everyday stories of the other surviving soldiers from just now. Was my life worthwhile? Helion Lai was an expert at the peak of the core formation stage after all. Although his fleshly body was cut apart, his broken soul could still struggle for a few minutes. He reflected on his life in the several minutes, not noticing Fishbone that pretended to be a remnant avoiding the blockage of the Colossus of the Imperium because of their suicidal attack and rushing toward Black Swirl from the flank. On Silver Moon, Xianxia could not help but cover her mouth when she saw the massacre that the Colossus of the Imperium performed on the surviving soldiers of the Heaven's Origin fleet. She almost shouted out, "We have entered the range of strike. Detonation is ready. We will enter the range of absolute destruction in 5 minutes." All the people who heard the propitious announcement took off their military hats. There was no telling if they were soothing their anxiety by rubbing the hats in their hands or paying homage to the anonymous soldiers of the Heaven's Origin fleet. Deep inside Black Swirl, restless devils were jumping crazily. Images of the battlefield were swallowed, analyzed, and combined in their energy waves. Suddenly, one of the waves turned into sharp sawtooth and rose up. Not good. Lu Qingchen did not sound so anxious and desperate even during the head-on bombardment against Burning Prairie. "We've been fooled. Urgent dodge. Block and destroy it." Like a bull that was stung by a venomous scorpion, Black Swirl jumped high in space, altering the direction crazily without considering the cost, having no time to consider the battle formation or the internal structural damages. Countless starships of the Imperium shifted their cannons and aimed at Fishbone. Destructive light was ready to go, but starships were not fingers after all. From the analysis of situation, the dissemination of the orders, to the reaction of the battle units on the starships, it would take billions of times longer than it would take for the bioelectricity to be transmitted from the brain to the nerve endings. When the firing blockage finally took shape, Fishbone was already within 100 kilometers of Black Swirl. On Silver Moon, the enemy has discovered Fishbone. Black Swirl is now accelerating and changing course. There's no time to keep moving forward. Detonate it now. Xianxia made the call immediately. She almost smashed her hands on the control panel. Oh! In the depths of space, at the center of interconnected firing lines, surrounded by countless iron beasts of the Black Wind fleet, an insignificant bubble exploded. In the first millisecond after it was born, it was just a bubble no larger than a cell at the core of a deep gray metal ball, without any sound or radiation. But 1 millisecond later, it expanded abruptly at a speed unimaginable for human beings. Infinite ripples surged out and swept to all directions unstoppably. Spiritual shield, disruptive force field, composite armor, crystal suits, space shuttles, starships. Nothing could resist the invisible tides at all because it was not damaging, but merely twisting and transferring. It had just opened a temporary gap between this side of the universe and another side, and all the items that happened to be on the top of the gap could not help but fall into the gap. At that moment, an unforgettable scene for many people appeared on the battlefield, including part of Black Swirl, a lot of crystal suits, colossi, and even starships of the Imperium turned transparent all of a sudden, as if they were made of the clearest glass. Even the internal organs of the immortal cultivators in the nascent soul stage hiding inside the colossi were visible. Soon, the glass began spinning and distorting, turning into a gigantic swirl. Some starships tried their best to get away from the attraction of the swirl, only to be disintegrated into pale light and fall into the deepest part of the swirl like noodles. The small crystal suits, space shuttles, and colossi could not even struggle before they were consumed by the void in desperate cries and screams. The swirl was like a voracious beast. After receiving tremendous sacrifices, it was still expanding crazily as a visible speed. Helion Lai's remaining soul was not entirely obliterated. It was within the radius of destruction of the wormhole bomb. He could not run away from it, nor did he think of struggling. He simply perceived the most glamorous and splendid view of the universe in a way that was completely different from living people. The chaotic spiritual waves from the Black Wind Fleet made his remaining soul somehow realize that the colorful, monolithic swirl seemed to be caused by a certain new weapon of the Federal Army. Also, the fatal blow seemed to have something to do with him, too. But none of that mattered now. Everybody had their own destiny, and their future path had long been paved before they realized it. He was glad that he could clearly see the path that he had been walking on and the path that he was going to. His life had definitely been worth it. In the last moment before his remaining soul perished, the rabid dog finally put down the knot in his heart that had haunted him for 100 years. He was Helion Lai. Whether someone was a vulture or a pheasant, did it have anything to do with him? Liao, go fuck yourself. Helion Lai's remaining soul shook slightly and extended like blossoming petals when he faced the overwhelming tides of space and time in utmost tranquility and the most beautiful ending. The space ripples raised by the wormhole bomb expanded into a gigantic swirl more than 80 kilometers in diameter in only 10 seconds. Together with all the impurities that were enshrouded inside, it was crystallized first and then became an ivory light ball. The light ball then perished in a moment, reducing into a singular point that was unobservable in the three-dimensional universe. Centered at the singular point, all the materials within 30 kilometers vanished. They were either teleported to the other side of the universe billions of light-years away or paved evenly in every corner of the universe, leaving a spherical area of vacuum true to its meaning. It was so dark and so pure that the area was the best example of obliteration. The materials between 30 to 50 kilometers from the center suffered severe spacetime twisting, too. Parts of them were teleported. In terms of starships, it was often the case that the heads of some starships were still in the heaven's origin sector, but the rears had vanished. It was also possible that the engine compartment stayed where it was, but the stabilization system was gone, which immediately resulted in a series of dull internal explosions. In terms of the human bodies protected by crystal suits, if the internal organs and even part of the brains were teleported, even the experts in the core formation stage and the nascent soul stage would find it hard to maintain their normal compatibility with the remaining body tissues, if they could survive at all. The starships more than 50 kilometers away from the center of explosion, and some even 1,000 kilometers away, were all affected by the shock too. They were swallowed by the surging tides when the three-dimensional space was ripped apart by brute force. The starships shook violently. The crystal suits flew randomly like headless flies. Tremendous magical equipment lost their functionality. The power rune arrays and the spiritual energy of a lot of people lost their colors at the same time. Both the common warriors and the high-level cultivators felt that more than 10 of themselves overlapped at the same time, like the high-frequency vibrations of the metal rod after it was hit by a tuning fork. The battlefield, which had been more heated than ever a moment prior, fell into a weird silence because of the unexpected space-time explosion. Was Black Swirl blown up? On Silver Moon, on Burning Prairie, and in the highest command center on the ground, countless pairs of eyes were focused on the surveillance light beam, trying to see through the hazy ripples and get the situation of the flagship of the Black Wind Fleet. Finally, the battlefield, which was silent for a moment, began to run like a mechanical slaughterhouse whose springs were fully wound. Passing through the twisted space and knocking away countless broken starships, Black Swirl leapt out like a wounded beast. A shocking round wound appeared at the center of the starship, as if it had been bitten hard right in the middle by a huge, invisible mouth. Tremendous important cabins, components, and magical equipment units were gone. Countless parts and even crew members were spurting out, forming quite a few weird metal streams. But the damage was as smooth as a mirror, without the slightest sign of ripping. Had it not been for the fireballs that were bursting out one after another, the starship would have left the impression that it had been produced exactly in such an appearance. The terrible space beast was not completely teleported away and even kept part of its combat ability. Lu Qingchen's keen reaction at the last moment had saved both Black Swirl and the Black Wind Fleet. The wormhole had not detonated in the range of absolute destruction, and Black Swirl had performed crazy dodging in advance. Therefore, it had only lost about 20% of the body, and none of the critical parts were damaged. Such behemoths that could serve as flagships of the expedition armies were all unbelievably thick and sturdy. They might not be knocked down after being bombarded for 3 days and 3 nights. Beep, 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 beep. The Guy-level supercrystal processor in the highest command center of the Defense Council of the Federation analyzed and calculated quickly. After only 1 moment, it sent the latest analysis report to Burning Prairie, Silver Moon, and other command starships in the Federal Fleet. By preliminary estimation, the hyperspace shock just now destroyed at least 5 storm-level arsenal starships, 3 Iron Dome-level heavy shield starships, and 2 colossi. In the meantime, the space-time ripples cast certain interference to the space gate being established at the rear of the enemy's fleet, too. But Black Swirl did not suffer a fatal blow. By estimation, it has lost 25% of its speed and 30% of its firepower. Nothing more. By comprehensive evaluation, the hyperspace shock has delayed the assembly of the enemy's space gate for approximately 2 hours, which is not long enough for the Burning Prairie fleet to break the Black Wind fleet's defense and destroy the space gate. Based on the situation on the battlefield, it is very possible that the enemy will have reinforcements in 3 hours. On the other hand, the 3 space gates on our side are so badly damaged that it will take at least 10 hours maintenance before they can navigate the reinforcement to arrive. After all the trouble, sacrifice, desperation, and lucky coincidences, the wormhole bomb had finally detonated successfully, but all that was earned was only 2 more hours. It would take more than 10 hours for the reinforcements of their side to arrive. What could they do in 2 hours? Such a result cast both Silver Moon and the highest command center into bitter silence. Their hearts that had been soaring a moment ago all hit rock bottom. For by Kaisen and other leadership of the Burning Prairie fleet on Burning Prairie, they did not even have the time to feel sorry for themselves because the ear-splitting alarms, each louder than the last, suggested that more colossi of the Imperium had broken into the flagship of the Federal Army. Boom! 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 Rumbling noises were echoing from deep inside Burning Prairie. The pictures on every surveillance camera were devastating messes. The few colossi of the Federation immediately retreated for defense. But they had all fought for a long time. In terms of crystals, ammunition, and storage of spiritual energy, they were utterly incomparable to the well-prepared, high-spirited colossi of the Imperium that had just been released from Black Swirl. The Federation had fewer colossi in the first place. The consequence of the few colossi retreating to defend the flagship was that the most powerful weapon against the colossi of the Imperium in the space field was lost. The space battlefield immediately turned into a slaughterhouse for the colossi of the Imperium. In such an impasse, it was barely possible to break Burning Prairie and other main force warships of the Federation away from the chaos, not to mention breaking the defense of the Black Wind fleet. Time passed by 1 second after another. Black Swirl went on a rampage in space like an animal that grew even more ferocious after suffering heavy wounds. Behind it, the space gate was already taking shape. It opened slowly like an enormous eye of a fiend. What do we do? On Silver Moon, mist filled Jean Xinyue's eyes, but a moment later, it was ripped into shreds by her passion and determination. All demon troops, march toward Black Swirl right now. We don't have a choice. The Federation doesn't have a choice. We will either be obliterated or immortalized. Chief Advisor. On the bridge of Burning Prairie, an officer whose face was blackened and bleeding staggered in and shouted, "The enemy's colossi are close to the bridge now. Please evacuate through the emergency teleportation array." Evacuate. By Kaisen's face that was always filled with sorrow now put on a scornful smile. Are you asking me, the commander of the Burning Prairie fleet, to abandon the flagship? I will live and die with my starship. The home planet of the Heaven's Origin sector is right behind us. Where can we evacuate to? Burning Prairie, set course for Black Swirl, and move at full speed. On Infinite Fire, the flagship of the Big Bai fleet, Bai Xingjian's flames of spiritual energy were so scorching that the entire bridge was almost melted. Every pathway in the entire warship was echoing his thunderous roar. Forward! Forward. March at full speed toward the side of the black swirl that was heavily damaged just now. The daring team, be prepared. Let's go to the Imperium and turn their nest upside down. Outside of the No. 9-star fortress on the wall of Heaven's Origin, the orbital defense ring, Ding Lingdang had no time to enter the fortress for rest and simply received treatment and refilled her spiritual energy on a medical starship. Good enough. After only spending 20 minutes in the medical cabin, she tore off the high-pressive, active oxygenic mask and jumped out of the nutrition liquids. But the specialist of the medical team objected, frightened. Your wounds are not entirely recovered. Besides, the Draconic Phoenix was too seriously damaged to be repaired so quickly. Without a Colossus, I can still fight in the crystal suit. Staring at the enormous light beam hanging in front of the medical room, Ding Lingdang declared, faced with the burning sea of stars, my friends are all out there. I must go there, too, to the heart of Black Swirl. On the bridge of Black Swirl, Hai Ming put on a smile of utmost disdain with intense black air flowing on his face. Are you still struggling before death? Since your wild gamble just now failed to completely destroy Black Swirl, it will be futile whatever you try right now. The space gate of the Imperium will open in 2 hours. Nothing can possibly stop the main troops of the Black Wind Fleet arriving here, destroying the Federal Fleet, and suppressing the entire Federation. Fate is on our side. Now, just wash your neck and wait for your new life. He. In the highest command center of the Defense Council in the Heaven's Origin sector, Wan Guqing's face that seemed to have been unchanged for 10,000 years finally had twisted cracks. Speaker, according to the latest analysis report, the odds of our army successfully destroying the enemy's space gate have dropped to 3.1%. The enemy's reinforcements will surely arrive earlier than ours. The odds that all the main force warships, including Burning Prairie, are destroyed have been increased to 65%. The space battle has come to an end in advance. It is time to issue the highest alarm planet-wide and prepare for the next phase of the planetary defense, isn't it? The leader of the analysis division of the Federal Army suggested bitterly. Wan Guqing closed his dirty eyes. It was not until a long time later that he nodded softly. Prepare for the planetary defense. In half an hour, I will give a national speech. In any case, the Heaven's Origin sector will fight to the end. Before Wan Guqing could finish his sentence, he was suddenly interrupted by a desperate roar. Reinforcements. Reinforcements. The Speaker of the Federation and the leader of the Analysis Division were both dazed. Looking at the source of the voice, they saw the flushed face of the Director of the Office of Communication, as if every pore on it was spurting out fire. It was not until this moment that the two of them finally understood what reinforcement meant. They could not help but feel that their faces were burning, too. Reinforcements? From where? Have the space gates been repaired? Speaker Wan Guqing asked in excitement. Not yet, but we have just fixed a space communication base and reached out to 100 Flower City, although the signals are still intermittent. The director of the Office of Communications said in a hurry. 100 Flower City has been sending messages to us the whole time, but the spiritual nexus in their place is seriously damaged, too. The messages are all broken after traveling dozens of light years. We went through a lot of trouble to decipher part of the information. It seems that some of the reinforcements have jumped over. While speaking, he raised his wrists to look at the mini crystal processor. The communication specialists are working on the messages. We will soon know the detailed identity of the reinforcement. The reinforcements have jumped over before the space gates are repaired? Speaker Wan Guqing's overjoyed face became gloomy. Then, how can they possibly control the coordinates of landing? If the whole fleet is scattered in the entire Heaven's Origin sector, it will be a tray of loose sand and can't help the situation at all. They don't know what they are doing. Even a regular galaxy was often more than 10 billion kilometers in diameter. The active area for the civilization of mankind, where the resources were densest, perhaps only took up 1% at the core. Even if they had grasped the coordinates of the Heaven's Origin sector, a blind jump, without the navigation of the space gates, would likely cast the starships teleported into random points on the vast space 10 billion kilometers in diameter. Even if they were to move at full speed, it would take days for them to reach the central area. That was not counting the time cost to regroup the disorganized starships. Neither the Federation nor the Imperium was capable of setting up powerful spiritual towers at every part in the periphery of the galaxy 10 billion kilometers in diameter, which meant that there was probably no spiritual nexus at all in the cold, dark regions of space. The other means of communication would be highly susceptible to the interference of space storms. 2. However distinguished the commander of the fleet was, how could he summon the starships that had been scattered in a range of 10 billion kilometers like dandelions after his flagship jumped into such a dark swamp? By comprehensive estimation, it would take at least half a month for such a tray of loose sand to be condensed into a fist that could punch. But the Black Wind Fleet would not give them half a month. It was absolutely capable of devouring the main force of the Burning Prairie Fleet in one day and control the space of the Heaven's Origin sector. Then, it would send out tremendous claw fleets to cruise around. Once they caught lone starships of the Federation, they would lunge forward like ravenous wolves, not leaving even bones for the Federation. "Idiot!" Speaker Wan Guqing exclaimed. "Who is the commander of the reinforcement? What an idiot!" The Star Glory Federation had 7 sectors after all. Even if the Heaven's Origin sector did fall, it was still not the end of the world. The defense of the other 6 sectors had to be taken into account. The Uranian Ring sector and the Flying Star sector both boasted rather advanced magical equipment industries. The Water Crystal sector and the Forest Ocean sector had abundant resources, too. The Blood Demon sector was a natural battlefield for guerrilla warfare. With those worlds, the Federation could persist for a long time. The garrisons of those worlds were the last available forces of the Federation. How could they go there to be killed for nothing in such a brave and yet thoughtless way? The Defense Council of the Federation did not issue such an absurd command at all. The director of the Office of Communication had sweat all over his head. 2. He blushed and said, "The messages we received were broken and messy. They are not in one piece or in the correct order even after being repaired. Right now, we are still unaware who their commander is." Then, his face suddenly turned extremely weird, and his voice came to an abrupt halt. Wan Guqing and the director of the Analysis Division looked at each and asked in a hurry, "What is it? Have the reinforcements been identified?" "Why, yes." The officer of the Office of Communication stammered. "It seems that regrouping is no longer a problem. To ensure the accuracy of the jump, they teleported not the main troops of the Burning Prairie Fleet, not the 2A-level heavy fleet stationed in the Flying Star sector or the Uranian Ring sector, but 1 starship in total. It is a carrier named Anglerfish, a member of the fleets in 100 Flower City. The identification code is 224.112.967. The 100 Flower Space Zone hopes that we can record the code in the Friend or Foe identification database and try to connect Anglerfish to the military spiritual nexus. The entire highest command center was caught in dead silence, like a coffin piled up with ice. Speaker Wan Guqing had always left the impression that he was an old camel that was silent and sluggish. However, at that moment, he jumped to his feet like a magnificent lion that had burst into fury. His lips shivered for a long time before he demanded, one word after another, What did you say?" "The reinforcements from the 100 Flower Space Zone are just 1 carrier, Anglerfish." The director of the Office of Communications found it hard to believe his eyes. 2. He read the light beam 4 times and examined every word on it. Then, he bellowed at his subordinates in his own communication channel. But in the end, he nodded helplessly and confirmed, "Yes, there's only 1 carrier, Anglerfish. Also, the 100 Flower Space Zone asked us to persist for a few minutes longer, because victory will be ours after Anglerfish arrives." Speaker Wan Guqing, the leader of the Analysis Division, all the other big shots in the highest command center. You've got to be kidding me," Guo Chunfeng exclaimed. "Has our spiritual nexus been hijacked by the enemy again? Is this yet another trick and scheme from the enemy?" I have no idea," The director of the Office of Communication felt like he was mired in the most absurd nightmare. He was so anxious that his back was soaked in sweat. Right then, his mini crystal processor buzzed crazily again. He lowered his head to check it, only to put on an even more bitter expression. What? Another piece of bad news. Speaker Wan Guqing narrowed his eyes, apparently not in his best mood. Not exactly bad news. The director of the Office of Communication swallowed hard and smiled bitterly. It is a message that I'm not sure I understand. We have fixed a clip of the signals just now. The message seems to be the conditions proposed by the reinforcements. What? Everybody in the communication center was stunned. The reinforcements, the carrier anglerfish, what conditions do they have? Well, the director of the Office of Communication looked at Speaker Wan Guqing and Guo Chunfeng. Having received their permission, he read out the broken message aloud. Some people among the reinforcements demand that, after the battle, the strongest battle-type nascent soul stage cultivators in the whole Federation must have a few good fights with them. They hope that those nascent soul stage cultivators won't turn the request down. Ha! Wan Guqing was stunned. Also, some people demand that the classified files of the major cases in the new Federation in the past 100 years, those involving the critical legal problems, must be revealed to them. The darker and the more clandestine, the better. They want to study the rules of the Federation well. What's that supposed to mean? Even Guo Chunfeng could not understand. There's another demand, right? Somebody from the reinforcements asked a question. All the trades in the Federation have their guilds. For example, the Refiners Association, the Federation's Disabled Servicemen Association, the Exos Association, and even the Cultivators Association. Then, he wonders if beggars have an association, and if not, is it possible for him to establish an association of all the beggars of the Federation, which can be named the Beggars' Gang? He wants to be the president of the association. Despite the abundant life experiences of Wan Guqing, Guo Chunfeng, and other people, they found it impossible to listen any longer. Enough! Are you sure that this is a secret message from the 100 Flower Space Zone? This is ridiculous enough even if it is the enemy's trick. The director of the Office of Communication sweated hard and couldn't stop it at all. Even the light beam shot out by his mini crystal processor was shaking. He said, I feel that something is not right too. Wait, another message has been restored. He was stunned again. His eyes were glittering, his throat was hissing, and his nostrils were flaring, spurting out two tiny tornadoes in front of his nose. The identity of the commander on Anglerfish has been confirmed. The director of the Office of Communication took a deep breath more than 10 times. Even his lungs were about to explode, but he still could not hold back the excitement and shock in his voice. Wan Guqing and Guo Chunfeng looked at each other, both noticing the intense confusion and the 1/1000th of hope that was enshrouded by the confusion in their eyes. They asked at the same time, "Who is it?" "Li Yao." Li Yao? Which Li Yao? The Li Yao. The one and only Li Yao in the whole Federation. In the space battlefield, the stars were bleeding. With the space battle progressing so far, most of the soldiers in the Federal Army had shot their last bullet, broken their last saber, and shed their last drop of blood. The space shuttles were rolling and spinning like fish whose fins had been cut away. Every glittering rune array on the crystal suits had died out, making it impossible for the Exos to die together with the enemy even if they wanted to. The starships were reduced to skeletons that were riddled with holes before the skeletons were blown up into debris in a moment. In the end, even the debris was completely gone after a series of intense explosions. Burning Prairie had intended to crash into Black Swirl's wound at the beginning, but it was not so simple as in the games or movies for two starships that were moving at a super high speed to crash. Before it broke into the target's sailing route, it was already attracted by the force field from a few comprehensive motherships of the Imperium. Also, with the mayhem caused by the colossi inside, the magical equipment units and cabins that were of paramount importance turned into furnaces thousands of degrees in temperature. Like an arrow that had reached the end of its flight, Burning Prairie finally slowly stopped right next to Black Swirl. In the end, they had failed to break through the Black Wind Fleet's defense. The distance between Burning Prairie and Black Swirl was as tiny as hair, but it was also as far away as thousands of light years. Right behind Black Swirl, the enormous space gate was slowly opened, revealing what both seemed to be a blood-red eye of a fiend and a glowing super swirl. The space was ripped apart, and the ripples were spreading out. Indescribable, overwhelming forces were surging out. The hazy shadows of countless starships of the Imperium were surfacing from the depths of the swirl. By Kaisin, by Xingjian, Jin Xinyue, Ding Lingdang, Wu Mayan, and all the other soldiers of the Federal Army and cultivators who were fighting in blood detected that objects of high masses and spiritual energy were arriving unstoppably. The twisted spiritual waves were so immense that the hideous, devastating appearances of the starships of the Imperium were outlined clearly on the light beam. They were like a bunch of unparalleled fiends that had just crawled out of their nests at the bottom of the abyss. Burning Prairie suffered yet another serious explosion. Endless fuel, scraps, and broken limbs of the crew members flooded out. The number 2 engine compartment was completely gone. The number 3 and number 4 engine compartments were on fire. Venomous air was spreading, and melted iron was flowing, turning the middle and rear parts of the starship into a living hell, where 8 colossi in total, both from the enemy's side and their own side, were still fighting fiercely. Quite a few main force warships nearby were unable to launch a counterattack under the enemy's bombardment. They struggled hard in the fireballs of explosions that looked like lumps. Ahead of them was an iron wall made of tremendous space torpedoes shot out by the starships of the Imperium, which was as impenetrable as an asteroid. Failed. The Federation had completely failed. Nothing could possibly stop the arrival of the enemy's reinforcements. However, now that they had reached this point, did they really have a second option other than to push forward? On the burning bridge of Burning Prairie, Bai Kaisin, whose face was burnt and bleeding, roared, "Third, Fourth, and Sixth Branch fleets, break away from the battlefield whatever the cost is. Retreat to the behind of the Wall of Heaven's Origin, and prepare to defend the home planet of the Heaven's Origin sector. First, Second, and the Fifth Branch fleets, march forward with Burning Prairie. For the Burning Prairie fleet, for the Federation's 600 years of glory, march forward. 100 billion compatriots are watching you from behind. You are the legendary strongest cultivators that have ever existed, the Chi Trainers." Ding Lingdang, who was rushing forward together with the legion of Chi Trainers, roared. "Building foundation stage? Core formation stage? Nascent soul stage? We are Chi Trainers from Iron Plateau. Let your soul explode and break the entire universe if you are a man." Wu Mayan and all the Chi Trainers burst into laughter. Their spiritual energy echoed and reverberated with their soul, while they marched forward like 10,000 suns. March forward. Show the filthy worms of the Imperium the last pride of demons. On Silver Moon, Jin Xinyue's hair was messy, and she was as crazy as a devil. There was no longer any cunningness inside her eyes, only the madness of an expert demon. Perhaps a lot of warriors of the demon race were still slightly different from the human warriors in terms of appearance, but their blood was equally hot. "Get out of my way. Let me personally pilot the starship." March toward the 9-couplet main gun of Black Swirl. The main gun is already too seriously damaged to lock onto us. In the main cockpit of Infinite Fire, Bai Xingjian's eyes turned into a raging flood. His telepathic thoughts spread out crazily and completely melded with the starship. He laughed in the most arrogant way. "Come on. Regardless of whether you are immortal cultivators from the Imperium of true human beings or the so-called extraterrestrial devils, let me teach you a lesson today on how you should pilot a starship. Tisk, TSK, TSK, TSK. Are those poor bugs going to have their last attempt?" On the bridge of Black Swirl, Hai Ming perceived the anomaly of the Federal fleet keenly and immediately understood what his opponent wanted. Such futile struggles, which were nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a car with their forelegs, could only make him put on a cold, scornful smile. The commander of the Black Wind fleet held his arms and tapped his shoulder with his fingers unhurriedly. "In another 3 minutes, my main troops will all arrive in this pitiful world, and Burning Prairie, the flagship of those bugs, is about to collapse. illuminating the entire universe with a burning prairie? Those who are ignorant are indeed fearless. The darkness of the universe far exceeds the imagination of the bugs like you. Let me break your fantasy and tell you the cruel truth. On the home planet of the Heaven's Origin sector, every city and village was mired in fright and panic. The space battle of the main fleets of both parties and the unimaginable collision of spiritual energy would unleash tremendous abnormal radiation and high-energy particles. It was impossible to fool everyone. Although the Defense Council of the Federation had not issued the highest alarm order yet, the evacuation of the general public had long begun. The first to be evacuated were the children in school. As the hope of the Federation, they had the top priority to enter the underground fortresses that had been armed to teeth and receive the most thorough protection. On the playgrounds of the schools, right below the rising dragon of the 9 stars flags that were flying in the wind, the children lined up under the organization of their teachers and the members of the Federation's Disabled Servicemen Association and boarded the shuttles bound for the underground world. Hearing the ear-splitting alarms in all directions, the children all had pale faces. Their big eyes that were as clear as water were now mixed with complicated ripples. Even the naughtiest boys fell silent and even offered to comfort the younger children of lower grades who were weeping. After only half a day, the children had grown up a lot and learned many things that did not befit their age. But deep inside their eyes, the brilliance as pure as diamonds was still not gone. Those who were ignorant were fearless. It was probably right, perhaps, compared to those who understood the darkness of the universe clearly. The children were more resolute and determined and trusted more that there was brightness in this world. Around the campuses, pillars of smoke and light interweaved into thousands of Babel towers that pierced through the clouds, illuminating the sky that was packed with dark clouds into various colors. The colors were so profuse, glamorous, and brilliant that they might have been enough to tear apart the clouds if there had been a tiny bit more of them. At the ends of the Babel towers, the civil cultivators and the members of the Federation's Disabled Servicemen Association organized themselves and marched toward the space, stabbing a hole in the dark sky. Miss Zhou, a plump little girl who was wearing a big red bonnet and holding a toy in the shape of a space shuttle, timidly said, "Dad said that he would go to the sky to beat the bad guys and that he would pick me up after the bad guys ran away. Do you think that they can drive the bad guys away? When can Dad come back?" Miss Zhou gazed at the clouds on the horizon for a long time and did not come back to herself for a long time. She did not know how she should face the child's innocent eyes. "Of course they can. My dad is in the sky too. He is an awesome exo. Every time we play arm wrestling, he can defeat me and my mom together with only one finger. If your dad can't do it, they're still my dad. They are definitely going to win. They will drive away all the bad guys after a few kicks and punches." Instead of waiting for Miss Zhou to reply, a boy who was missing a front tooth shouted and even patted the shoulder of the little girl as if he were an adult, a movement that he had just learned from a veteran. He reassured her, "There's no need to worry. Your dad is nothing." Another eloquent little girl shouted, "My dad is the real awesome one. He works in the engine compartment of a starship. A starship huger than the hill next to our campus listens to his command alone to run fast. Yes, it even runs faster than light. My dad works there too. My dad too." The shuttle immediately turned into an obstreperous ocean. All the words gathered into the same warm comfort. "Rest assured, this is our home. Our dads and moms are definitely going to drive away the bad guys." Boom! Crack! An explosive peal of thunder echoed on the horizon, leading to a series of crazily dancing lightning. The dark clouds that had sulked for an entire day were ripped with a narrow, long gap. Brilliance as red as magma was rolling above the clouds, illuminating every child's round face into redness. In their trance, there was even no telling whether it was the sunset or the vigorous morning glow. On the battlefield, the probe systems of all the tactical crystal processors were beeping in ear-splitting noises. The high-energy reactions near the space gate of the Imperium grew more and more intense, far more impressive than what befitted regular starships. Something is not right. Such intense energy reactions. The main troop of the Black Wind Fleet is a bit too strong. Ding-ling-dang, by Xinjiang, by Kaisen and the rest of them, who had abundant experience in space battles, were deeply confused by the spiritual energy indexes fed back by their crystal suits. This is not the spiritual waves of starships but the spiritual waves of colossi. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! How many more colossi has the Black Wind Fleet been hiding? 3? 5? 7? No. More than 10 colossi. How is that possible? The Black Wind Fleet can still bring out a dozen colossi at a time like this? This is unbelievable. Despite Bai Kaisen's calmness, Bai Xinjiang's madness, and Ding Lingdong's valiance, when they sensed a dozen colossi arriving in the most invincible gesture, they sensed coldness to their bones at the same time. Little did they know that on the bridge of Black Swirl, Hai Ming, who had been smiling and confident of his victory a moment earlier, was dumbfounded. The veins protruding out of his face, and his hair was all standing up. His brain was almost exploding. More than 10 colossi. Such magnificent flames of spiritual energy. What are the levels of the colossi? Why are they so well preserved? Where do they come from? Who are they? Why? Why? The commander of the Black Wind Fleet roared and jumped toward the control panel without considering anything, trying to prevent the tragedy. But it was already too late. The four-dimensional swirl summoned by the space gate had blossomed to the maximum. Countless starships of the Imperium were passing through the narrow wormholes like a bunch of obese dinosaurs. Right then, a series of shining bubbles surged out of the depths of the space swirl. Those bubbles were like unpredictable phantoms of energy, colliding with each other and glowing rapidly. They split crazily until they evolved into a destructive storm that swept across the entire four-dimensional swirl. The space swirl that was previously stable and even became warped and violent because of the storm. Part of the reinforcing starships of the Imperium had passed the wormhole but were stuck in the depths of the overlapping ripples at the last moment. Some of them were stretched to hundreds of kilometers long from several kilometers. Some starships superimposed other starships, raising intense explosions when all the materials appeared at the same coordinates. Some were forever trapped in the void and could not be condensed again, like clusters of glittering mists in space. Almost none of the starships were able to escape from the fatal swirl. The few starships that were lucky enough to run out were also contorted into spirals, losing all their spiritual energy and power. Judging from the broken shells and the gaps that almost pierced through the body of the entire starship, most of the crew members inside must have died. The star beacons that constituted the space gate exploded one after another. The enormous fireball illuminated almost half of the universe, which only made it easier for people to clearly see the chaos and misery at the center of the space swirl. It was like a masterpiece of a Fauvist artist when he was well drunk. The nightmare-like picture lasted about half a minute, and the colorful, messed-up space swirl finally collapsed inwardly beyond control and perished at a visible speed. A few seconds later, the only things left behind were shiny ripples that looked like drifting jellyfish. That was a real wormhole bomb. The space gate had completely collapsed, and all the star beacons lost their brilliance, like the eyes of the blind. The enormous reinforcing troops of the Imperium, those raging, well-prepared dinosaurs in space, vanished into nothingness together with the wormhole. The entire battlefield in space was caught in a weird silence. None of the soldiers, commanders, generals, cultivators, and immortal cultivators on either side could say anything. Everybody just gazed at the coordinates where the wormhole had perished, watching the colorful, glittering ripples. Even the fleet commanders with the highest computational ability also went blank. Disbelief, ecstasy, or desperation. All kinds of emotions were sealed inside their frozen nerves. How did this happen? Ding Lingdang, Bai Xinjiang, Bai Xinghe, Jin Xinyue, Wu Mayan, Guo Chunfeng, and Hai Ming, as well as thousands of soldiers of the Federal Army and the Black Wind Fleet, were all carpet bombarded by the deafening question inside their brain. Regardless of their side, a lot of people exclaimed in shock at the same time, "What is that?" Sensing an unseen force surging close from the debris of the space gate, they all shifted the scanning direction of their probe magical equipment. In the coordinates where the reinforcing fleet of the Imperium and the wormhole perished together, Deep inside the colorful space ripples, a majestic shadow gradually revealed itself. General Colossi were no taller than 50 meters. Even the largest model was only slightly more than 100 meters tall. Compared to the scale of the universe, they were just a grain of sand. Logically, it should have been difficult to observe them with the naked eye. However, the magnificent, dominating shadow was not the Colossus itself, and not even entirely the flames of spiritual energy that it triggered, but space tempests raised by the collision of its spiritual shield and the space ripples that had not completely dissipated. The overwhelming radiation was its cape. The high-energy particles were like crazily dancing, fiery snakes around its body. Electric arcs thousands of kilometers long interweaved behind the Colossus, congregating into a path that pierced deep into the black wind fleet. The giant made of space tempests shredded the space ripples, stomped on the path of lightning, and spurted out high-energy particles crazily. Its aura rushed higher and higher in space. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters. It left an ineffaceable mark on every crystal camera, every piece of surveillance magical equipment, and everyone's pupils. Invisible threads seemed to have darted out of the giant's body and tangled with the heart of everybody on the battlefield. Everyone sensed the suffocating waves of spiritual energy. In their confusion, they even heard the thuds of the giant's footsteps when it strode through the lightning and stars. Was it friend or foe? What was it exactly? Were the footsteps the drumming of March or a knell that would claim everyone's life? Everybody waited nervously and helplessly while they tried to catch their breath. Ding Lingdang stared at the form of the radiation of the stranger's spiritual energy that was scanned by her crystal processor. For some reason, her heart was beating faster and faster, and her chest and cheeks were burningly hot. She felt that her lips were numb, and her eyes gradually filled with tears. Clink, 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 clink. She seemed to hear the wind chimes ringing when the blood raged against her eardrums. Beep, 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 beep. Emergency intelligence was sent from the highest command center. The moment she saw the two words that were so familiar that they were almost unrecognizable, the wind chimes in her ears were 10 times louder than before. Her nose seemed to have been twisted hard, and she could not help but burst into tears. You're finally back. I'm finally back, and thankfully, in time. Inside the cockpit of the Tartarian skeleton, despite the thorough protection of Little Black, Liao's muscles and veins were still ripped apart by the space ripples, and his face was bleeding hard. Could not be helped. In order to boost the morale and build the impressive sound and visual effect, he gritted his teeth to barge into the center of the ripples of spiritual energy that had not become peaceful yet. He had even summoned his spiritual energy to compete with the universe. Although he did achieve the awesome effect of a whole path of sparks and lightning, he had suffered major backlash. But it was all worth it. He did not know how Ding Lingdang, Xianxia, and the millions of soldiers of the Federal Army managed it, but they had truly resisted the Black Wind Fleet that was strengthened by the extraterrestrial devils miraculously long enough for the 12 experts from the ancient sages sector and their 12 colossi to arrive. Thank you, Xianxia, Guochunfeng, Wu Mayan, Ding Lingdang, and everybody else for bringing me this miracle. Now, let me give a new miracle back to you. Who? The Tartarian skeleton uttered a soundless roar. The overwhelming radiation and high-energy particles around its body expanded and brightened, more than 10 times over like solar flares, leaving an enormous silhouette in the dark universe that was almost pure white. 3 unfortunate starships of the Imperium happened to be in Liao's way. They had already been terribly damaged by the hyperspace shock raised by the collapse of the wormhole. The gaps that were everywhere on the bodies of the starships were spurting out fire nonstop. Having no time to dodge at all, they were drawn by the magnetic field of the Tartarian skeleton into its range of attack before they exploded all of a sudden and turned into 3 brilliant fireballs behind the Tartarian skeleton. With the instant illumination of the fireballs, some of the starships of the Imperium at a closer distance finally captured the hideous appearance of the Colossus that looked like a lord of darkness. Beep, beep, beep. The crystal processors of the Tartarian skeleton received a new request to connect to the communication channel. Judging from the token received, it was exactly the passcode that they had agreed upon in the 100 Flowers space zone. Who would be the first one to speak to him after 100 years? Would it be her? Holding back his excitement, Liao sent out a shivering telepathic thought, connecting the ports of the two parties on the spiritual nexus. Liao! Ding Lingdong's voice immediately raised thunderstorms in his ears, nerve endings, brain, and deep inside his soul. Liao did not feel as suffocated even when he gritted his teeth to break into the center of the space ripples a moment ago. Although he was a renowned nascent soul stage cultivator and the dominator of 3 sectors, he felt that his eyes and nose were almost filled with tears. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself to calm down and regain the grand returning aura instead of falling into the sensational dramas again. Liao forced him to tighten his lips and burst into laughter. "Dear wife, I'm back. Are you happy? Are you excited?" Ding Lingdang was silent for a while, probably too excited to control herself. Even her voice sounded weird. "Well, you don't need to say a word. I feel you, honey." Even such a straightforward woman like Ding Lingdang had fallen silent. When he thought of the tears on his wife's face, Liao was so thrilled that he almost could not contain himself. Holding back the roiling emotions in his chest, he quickly said, "I know that you must have missed me dearly. I just want to tell you that I missed you so much, too. But now is not the time for romance. Just step aside and rest well. Your husband is going to blow up all those immortal cultivators and extraterrestrial devils as quickly as possible. After those scumbags are taken care of, we will be able to do whatever we want. We haven't had a competition of beliefs for 100 years. Would you please stop?" "Huh? Something is wrong. You are not my wife. My wife should be a passionate and straightforward woman. Since when have you become so shy? I am your wife. But this is not a point-to-point private communication channel. Just now, I opened the port of communication on my end to all the troops on our side. All the soldiers of the Federal Army can hear our conversation. Hello? Liao? Can you still hear me? Z. 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 Liao. Liao. What did you say?" Liao asked innocently. "I didn't hear anything. Just now, the extraterrestrial devils seem to have hacked my spiritual nexus and sent out some messy voices. But I've already taken care of them. This is the real me talking right now." "What did you say, honey?" "Your grand return has shocked the entire battlefield," Ding Lingdang said, unamused. "Everybody can't wait to hear the voice of Vulture Liao, the dominator of the 3 sectors. Is there anything you want to say to the soldiers of the Federal Army?" "We are in the middle of a military emergency," Liao said. "I don't have much to say right now. Besides, I hate those people who give a long, dull speech before every battle more than anything. Soldiers of the Federal Army, I am Vulture Liao, but I am not the dominator of 3 sectors. I am a common warrior, just like every one of you. Let's not say a word but fight side by side and march toward the enemy's flagship, Black Swirl. Every explosion you are going to see will be my voice." The path of lightning in front of the Tartarian skeleton turned into a flashing spear and went on a rampage deep inside the Black Wind fleet, meeting utterly no hindrance wherever it reached. The crystal suits and space shuttles of the Imperium that were directly hit by the flashing spear all exploded. Even the starships of the Imperium that were more than 1 kilometer long and boasted the protection of a spiritual shield and multiple layers of composite plate armor were fleeing in a flurry to avoid its sharpness. The starships further away that had not been affected by the collapse of the wormhole had no time to bother about the enemies that they were dealing with anymore. They all shifted their aim, and almost 10,000 pillars of lights and bullets of spiritual energy lunged at Liao. Boom, 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 boom. Sound could not be transmitted in the vacuum. But when tens of thousands of enormous light balls expanded to their limits and congregated into an ocean of brightness, the eardrums and hearts of all on the battlefield still caught a deafening explosion from the crazily surging waves of spiritual energy. All the soldiers and cultivators of the Federal Army felt as if somebody had twisted their heart. They wondered if Liao could survive such a world-blighting strike. But the next second, the surging tides of spiritual energy raised by the Black Wind Fleet were suppressed by 12 raging fires that were even fiercer. Compared with the 12 fires that were burning through the universe, the explosion of the thousands of bullets a moment ago lost all color. The fireballs perished, and the brightness was dancing. The Tartarian skeleton walked out step by step after ripping the overlapping flames with the stars beneath its feet. Not only was it completely undamaged, it looked even more invincible and dominating than before because of the countless revolving swirls of spiritual energy around. Behind it, another 11 spiritual waves that were of a similar intensity gradually condensed into 11 enormous fiends. Their daunting auras immediately covered the entire space battlefield. There are another 11 guys who are as strong as him. Everybody on the battlefield was dumbfounded. Before they realized what was going on, the 12 colossi turned into 12 streaks of lightning and stabbed into the battle formation of the Black Wind Fleet from various angles. They were so fast that it was impossible to capture their shadows, much less see clearly how they attacked. The only things left behind was a road of explosions made of a series of fireballs after the 12 streaks of lightning marched forward unstoppably. The reinforcements that were due to arrive had been slapped back. Even the space gate was destroying, cutting off the hope for the arrival of new reinforcements. In the meantime, 12 magnificent colossi had popped up on the enemy's side. The cruel scene ravaged the nerves of all the soldiers of the Imperium. The desire to slaughter and destroy that had just been boosted by the extraterrestrial devils all turned into cold sweat. The battle formation of the Black Wind Fleet fell into disarray. Like a high tower made of matches, it collapsed uncontrollably. The colossi of the Imperium that were sabotaging Burning Prairie from inside were all caught in an awkward dilemma, wondering if they should retreat and defend Black Swirl so that the flagship could at least be saved. Although, judging from the intensity of spiritual energy unleashed by the 12 colossi that had joined the battlefield, they would barely have a chance of survival even if they did charge forward. The Federal fleet, on the other hand, had higher morale than ever. Both the leadership of Burning Prairie, Silver Moon, Infinite Fire, and the exo-attack groups led by Ding Lingdang, as well as the millions of common soldiers, all felt that their blood was boiling under the encouragement of the killing spree of Liao and the rest. When the colorful light balls deep inside the Black Wind Fleet due to the explosions glowed on their retina, their limbs and brains seemed to be going through explosions too, giving them brand new strength. Everybody devoted the last drop of their spiritual energy and triggered the power rune arrays to the maximum. Almost 1 million exhaust flames were all aimed at the Black Wind Fleet like long spears. Forward, forward, accelerate and move forward. Soldiers of the Imperium of true human beings. Liao set the communication magical equipment of the Tartarian skeleton to be public in all bands, making it essentially a broadcaster in space, and roared at the entire battlefield indiscriminately. The space gate, your last hope, has been destroyed. Part of your reinforcements have been exterminated in the space storms, and the remaining reinforcements are dozens of light years away. They cannot arrive in time to save you. Your plan is over, and you are doomed with nowhere to run. Death is your only ending. Look at the magnificence of the Star Glory Federation. If you truly believe in your ideology that the strong must be worshipped, it is time you drop your weapons and surrender to the truly strong ones. Considering the heavy losses that you have caused the Federation, we absolutely don't mind, nor are we incapable of, annihilating each and every one of you. But right now, there is still a more vicious, evil enemy that is on the same level as the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, or even above the Covenant Alliance and as strong as the Pangu clan. Our mutual enemy is hiding somewhere out there on this battlefield. The enemy is an extraterrestrial devil. Think about what happened just now. Did you feel that your desires to slaughter and destroy were improved a lot uncannily? Did you feel that your blood was boiling and that your brain was burning, making it impossible for you to think? That's because the extraterrestrial devil invaded your souls and tried to control your minds. The extraterrestrial devils are manipulating the space battle behind the curtain. We are all their chess pieces. They want to watch the two tigers maul each other and then swallow both of us before the last drop of blood in our body is shed. Right now, your flagship, Black Swirl, has degraded into a nest of the extraterrestrial devils. Your commander, Hai Ming, has also become the extraterrestrial devil's puppet, or even one of them. Wake up, soldiers of the Imperium. Do not persist in this futile resistance anymore. Drop your weapons, raise your arms, and surrender. Doesn't the Imperium of true human beings consider itself to be the rightful successor of the Star Ocean Imperium? The Star Ocean Imperium was destroyed by the extraterrestrial devils 10,000 years ago. If you have the slightest dignity and pride as the successor of the Star Ocean Imperium, just open your eyes and see who your enemy really is. Li Yao's voices spread out through the space battlefield, like tides made of rumbling thunder. Extraterrestrial devils? Not all the soldiers of the Imperium could hear his broadcast, but all the immortal cultivators who did bulged their eyes and fell silent. No matter how cruelly and evilly the immortal cultivators treated ordinary people, they were indeed deeply proud of their identity as human beings and had absolutely no doubt that they were the supreme defenders of the civilization of mankind. To some extent, the immortal cultivators were even more zealous human supremacists than the cultivators were, which could easily be seen from the name of their country. As noble warriors of the Imperium of true human beings, they worshipped the purity of human beings. Even the ordinary people whose spiritual roots were unawakened had been regarded as hominoids and banished from the community of true human beings. The extraterrestrial devils, as an energy life form, were nothing more than filthy evil that could never coexist with the ideology of the immortal cultivators. They were the targets that should be slain ruthlessly. All of this is the scheme of the extraterrestrial devils, and we've fallen into a trap? The immortal cultivators were no dummies. Lu Qingxin's manipulation was not entirely without a trace. After hearing Li Yao's words, a lot of immortal cultivators were greatly alarmed and deep in thought. On Black Swirl, Li Yao's roars raised an even more shocking tide. Commander! The air on the bridge was almost frozen. All the immortal cultivators stared at Hai Ming in disbelief and fright without blinking. What are you? Hai Ming was silent for such a long time that he almost melted with his own shadow. Gazing at the Tartarian skeleton on the light beam for a long time, he gnashed his teeth. Li Yao! His eyes that were as dark as ink moved to all the immortal cultivators around. Wherever his eyes reached, the air seemed to become thick mud that crawled into the pores of every immortal cultivator. Hai Ming smiled gloomily. Such a petty trick and such juvenile instigation. Yet you have all been frightened to such an extent? I'm really disappointed in you. Hardly had he finished his sentence when the bridge began to shake violently. Almost everybody could not stand steadily anymore and fell over. Desperate alarms were ringing from the mainframe crystal processor. Dozens of surveillance light beams displayed the same starship that had focused all the spiritual shield at the head and was on fire like a shooting star that had entered the atmosphere. Yes, fire was exactly its name. While most of the forces of the Black Wind Fleet were distracted by the 12 Colossi and Black Swirl was caught in a brief moment of stiffness, Infinite Fire, the flagship of the Big By Fleet, cut through the core defense layer like an invisible blade and crashed into Black Swirl's wound that had just been swallowed by the wormhole bomb brutally. Z. 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 The spiritual shields and disruptive force fields of the two parties collided heavily, raising thousands of sparks and electric arcs. Even the lights on the bridge were flickering. More than 10 light beams died out at the same time, and quite a few spiritual energy tubes exploded, too. The anti-fire frost spurted out, covering the entire bridge in white smoke. Everybody could not have looked more awful. In terms of level, Black Swirl was well above Infinite Fire. But it had suffered a heavy wound from the wormhole bomb, which resulted in a loss of almost 30% of its mass and a devastatingly enormous wound on the side of the starship. Therefore, the protective web that covered the whole body of the starship thoroughly before had a fatal hole. The efficiency of the turning and dodging of the starship had plummeted, too. Despite the gigantic size of Infinite Fire, it was as swift as a super lightweight space shuttle. Drawing an unbelievably elegant curve, it drilled into the enemy's flagship from the most unexpected angle. The spiritual shields and disruptive force fields of the two parties only lasted several seconds before the defense layer of Black Swirl above the wound collapsed. In the meantime, the exhaust flames of infinite fire spurted out crazily to almost 100 kilometers away. With such powerful impetus, it stabbed into the side of Black Swirl and buried a third of its body into the enemy's flagship, almost cutting the black behemoth right from the middle. Liao, don't act like I am not here. On the violently shaking bridge of infinite fire, Bai Xingjian burst into laughter in the pilot's seat. The external plate armor and the internal structure of a starship were two absolutely different concepts, as different as the hard skull and the soft internal organs of a human, not to mention that the internal organs of the starship had already been churned by the wormhole bomb brutally. The head of infinite fire, like the sharp edge of a blade, ripped apart a lot of critical cabins in the middle of Black Swirl easily. Boosted by the incessant impetus, it even managed to blow Black Swirl off its original course and force it to revolve slowly. Black Swirl could not get rid of the spiral state at all. Bai Xingjian was even crazy enough to turn on all the weapons on infinite fire during the negative distance contact. The unstoppable high-energy particles as well as the destructive mystic rays and bullets of spiritual energy ran, roared, and exploded in the stomach of Black Swirl, sweeping everything in its way. The effect was similar to stabbing the barrel of a gun deep into someone's belly button before pulling the trigger. Boom! 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 Deep inside the flagship of the Imperium, a thunderstorm 10 times more powerful than what was happening inside the flagship of the Federation broke out. How is this happening? Hai Ming and Lu Qingchun seemed to be shouting on the bridge at the same time. The two starships were too deeply embedded in each other for the force field to drag infinite fire out by brute force. To bombard infinite fire with the firepower of the starships nearby was an even more terrible idea. One moment of carelessness, and Black Swirl's own wound that had been repetitively savaged might be hit. Should infinite fire explode because of the attack, it might even split Black Swirl in two. The only solution was to mobilize Exos or Colossi to break into infinite fire. But infinite fire was firing like a storm right now. How could the normal crystal suits approach the lunatics of the Big Bai fleet? There was no telling if the extraterrestrial devils had livers. But if they did, Hai Ming's liver must be exploding because of his fury. A fatal gap appeared in the Black Wind fleet's battle formation. A white starship just broke in and crashed into Black Swirl. It is infinite fire from the Big Bai fleet. Black Swirl's spiritual shield has dimmed a lot after the heavy blow. The firing net of defense is not as fierce as before either. This is our chance. The extraterrestrial devil that is attached to Lu Qingchen must still be there. We cannot allow it to run away. Liao, come on. Let's take care of them. The 12 colossi grasped the opportunity keenly and lunged at Black Swirl. In terms of available forces, the Black Wind fleet still boasted tremendous elite arsenal starships, crystal suit groups, and colossi. Despite the shock of the space gate's destruction and Liao's suspicious words just now, they were not likely to surrender easily when their flagship was still out there. Following their fighting instincts, a lot of crystal suits lunged at the 12 experts from the ancient sages sector under the lead of the colossi. The 12 experts ran forward one after another, helping their comrades who were rushing to resist the interference from the enemy. In the end, Liao, Long Yongjun, and Yen Liren were the only ones left. It was the assault team to attack Black Swirl that they had agreed upon a long time ago. The three of them did not have the highest cultivation among the 12 experts, but their souls were definitely the toughest. Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun, despite being in the divinity transformation stage, had died once before, and it had taken decades for their unpredictable, lingering souls to slowly recover. Right now, they were still half a step away from the real divinity transformation stage. Their souls were full of tiny cracks. Moreover, as spectral cultivators, they were more likely to be invaded by the extraterrestrial devils. Therefore, the burden to attack Black Swirl fell on the shoulders of Liao and Long Yongjun, 2 freaks, and Yen Lirenwell, a 3rd freak. The core of the Black Wind fleet's battle formation was already an utter mess. Including Burning Prairie, which was exploding non-stop, all the main force warships in the Federal fleet marched forward. Such a distance, such chaos, and such goriness were no longer a closed-distance battle where everybody stabbed each other with their bayonets. They were essentially mauling each other and biting each other with their teeth after stabbing the bayonets into each other's stomachs. In terms of the number of colossi, the most crucial factor on the battlefield, the Imperium was actually at a disadvantage. Besides, the colossi from the ancient sages sector had been retrieved from the Nuwa warship that was sealed in the ice. They were all intact and much more powerful than the colossi of the Imperium that were full of wounds and out of ammunition. Under the lead of Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun, the two divinity transformation stage cultivators, it was as if the assault team of the ancient sages sector were opening two overwhelming wings of flames when they covered Li Yao and his companions' charge at Black Swirl. The attacks from the crystal cannons, the high-energy mystic rays, and the bullets of spiritual energy were all absorbed by the pair of fiery wings that were hundreds of kilometers long and became part of them, making the wings even brighter and broader than before. A distance of several thousand kilometers was nothing but a casual stroll for a colossi. Li Yao, Long Yangjun, and Yen Liren arrived at the side of Black Swirl in the blink of an eye. Black Swirl looked like a giant beast that had fallen into a swamp and was struggling before death. Tremendous wounds pierced its body. Black flames spurted out of the cracks, mixed with the intense stench of death. Although they were in the vacuum and under the thorough protection of their colossi and mustard seed combat suits, the three of them still felt creepy, as if gloomy winds were blowing and ghosts were crying. The extraterrestrial devils must have broken out and turned Black Swirl into a devil's nest completely. Watch O! Before Li Yao finished out, Yen Liren rushed forward in the lead, emitting radiance that was even more brilliant than the main guns of Starships. He melded with his sword and stabbed deep into Black Swirl. Li Yao and Long Yangjun looked at each other in bewilderment. They had no choice but to closely follow him and break into the warship, too. After Infinite Fire's reckless attack, the interior of Black Swirl had turned into an inferno, with explosions and collapses everywhere. Broken limbs that had melded with steel blocked every pathway. There was not even enough room for the colossi of the three of them to stride forward while standing straight. They had to clear a way with crystal cannons and super-enormous chainswords. Not considering anything else, they created a road to the bridge through the broken walls and the twisted cabins by brute force. As for the coordinates of the extraterrestrial devils, it was not really much trouble. Intense devilish auras and raging devils were everywhere around them. Like mists that were alive, they jumped at the three intruders desperately, only to be burnt up by the flames of spiritual energy dancing around the colossi. All they needed to do was march to where the devilish auras were most intense. On their way, they ran into some lone crew members of Black Swirl. The immortal cultivators who claimed to be noble had all been deeply awed by Infinite Fire's fearless collision. They were still dwelling on the explosions, and when they saw three magnificent iron giants appearing in the middle of the surging smoke and fire, they were overwhelmed by fear. Could they summon their fighting will to resist them at all? A lot of other people had even gone completely crazy. Crouching in the twisted corners, they either laughed hysterically, shrieked while holding their heads, or stuck the limbs that had been burnt against their incomplete bodies. It seemed that when the stimulation reached a certain level, the noble immortal cultivators and the weak hominoids were essentially the same. Maybe, compared with the vastness of the sea of stars, the immortal cultivators and the hominoids were just bigger bugs and smaller bugs. There was no fundamental difference between them. Li Yao and his companions had no time to bother with the immortal cultivators who had completely lost their combat ability. They simply ran forward and gradually moved away from the damage range of Infinite Fire. The devilish auras up ahead grew more and more dense. Ripples that looked like black jellyfish spread in the air, with purple and red light flashing vaguely. Is this the legendary Tenebrum energy? Li Yao sensed the brand new energy form spreading at the head of Black Swirl, which was entirely different from spiritual energy. Even the most powerful spiritual energy, like the super radiation unleashed by the solar storms, could achieve destructive effects, but it was pure and did not have life or will. Human beings were free to absorb and utilize it. The Tenebrum energy, on the other hand, consisted of thousands of impurities that felt like the emotions of humans. They were rolling and wriggling, as if they boasted their own life and will. Yes, Li Yao vaguely felt that when spiritual energy was alive, it would become Tenebrum energy. Every stream of tenebrum energy contained the most intense feelings, the darkest jealousy, the most violent ambitions, and the heaviest regret. It was some sort of primitive energy life that was like unicellular algae. No wonder the demonic cultivators who had swallowed tremendous tenebrum energy would easily degrade into evil, heinous lunatics. From the ends of pathways, behind the cabin doors, and even the ceilings, a lot of crew members that had been corrupted by the tenebrum energy lunged out. They had all suffered heavy wounds in the explosions. Their limbs had been twisted and deformed. Even their brains were sometimes clearly visible. But purple flames were surging deep inside their eyes, which flowed out of their eye sockets. They were no longer immortal cultivators, but demonic cultivators whose souls had been completely corrupted by the tenebrum energy, which made them more evil and violent. Now that they were the accomplices of the extraterrestrial devils, Liao and his companions did not show any mercy. They had even blown up the devil lord who had been attached to Professor Emotion. Naturally, small fries who were enlisted in a hurry were not the slightest problem for them. Within a moment, all the obstacles were obliterated together with the uncanny tenebrum energy. However, as they got closer to the bridge, the environment went through weird changes. Large meatballs that looked like lumps grew out of the pathways and the cabin walls. A lot of meatballs even had wet holes from which bright purple mist was being spurted intermittently. A lot of biological tissues similar to intestines had tied up the spiritual energy tubes, too. They were shivering slightly and secreting abundant stinky mucus that dripped down nonstop. At first, the metal color on the cabin wall was still visible, but later, such bloody tissues were everywhere to be seen. They seemed to have walked into the internal organs of a gigantic beast. It was a highly illogical view. The extraterrestrial devils were no demons. They did not specialize in biotechnology. Besides, even the demons could hardly develop so many messy, stinky organs in such a short amount of time, which had sprawled in the entire warship like a rainforest of organs. "Hey, did you see it?" Liao asked softly. "Yes, like a slaughterhouse with surging devilish auras," Yen Liren remarked coldly. "Look carefully." Liao aimed the enormous chainsword at an organ not far away that was protruding abruptly like an enormous eyeball. "What's this? Doesn't it look like an eye?" "An eye?" Yen Liren's voice was mixed with intense confusion. "Why do I feel that it looks more like a heart with dense veins and stripes on it? It is even cramping and beating. How does it look like an eye?" "That's right," Long Yongjun said calmly. "From my perspective, the organ that Liao refers to is neither an eye nor a heart, more like a cluster of rotten intestines. The same organ is in 3 different forms in our eyes. Therefore, all of this is just an illusion. Black Swirl did not go through any unexpected change. It is just a terrible hallucination that has been injected into our minds. The extraterrestrial devils have already begun to infiltrate and attack us." Yes, the extraterrestrial devils implanted the idea of internal organs of a space behemoth into our heads, trying to disrupt our minds, but they cannot etch the same vivid image into the heads of the 3 of us simultaneously, Liao observed. "What we see is imagined by ourselves. Whatever rotten, stinky organs look like in our minds will be displayed on our retina and perceived by the optical nerves. Is this some sort of half-step virtual space? It's almost a combination of reality and illusion. This extraterrestrial devil that has been attached to Lu Qingchen is indeed stronger than the one inside Professor Emotion. Now that we have seen such nauseous illusions at the same time, the waves of tenebrum energy in this place must be very strong. We are very close to the extraterrestrial devil's nest on the bridge. We must defend our souls very well and be extra careful," Long Yongjun said. "Anything we see from now on could be an illusion." Boom! 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 The 3 of them opened full fire, clearing a path with a storm of bullets, swords, and spiritual energy. After burning up the illusionary putrid organs, blowing up almost 5 cabin doors, and passing through a pathway that was full of wrinkles on the surface and looked like intestines, they found the bridge of Black Swirl right ahead of them. The bridge had lost the solemnity, indifference, and aggressiveness of the Imperium of true human being style and become a devilish nest piled up with corpses, skeletons, and internal organs. Countless bloody, moist organs were dangling down from the cabin walls like vines. In the middle of the bleeding vines, a lot of enormous cocoons were hanging. Tiny heads were exposed at the tops of the cocoons, which apparently belonged to the leadership of Black Swirl and the commanders of the entire Black Wind fleet. There was no telling what kind of torture they had gone through in reality, but in the weird environment that was a combination of reality and illusion, they were tangled in intestines and tentacles that were full of flagella and melded with the nest. The intestines and tentacles were even sucking the spiritual energy inside their bodies non-stop, as if they were trying to dissolve the captive's muscles, veins, nerves, and internal organs into liquid and pump them away. Their miserable expressions and their desperate cries even made Liao feel as if his hair was standing up, and he could not bear it any longer although he was on the opposing side. Countless meat tentacles that looked like biochemical nerves were connected from the cabin walls to the colossus more than 20 meters tall at the center of the room. The colossus had a unique shape. There was not a head above its shoulders, making it impossible to add all kinds of honeycomb-type launchers onto it. The torso was as round as an enormous skull, for thick arms were installed on a ring at the top of the torso and could be twisted to any angle. At the bottom of the torso was another ring, from which 8 limbs that were as narrow and long as the legs of spiders extended. The abdomen of the colossus, which had the shape of an ugly face with slanted facial organs, was brimming with weird rune arrays. At first glance, it was like an enormous head that had grown arms and feet. No, not arms and feet, but 12 multipurpose limbs. It's Black Satan, Hai Ming's colossus. As the sector master of the Black Wind Fleet and the commander of the Black Wind Fleet who had intimidated 5 sectors, Hai Ming was naturally not a strengthless leader who could only command. He was also a magnificent pilot of the Colossus. Black Satan was the most mysterious colossus in the Black Wind Fleet. Even Hai Lan, as Hai Ming's own daughter, did not know much about it. That was because, since more than 100 years ago, occasions were rare when Hai Ming had needed to resort to the Black Satan. At that moment, tremendous tenebrum energy surged out of the stinky organs around. The lives of the immortal cultivators seemed to have been sacrificed to embed their souls on the surface of Black Satan, turning into a layer of living reactive armor. Crack, crack, crack. Deep inside Black Satan, enhanced by the tenebrum energy of the extraterrestrial devils, weird noises of bones being crushed echoed. The 8 limbs at the bottom shrank at the same time and supported the colossus to its feet. For a moment, devilish fire was surging into the sky. Well, Liao glanced at Long Yongjun and Yen Liren. Should I say something in such a situation? Who? Before he opened his mouth, the facial organs at the center of the thick torso of Black Satan emitted dazzling brilliance at the same time. The bloody mouth made of tenebrum energy opened abruptly, and black rings of light magnified non-stop and came at the 3 of them like a superstorm. In the moment, all 3 of them saw thousands of hideous, agitated devils inside the dark rings that jumped at them like tides and infiltrated their every muscle, vein, nerve, and internal organ. This is a life and death battle, Liao said. It seems that we don't have any option except to resort to our ultimate skills now. Shall we begin? Yes, Long Yongjun replied. Let's begin. Such overwhelming devilish auras. The flames of spiritual energy from the Tartarian skeleton were polluted by the clusters of devils and turned into dim, brown colors. Liao bellowed in the communication channel angrily. The enemy is unexpectedly strong. We're screwed this time. Indeed, Long Yongjun shrieked too. I didn't know that the enemy still had such thorough arrangements or that they would be so unbelievably, devastatingly strong. We are truly dead for sure this time. Yes, we are as doomed as anyone can ever be. We will die in this place without a grave. Liao breathed heavily. Unless a miracle happens, we can never hope to defeat it. It will stomp on us and kill us easily like an elephant stomps on a tiny ant. The extraterrestrial devils are doubtlessly the sure winners of the battle. Long Yongjun sobbed, moaned and cried. They are much stronger than our worst nightmares. They do not need any moves or skills at all. They will crush us as long as they approach us. Hey! Yen Liren could not bear it any longer. What's wrong with you two? Is the enemy so strong? Why do I feel that it is still acceptable? Hai Ming is an expert in the divinity transformation stage, I'll give you that, but he was heavily wounded in the war against the Covenant Alliance 100 years ago. After catching his breath to this day, he dedicated most of his attention and computational ability to commanding the starship and the political struggles. He has also been overexhausted in the space battle just now and is running out of strength. In terms of his ability to use a colossus, he is at the peak of the nascent soul stage at most and on the same level as us. Even if he has the enhancement of the extraterrestrial devils, we have the sheer advantage in numbers, too. Why should we fear him so much? Look, we have adapted to his pace and are even suppressing him. Black Satan and the extraterrestrial devil are just SOSO. Our advantages are very great. Mind your words. Liao and Long Yongjun were both greatly shocked. While dodging the attacks of the 12 limbs of the Black Satan that looked like a gyro, they yelled at the same time. Fellow cultivator Yen, you can slash your sword however you want to, but you must not speak nonsense. Our enemy is obviously at such great advantage that it will only take the blink of an eye for them to kill us all. We are merely struggling before death and having our last attempt. What the heck are you talking about? Yen Liren shouted. Ah! From the core unit of Black Satan, a crack suddenly showed up on the top, revealing circuits inside that curled like gyri. Almost 100 black lightning bolts swooped out of the gyri and hit the chest of Big Sword, Yen Liren's colossus, blowing the 20-meter-tall giant hundreds of meters away immediately. Yen Liren crashed through quite a few cabins and fell into a mess of crystal cables and spiritual energy tubes, unable to get on his feet for a long time. What's this about? Yen Liren stammered. Did you see? Liao said. This is a very special curse that involves luck and fate and all the other mysterious functioning mechanisms of the universe. We don't know the details, but all you need to do is compliment the enemy and belittle yourself together with us. Like this. Yin Yang, Long Yangjuan's colossus, turned into dozens of blurred shadows and surrounded Black Satan from all directions. The Black Sword and the White Sword, taking advantage of the moment when Hai Ming blew away Yen Liren with his ultimate skill, slashed forward like a fiery tornado and chopped off one of the enemy's limbs. Meanwhile, Long Yongjun grunted. He is so strong. I can't hold on any longer. You must hang in there. Although 100 orange light balls were focused around the Tartarian skeleton, the most tremendous spiritual energy was stored in them. When the light balls turned into pillars and smashed Black Satan overwhelmingly, Liao roared passionately and blood-boilingly. Although the enemy is too terribly strong for us to defeat him, as long as there is a 1/1000th chance of winning, we must hold on. A miracle will certain happen as long as we persist. While bombarding Black Satan crazily, making it barely possible for Hai Ming to stand straight, the two of them shouted and cried crazily in the communication channel, praising the invincibility of the enemy and cheering each other up. Yen Liren looked at the two colossi that were jumping up and down like big monkeys in a daze, lost for words for a long time. Fellow cultivator Yen, what are you waiting for? Give it a shot. It's very effective, Liao shouted. No, I refuse. Boom. The area in front of Liao and Long Yongjun suddenly became empty because Black Satan had dug a giant hole in the floor with the remaining 8 limbs under the cover of the hazy smoke and dropped to the deck on the level below. Most of the attacks from the Tartarian skeleton and Yin Yang immediately missed their target. The whole process took only 0.01 seconds, but it was more than enough for such a top-tier expert like Hai Ming and such a terrifying colossus like Black Satan. Deafening roars echoed from the depths of the hole. Black fire sloshed out like a volcanic eruption. Even the bloody, stinky organs on the cabin walls were growing tremendous giant objects that looked like eyeballs. Hundreds of rays of horror darted at the three of them. The three of them saw all kinds of illusions, as if they had been mired in a nightmare that they could never wake up from. Their ears were plagued with cries and screams that were utterly unbearable for normal people. Their nerves suffered burning pain, and their brain cells were as miserable as if they were soaked in vitriol. Boom! 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 The entire deck on the bridge exploded. The three colossi fell into a bottomless abyss at the same time. It was not a narrow cabin down below, but looked more like a trap made of ever-wriggling organs that were spurting out acid and venomous fog. Black Satan was right at the center of the trap, waiting for the prey while controlling the tentacles made of black air. This is all illusion. Don't be fooled. This time, Long Yongjun was truly screaming in pain. Li Yao's teeth were bitten so hard that they were almost crushed. Clusters of veins protruded out of his temples, too. His brain radiated, and his spiritual energy circulated in his heart. Reminding himself that Ding Lingdang was right behind him, his family and friends were right behind him, and the Star Glory Federation was right behind him. After a moment, the trap made of rotten organs vanished. What was left behind was just a messy, burning, and exploding cabin. Every thorny vein around the Tartarian skeleton became bright red. On the ends of the sharp stings on every thorn, dazzling light balls were condensed again. Hundreds of light balls were thrown away overwhelmingly, completely drowning Black Satan. When the enemy's senses and probe magical equipment were greatly disrupted by Li Yao, Long Yongjuan's Colossus Yin Yang dived down. The soul of the elite warrior of the Nuwa civilization broke free from the swirl of horror and performed the most aggressive attacks from dozens of different perspectives with the black and white shadows. The unsubstantial shadows seemed to have pierced through Black Satan's body hundreds of times in an instant. Neither Lu Qingchen nor Hai Ming would have dreamt that they would encounter two freaks whose souls were so weird at once. The effect of the mental attacks on them was less than 1/3 of the attacks on the regular nascent soul stage cultivators. In the emergency, the gyri on the top of Black Satan's torso opened again, and the intensity of the black lightning unleashed from inside was 10 times higher than before. This is exactly what I've been waiting for. Big Sword, Yen Liren's Colossus, launched the attack that would shock the universe and make the gods weep. Yen Liren was perhaps not the strongest warrior there, but his attack was certainly the most brilliant and unstoppable one in the entire battle. The sword of 10,000 kilometers seemed enough to chop off all the stars in space. Even Li Yao and Long Yongjun, as two bystanders, felt that their colossi were about to be torn into shreds together with black swirl by the overwhelming sword aura. Black Satan, as the primary target of the attack, was locked onto by the sword aura. The joints all over its body were uttering cracking noises, and the colossus came to a brief halt. Shwa! All the bloody, damp organs and the screaming skeletons, as well as other terrible illusions, dissolved, twisted, and vanished under the power of the attack. Hai Ming knew that he had lost the best chance to dodge after the moment of hesitation. He made up his mind immediately. The black lightning flooding out of the gyri was 100 times more intense than before as he devoted all of his soul power and spiritual energy. Boom! 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 The black lightning and Yen Liren's giant sword collided. The explosion and blast turned into hundreds of daunting tides that almost obliterated the head of Black Swirl. The cabins, walls, pathways, tubes, and magical equipment units within hundreds of kilometers were all blown into fragments the size of fingernails. The fragments were also burning furiously, like thousands of butterflies that were dancing a crazy dance. The black lightning on Black Satan dimmed instantly, and Yen Liren's giant sword fell apart. But that was not the end of the attack. Although the giant sword was wrecked, the broken pieces, and shrouded by the sword aura, consolidated into the shape of flying sword and charged at the open skull of Black Satan like a meteor shower that could destroy a planet. Inside Black Satan, 10,000 Hai Mings seemed to be screaming at the same time. The black lightning, which had dimmed, revolved quickly and turned into a rapid tornado in a moment, blowing away the sword auras and the broken pieces of the giant sword and darting them through hundreds of walls to the outside of Black Swirl. The shocking attack was gone. However, from the dispersing aura of the sword, a streak of brightness that was 100 times more dazzling dashed out like a swift dragon. It appeared late and drilled into the skull of Black Satan. Compared to the giant sword that was dozens of meters long, the flying sword that led the brightness was rather short. It was no longer than half a meter and looked more like an overly long dagger than a sword. In contrast to the four colossi, The dagger was as inconspicuous as a needle. But even Liao and Long Yongjun could not help but take a few steps back and cover the critical parts on their bodies when the needle glowed. It was Yen Liren's fourth sword, the one that had never been unsheathed. Boom! Big sword, Yen Liren's Colossus, landed on the ground heavily on one knee, with its back facing Black Satan, as if it were breathing heavily in exhaustion. But it did not seem concerned that Black Satan, which was nearby, would launch an assault at him. Z, 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 Z. Black Satan was more than 20 meters tall, and Yen Liren's fourth sword was no longer than its finger. Yet, it seemed to have been frozen by the needle. All its limbs were cramping uncontrollably, and the opening on the skull did not close after a long time. The black lightning was entirely gone, replaced by the silver ripples of sword auras that were popping up non-stop. Crack, 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 crack. Joints falling apart, metal being twisted, and devices being destroyed echoed inside Black Satan non-stop. The 7 limbs shivered and unfolded. The Colossus crouched on the ground and completely collapsed. Looking at each other in bewilderment, Liao and Long Yongjun launched their most deadly skills at the same time. Now was definitely not the time to give a speech or make a witty quip. The best time to kill an enemy was when they were sick. To deal with such a great devil, it was the only logical to shoot another 10,000 times to make sure that it was dead. Boom, 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 boom. The head of Black Swirl was completely ruined by the fight of the 4 colossi. It collapsed entirely as if it had been shot in the head by a gun against its temple. The gravity control rune arrays had stopped functioning a long time ago. The glittering pieces dispersed to all directions like burning dandelions. Black Satan was also drowned by the ocean of violent spiritual energy, and the broken plate armor was all melted. Under the collective attack of 3 experts at the peak of the nascent soul stage, the commander of the Black Wind Fleet failed to let out another roar of fury and regret. Is this the end? The 3 of them breathed heavily in the communication channel. No, it isn't. Liao's pupils and heart constricted to the minimum at the same time. Although the commander of the Black Wind Fleet had lost all the vital signs under the suppression of their violent spiritual energy, another strength that was more evil, scorching, and unrestrained replaced him and broke out of the shell. Was this the real strength of Lu Qingchen or the extraterrestrial devil? The shining ocean of spiritual energy was immediately polluted by the virus and turned into an ocean of tenebrum energy that was as dark as ink. The black tides where purple and red electric arcs were dancing licked Liao like the tongue of an abyssal beast. The Tartarian skeleton dodged the tides of tenebrum energy, but it could not get away from the overwhelming devilish fire. From the depths of the ocean of tenebrum energy, a black Satan that was thousands of times larger and more hideous than the one just now slowly crawled out. How is this possible? Liao was dumbfounded. Compared to the enemy's body, whose height was too large to be measured, his Tartarian skeleton was like a tiny ant, or rather, they were as different as a firefly and the sun. This is not the real world. Everything in front of my eyes is an illusion. I've been dragged into the Spiritor's realm again. Liao thought quickly and immediately realized what had happened. Those wretched extraterrestrial devils are not fond of real entity attacks. Their favorite move is to sneak into a human's brain and drag the soul into the Spiritor's realm for torture. Long Yongjun, Yen Liren, Liao shouted in the communication channel, only to be greeted by scornful chuckles, which made him realize that the Spiritor's realm was devised by the extraterrestrial devils solely for himself. Long Yongjun and Yen Liren must have been trapped in different Spiritor's realms. The connection between the 3 of them had been cut off. What a chaotic Spiritor's reel it was. The head of Black Swirl had completely collapsed. He found himself in the middle of a burning ocean of debris, and he could see the gory space battlefield around. However, the picture of the space battlefield was different from when Liao and his companions charged into Black Swirl. It was not just one battlefield but a combination of dozens of different battlefields. Starships of different eras, styles, and forms were engaged in a fierce fight. Humans, demon beasts, demons, extraterrestrial devils, ancient cultivators, modern cultivators, immortal cultivators. Everybody mauled each other brutally. There was the space battle that was currently taking place. There was also the final battle between the troops loyal to the Supreme Emperor and those loyal to the Blood God in the collapse of the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years prior. The war between the demon army led by Ba Yanji and the ancient cultivators, and even the ultimate collision between Pangu and Nuwa in the primeval era hundreds of thousands of years earlier could be seen. 2. The enormous starships and the corpses of the primeval giants who were even more enormous than the starships floated around Liao slowly. Together with fire, blood, and abnormal explosions, they constituted the stage for the final battle. Black Satan, which spanned the entire space field, extended countless tentacles with the surging devilish fire that looked like black lightning. At first glance, it was almost like a black star that was swallowing the universe, and the tentacles were the fire that it had spurted out. A low, deep chuckle echoed from the center of the black star. Liao, this is the second time that we have had a competition in such a battlefield, isn't it? Liao was slightly dazed. Then he immediately realized that the first time the enemy mentioned was the final battle between him and the Star Child in the virtual world during the insurgency of the immortal cultivators in the Flying Star sector. Yes, the Star Child must have already been corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils at that time. That was why he had been able to build a similar virtual battlefield. However, the battlefield this time had gone through major upgrades. Both the magnificent scale and the vivid details were apparently much more impressive than the previous battlefield. If the last illusionary battlefield was a frozen picture, the battlefield this time would be a burning swirl and an inferno where the fire never died out. You have finally given yourself away, Liao said coldly. Just admit it. You are an extraterrestrial devil. Both Professor Mo Xian and Lu Qingchen are just your puppets. Of course, I am an extraterrestrial devil, but I am also Lu Qingchen and a human. This is the real form of mankind, the free, strong, and ultimate form after we are extricated from all restraints and seals. A few flames from the black star entangled into a furry arm and extended toward Liao. I don't understand. Why do we have to fight each other? The extraterrestrial devils feed on immense emotional fluctuations. Human beings enjoy the happiness, curiosity, and sense of enterprise and ambition that are brought forth by their emotions, too. It is the fuel that builds the civilization of mankind today and the precious treasures that we are unwilling to lose. But the despicable Pangu civilization believes that emotions that are too scorching will destroy the entire universe. They try to deprive us of our emotions and change us into simple tools and lifeless machines. The Pangu civilization is our mutual enemy. Shouldn't we work side by side to destroy the Pangu civilization together? Cut the crap, Liao bellowed. It's true that the Pangu civilization tries to exterminate mankind's emotions and turn human beings into heartless, emotionless, and tearless tools. But are the extraterrestrial devils any better? You have been playing with humans' emotions blatantly, stomping on our most precious treasures, and regarding our souls as your food. You are even more unpardonable than the Pangu civilization. Lu Qingchen's gloomy sigh came over from the black star. You're wrong. You're really wrong. Everything that I've done is not meant to play with or manipulate anything. I am only trying to find out the limits of a human soul after it is activated by infinite emotions. Pausing for a moment, Lu Qingchen slowly opened his fingers, each of which was longer than a starship. What are human beings? Where do human beings come from? Where will they go? You must be interested in the answers to those questions too, Liao. Join me and explore the answers together. Your soul is strong and weird like I've never seen before. You are a natural-born member of us. I'm sincerely inviting you to embark on the journey to pursue our origins. We can go to the central area of the Imperium of true human beings, search for the relics of the battle between the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God 10,000 years ago, excavate the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum and the Blood God's heritage, and finally unravel the ultimate mysteries of the civilization of mankind. If you are not satisfied about what I've been doing, I can even make certain compromises in regard to the reform of the Star Glory Federation, as long as you agree to join with me. Enough! Liao shouted back angrily. I would rather die than join with you. I'm afraid. It's not for you to decide. Lu Qingxian's voice was suddenly 10,000 times sharper than before. The overwhelmingly huge hand snatched the Tartarian skeleton as if it were a butterfly and clenched the colossus in its palm hard, with squeaky noises coming out. Come on. Open your mind. Liberate your soul. Accept the real true path, and become one of us. Lu Qingxian grinned hideously. We will figure out the problems together. Why are such small beings like us born in such a vast universe? What are we to the universe? Are we really meaningless dust? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Arg! Brilliance that looked like crimson swords beamed out of the fist that was almost as gigantic as a planet after being clenched. 1, 2, 5, dozens, and hundreds of streaks of redness interconnected with each other and revolved crazily, tearing the enormous fist into shreds. The Tartarian skeleton leapt out of the suppression of the black star in the most daunting gesture, and its body size expanded together with thunderous roars. Stop bluffing. You can't intimidate me. Regardless of whether you are Lu Qingxian or the extraterrestrial devil. Liao laughed aloud. Your scheme has been completely disrupted. Yet you are acting like you are confident of your victory? Without the enhancement of the 3 Guy-level supercrystal processors, and now that the mainframe crystal processor of Black Swirl has been blown up by us and all the devils were released by you to corrupt the Black Wind Fleet and frighten the Federal Fleet, are you really as strong as you appear to be after all your trump cards are out? Since this is the Spiritor's realm, an illusionary land where one's soul and will are what really matter, let me show you the determination of real human beings. In his laughter, the Tartarian skeleton expanded non-stop exactly the same as the enemy. The plate armor on its body was ripped apart again and again, only to be replaced by the boundless crimson fire spurting from deep inside the body, which constituted a second, a third, a thousandth layer of armor that was even stronger. In the end, the Tartarian skeleton became a universal giant with stars above its head and a galaxy below its feet, as enormous as the Black Star. The Red Giant and the Black Star confronted each other in silence on the 2 sides of the overlapping space battlefields. The Black Star had been monolithic at the beginning and seemed enough to devour the entire space battlefield. But the Red Giant was even larger. Or rather, in the competition of will, Liao's aggressiveness eclipsed Lu Qingxian's confidence. Of course, we will look for the origins of mankind and our purpose in this universe. The Red Giant sprinted at the Black Star and waved its hands. Countless starships were attracted to its arms like pebbles, condensing into 2 sabers that were enough to chop apart the galaxy in front of his arms. But we are going to create our future with our belief on our own. The path to the future lies in our own hands. The Pangu civilization, the extraterrestrial devils, or any other seemingly smart and brilliant dictator. None of you will ever control us, restrain us, or decide our future for us. The 2 sabers, where Liao's whole spirit, determination, and hot blood were concentrated, slashed deep into the Black Star, making Lu Qingxian shiver from the bottom of his soul, even though he had been emotionless when he went through all the torture and extreme painful environments. Our goals are the same, although our means are different. We are moving toward the same destination from 2 different directions. Thousands of black fiery snakes darted out of the Black Star, snatching tremendous debris of starships and primeval species on the space battlefield and smashing it at the Red Giant. Light as dazzling as the Big Bang of the universe rose from the body of the Red Giant. Liao's soul was heavily wounded to such an extent that it was almost vaporized. Stop being a stubborn fool, Lu Qingxian bellowed. Accept my path, and you will know that everything I've said is true. Human beings are a type of extraterrestrial devil in a unique form. We are the lords of the devils. Only after countless extraterrestrial devils are condensed will the soul of an ordinary person be constituted. Otherwise, what do you think your soul is exactly? Boom, 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 boom. 2 clusters of energy that were billions of more furious than the sun collided in the space battle thousands of times in that moment, burning all the starships, primeval beasts, and remnants of prehistoric lives to ash. Both clusters of energy were dimming and shrinking at a visible speed. After every collision, tremendous telepathic thoughts and broken souls would be thrown away, raising surging swirls around them. Li Yao and Lu Qingqian, two souls that each had their own mysterious background, collided to the limits. Li Yao's mind, however, was disrupted by Lu Qingqian's unexpected words, and a tiny crack appeared in the chest of the red giant. The black star took the opportunity to wave the colossal tentacles and whipped the crack precisely, blowing away the red giant and nearly making it fall apart. Have you ever heard of collective wisdom? A single ant or bee has neither intelligence nor self-awareness. They even barely have any senses. The dancing fire from the black star was even more crazy, but Lu Qingqian's voice became unusually calm. However, when many ants or bees gather, they can communicate in a mysterious way and act in patterns that are similar to wisdom and self-awareness. That is exactly the relationship between human beings and extraterrestrial devils. A minor devil is even more insignificant than an ant or a bee. It is just like a minor cell and does not have any self-awareness or wisdom. But when thousands of cells gather, it is possible for them to constitute the brain and generate the soul that you are so proud of. Do you see now? This is just the most superficial layer of the mysteries of the origins of mankind. The real secrets are hidden at the center of the cosmos, deep inside the imperium of true human beings and the alliance of the Holy Covenant, waiting to be excavated by us. Come and join with me. We will look for the ultimate answer together and find out what real human beings should look like. The red giant struggled to its feet in the middle of the stars. In your dreams? Li Yao spat in disdain, only to discover that the surface of the colossus had been contaminated by giant black spots at some point. The black spots were even expanding like a rampant flood. This is... Li Yao felt as if his soul was mired in a swamp and that countless invisible leeches were slithering into his soul in the swamp, injecting acid and venom into his head. He could not have been more alarmed. The red giant seemed to have been bound by invisible shackles. It struggled hard but could not stop the black spots from expanding and joining each other. The body of the giant was blackened, and the stain was even dropping like melted mud. Don't struggle anymore. It's futile, Lu Qingqian said casually. A human's body can be infected by viruses, and the spiritual nexus and the crystal processors can be infected by viruses too. Naturally, the souls of human beings can also contract a certain fatal virus. My antecedent, the extraterrestrial devil, lurked for 10,000 years in the flying star sector. It evolved from a certain virus that could corrupt crystal processors in the first place. Is it strange at all that the virus has gained the ability to invade and corrupt a human soul? Did you know? Regardless of whether you are an ordinary person, a cultivator, or an immortal cultivator, and no matter whether you are in the refinement stage, the building foundation stage, the nascent soul stage, or the divinity transformation stage, and despite the toughness of your soul, the souls of all human beings are shockingly similar in their fundamental architecture. Nobody can escape from the virus attack targeting the deepest structure of the soul as long as you are a human being. I focused all the tenebrum energy and poured it into your soul in the form of a virus. All your struggles are in vain. Give up, accept my path, and embark on a brand new journey. Hardly had he concluded his sentence when the black star crushed overwhelmingly. Its body size expanded again and occupied almost half of the universe or the entirety of Li Yao's sight. Gravity. The black star was so enormous that the gravity it generated absorbed all the starships and debris on the space battlefield into its body as part of itself, which made the tenebrum energy reactions on its surface even more chaotic and violent. In front of Li Yao's eyes, countless black flames congregated into enormous swirls, and the enormous swirls further congregated into an even more enormous ocean. The furious ocean was pouring right above his head. Ah! All the joints of the red giant were spurting out crimson particles similar to bloody mist. The black spots continued invading Li Yao's shining soul that was residing at the chest of the red giant. Black bugs appeared on his soul and crawled everywhere randomly, riddling his soul with holes. The red giant fell to one knee again, but its arms were raised high stubbornly and struggled to hold back the monolithic black star. "I will not let things go your way." Liao's angry voice echoed from the red giant's head that was almost crushed. "However glorious you make your purpose and your destiny sound, you are not entitled to play with the feelings, will, and soul of any human being, no matter how insignificant and ordinary they are." Idiot! Human beings are supposed to boast the most magnificent force in the entire universe, and yet most people are addicted to the mundane, tranquil life, wasting the precious resources and their even more precious lives away. Lu Qingchen declared, "I'm trying to help them awaken their real strength so that they can be truly alive. We are already really alive. Everything you see is the future that we have chosen. No one other than ourselves, not even all the gods and devils in the universe, will make a choice in our stead." Amid Liao's roars, the red giant stood straight again while holding the black star on the shoulder, as if it were about to throw away the enemy toward the edge of the universe. But the black spots that had contaminated the joints of the giant significantly affected the hardness of Liao's soul. The red giant could not withstand the enormous gravity of the black star anymore, and its 4 limbs broke apart at the same time. It happened faster than could be described. Hundreds of black pillars darted out of the black star in an instant, piercing through the red giant's limbs, torso, and skull and confining its whole body. "Ah!" Liao cried miserably. The surface of the red giant had been entirely covered in black spots, exactly like Hai Ming a while back when he was swallowed by the black jellyfish in the Spiritor's realm. "Do you feel the virus running deep inside your soul? I didn't lie to you. As long as you are a human, you won't be able to resist such a virus." A gap millions of kilometers long suddenly opened on the black star like a bloody mouth that was going to swallow the whole universe. The arms of flames spurting out of the mouth extended like tentacles and tore apart the chest of the red giant unhurriedly, revealing the core of the soul that was glittering like a diamond. Liao's soul was completely drowned by the black spots. His struggles grew weaker until he was not even able to cut off one pillar of light that pierced through his body. His screams became moans, and the moans turned into murmurs. In the end, there was nothing but obscure, meaningless gasps. He seemed to have been bent by the power of the virus. His soul was corrupted so crazily that the flames of his spirit and will were weakened to the minimum and could die out at any point. "Come on and meld with me. It doesn't matter if we continue using the identity of Vulture Liao. We will find the mysteries of the origins of mankind. We will see the future and destiny of our civilization. We will be truly alive." From the bloody mouth, the arms of flames wriggled and split apart, allowing what appeared to be a black serpent to slither out slowly. Some of Lu Qingchen's features could be found on the surface of the serpent. The beast carried both animalistic brutality and godly reverence. Boundless ambition, lust, and curiosity beamed out of its eyes. The black serpent slid toward the chest of the red giant and appreciated Liao's soul greedily. The limbs of the red giant were broken, and its body was riddled with holes because of the corruption of the virus. Liao was only able to trigger the feeblest soul waves that were nothing more than a gentle breeze. He could not stop the integration at all. The black serpent crawled into the red giant's chest while grinning hideously. Liao's soul was about to become part of the enemies, when the black spots that invaded the red giant, the black pillars that nailed through the limbs and torso, and even the thousands of squirming arms of flames and the black star itself all emitted a weird hue. No words could describe the brilliance of the hue. Even the number of all the stars in the universe would be enough to measure the colors contained in the brightness. Not good. Lu Qingchen's long, narrow snake eyes immediately turned into 2 holes. What are you exactly? How can you resist the corruption of my virus and even counterattack? When he realized that he had been fooled, it was already too late. From the chest of the red giant that was wide open, the sharpest redness darted out like a crimson flying sword, piercing Lu Qingchen's head and stabbing into the core of the black star that was not closed yet. A shockingly big hole appeared at the center of Lu Qingchen's snake head. He finally screamed miserably, but no matter how he tried to fill it with devilish fire, It was impossible for him to fix it anytime soon. The black star was like a balloon whose air had been released. It collapsed at a visible rate, with explosions echoing nonstop from inside. The surging swirls and arms of flames on its surface were all consolidated under the glow of the glamorous brightness, as if they had all become solid rocks. But very soon, the rocks were blown into smithereens by another blood-red force from inside. Blood-red springs ran out from the surface of the dying black star and turned into a raging bloody devil that was even more hideous and evil than Lu Qingchen. Ha ha ha! When the snipe and the clam grapple, it's the fisherman who stands to benefit. I am the final winner after all, you two dumbass. The mental devil opened the broad wings made of blood and skeletons and enveloped Lu Qingchen, whose soul had almost been dried, and Liao himself, who was dying, laughing in the most arrogant way. Flapping its wings, it lunged at the black star that bordered on destruction again. Even the black serpent that was the core of Liao's soul was snatched without any mercy and twisted brutally, as if it were a towel. Lu Qingchen and the mental devil, two extraterrestrial devils that could both be called devil lords, mauled each other, showing no compassion or hesitation to beings of the same kind. Instead, they tried their best to swallow each other and prevent the swallowing of themselves, like tigers and wolves who were competing for prey. Lu Qingchen's soul had been exhausted in the competition against Liao just now. More critically, he had devoted almost all the tenebrum energy into the depths of Liao's soul in the form of a virus. However, the virus that was supposedly effective against all human beings somehow did not work well on Liao. It was even countered by a certain mysterious force deep at the core of Liao's soul. Never had he dreamed that Liao's soul would be so weird. At the last moment, in order to completely swallow the core of Liao's soul, he had needed to expose the core of his own soul. As a result, the mental devil's ambush had succeeded. Although the mental devil had used up a lot of strength in the battle against extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian, it had reserved part of its strength back then and had merely been acting before Liao. Besides, it had lurked in secret and rested well for a long time. Since its ambush had worked out, how could it leave any chance for Lu Qingchen to make a comeback? The two devil lords swallowed each other, like two behemothic beasts that had bitten each other's throats. It was a pure collision of souls that was devoid of any fancy tricks. All that mattered was whose soul power was drained first. Finally, Lu Qingchen tore off the two bloody wings of the mental devil and even dug a shockingly huge hole in its abdomen. But his head was twisted and blown away by the sharp claws of the mental devil. The black star became a completely lifeless planet of rocks before it was completely blown up by the redness that the mental devil shot out with the last bit of its strength. The whole world began to collapse. The flickering stars far away seemed to have become dim light bulbs. The profound universe showed its rough, black texture, too. They were no longer in the middle of the infinite sea of stars but seemed to be trapped in a tiny cave that was shaking violently. Shining cracks were appearing in every corner of the cave, indicating that it might completely collapse any second. Losing the enhancement of the black star, the core of Lu Qingchen's soul was like a rotten earthworm, with blood-red foam packed all over his body. As each bit of foam broke apart, a stream of black air would dash out and flee in a hurry, only to be pushed back by the mental devil time and time again. Lu Qingchen's head was like a drop of ink that fell into clear water, slowly dispersing and losing the contours of his facial organs and expression. He moaned with the utmost regret and discontent as he was continuously disintegrated and melted. The mental devil, on the other hand, could not have been more satisfied. Dragging the incomplete body, it shook its hands and legs in excitement and chuckled. "You didn't see this coming, did you? You've been fooled." As the saying goes, when the cicada is hunting a mantis, the sparrow lurks behind to take them both. Despite all your tricks, methods, and schemes, cough, 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 I am the final victor. You want to meld with me? That's totally fine. I'll certainly meld with the two of you. After absorbing such abundant tenebrum energy from you and suppressing the personality of Liao number 2, I will reclaim the control of this body and seize the Federation as Vulture Liao. Who else can ever be a match for me at the edge of the cosmos? Ha! The mental devil's laughter came to an abrupt end. It jumped hard as if it were cramping and looked back in utmost bewilderment. Behind him, the dying red giant whose limbs were broken and whose abdomen was torn apart got to its feet again. Although the body size was indeed reduced significantly, and the flames of spiritual energy were dimmer and more lackluster, the core of Liao's soul right at the center of the chest was still glittering. The last bit of firm strength was still glimmering. How did you get back on your feet? Wasn't your soul so heavily wounded that it could barely keep shape? The mental devil gnashed its teeth hard in rage. Yes, but I feel that I'm more or less back to myself now after a brief rest. Liao struggled to catch his breath while he looked at the mental devil that had been covered in wounds after the battle with Lu Qingchen. He said, I don't think that I'm fully recovered, except that I'm slightly stronger than you right now. You tricked me. You reserved your strength. The mental devil burst into rage. That's exactly what you did. Didn't you reserve your strength when you dealt with extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian? Liao sniffed. You guessed it? The mental devil could not have felt more wronged. How can we be the same? I am a mental devil. Such a sordid, shameless, and despicable method is exactly my style. But you are the renowned dominator of 3 sectors and an upright hero of the Federation. Yet, you reserved your strength during the fatal battle with the supervillain? That is outrageous. How did you know that I would certainly take the opportunity to ambush him? What if I didn't reserve my strength and I couldn't take shape in the Spiriters realm because I was really blown apart by extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian? Bro? Liao sighed and helplessly replied, I didn't want to guess so either. But look at what you did in the fierce battle with extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian. Like you said, your style has always been sordid, shameless, and despicable. Yet, during the battle, you acted with so much camaraderie and hot blood that you were charging even faster than me. Did you have to be so valiant? Could there have been a second possibility other than you intended to reserve your strength by acting and faking your death in a suicidal attack? This isn't the first time you've made plans to seize my body. During the fierce battle with extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian, the situation was still unclear. It was obvious that the extraterrestrial devils had arrangements on the Black Wind Fleet side. Therefore, even if you successfully suppressed me at that time and took over my body, it wouldn't necessarily help. Chances were that you would be blown up by the Black Wind Fleet even before you were adapted to this body. That's why you contained yourself and pretended to be obedient and docile while waiting for new changes. But right now, the Black Wind Fleet has suffered a crushing defeat, and the last extraterrestrial devil has revealed itself. Now that a great opportunity has been presented for you to ambush the enemy and swallow the souls of both Lu Qingchen and me, can you even refrain yourself from jumping out to stir trouble? We are too familiar with each other. Do I not know what is on your mind? The mental devil was so furious that crimson steam was spurting out all over its body, making it look like a leaky boiler. Rendered speechless, it narrowed its eyes and stared at Liao, as if it were going to lunge at him at any moment. If you intend to lunge at me, I suggest you think carefully. Liao opened his hands and said, The 2 of us are on par with each other right now. There's no telling who will be the winner. But whoever fully gains control of the body, his soul will certainly have been heavily wounded and weakened. It won't be recovered anytime soon. In the meantime, Long Yangjun and Yen Liren are still waiting and watching outside. You know very well how keen Long Yangjun's senses are when it comes to souls, and do I need to describe how fast Yen Liren's sword is? Even if you are lucky enough to suppress me and gain control over the body, should they notice any inconsistencies, do you think that they will give you a chance to explain yourself? The extraterrestrial devils are the masterminds of this war behind the curtain. They are 10 times more dreadful than the immortal cultivators of the Imperium of true human beings. Do you think that they would care about the subtle difference between extraterrestrial devils and mental devils? The mental devil's face was gloomy, and it glared at Liao in fury. Liao, on the other hand, confidently stared back at it with firm, clear eyes. The mental devil hesitated for a long time. Finally, it took a long breath, and flowers seemed to be blossoming on its hideous face. In a voice that was greasily sweet, it declared, Don't be a fool. We are good brothers living inside the same body and two sides of the same coin. How could I fight my own brother? It was just a joke. I only concealed part of my strength because I was preparing to ambush the enemy at the most crucial moment and give the enemy a fatal blow. As for why I didn't tell you beforehand, that's because if you want to deceive your enemy, you must first deceive yourself. You must have heard that before, right? Liao could not help but chuckle. He nodded and said, I have. That's good. Everything is fine. The rain is over, and the sun is out. The trouble is no more. The mental devil grinned. Looking at the ripples of tenebrum energy floating in the vacuum, it could not help but gulp. Such intense negative emotions are practically the most delicious meal in the world. It is enough for years. Negative emotions are all yours, but I'll have most of the pure energy after the negative emotions are removed. Liao's eyes were glittering, too, as he revealed his true nature as a training maniac. Let's not rush into anything. It is indeed necessary to purge and digest the energy over several years to make sure that the evil energy entities do not cause any further trouble. The two of them rubbed their fists and flew toward where Lu Qingqian's head had dispersed. What are you exactly? The last bit of tenebrum energy waves on Lu Qingqian had not entirely gone yet. He sighed gloomily like a haunting ghost. Ha ha ha. You didn't see this coming, did you? I am in fact the uniquely handsome, kind, and upright mental devil. The mental devil made the most striking pose. No, I know what you are. You are just another extraterrestrial devil in a different form. I'm not interested in you at all. I'm asking about it. Lu Qingqian did not bother with the mental devil at all but focused the last bit of the tenebrum energy into an unsubstantial hand and extended it toward Liao. It was not an attack. He merely tried to touch Liao's soul. With a voice full of curiosity, he asked, What are you exactly? Maybe next time. Before he finished his sentence, the dark hand and his gloomy sigh both vanished from this world. Liao and the mental devil looked at each other in bewilderment and scratched their heads together. What's wrong with the guy? The mental devil asked. He completely ignored me. Liao frowned. What a pretentious man. What did he mean by maybe next time? Is he not dead yet? The mental devil shook its head hard. Most of his tenebrum energy must have been focused in this spiritor's realm and has been annihilated by us, but it is not entirely impossible that he kept a tiny part of tenebrum energy somewhere else. For example, he might have created a fourth clone, but there is no need to worry about it. The fourth clone must be terribly weak. It is not going to jump out to cause trouble again without a long period of training. Speaking of which, he bragged about the soul virus so eloquently as if it were a real thing, claiming that no soul of a human, be they an ordinary person or a divinity transformation stage cultivator, could escape from his infection. Why were there no symptoms in you at all? Indeed. Liao touched his body and said, It didn't seem to work on me. I think that it is probably because I am in fact an earthling, and the souls of the earthlings are of a different fundamental architecture from the souls here. The dark world was shaking more and more violently. Strong light shot in from the outside, making it barely possible for Liao and the mental devil to keep their eyes open. There even seemed to be voice in the strong light. Somebody was shouting, Liao! 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 Liao and the mental devil looked at each other and flew toward where the light was strongest together. When they were about to reach the gap leading to the real world, the two shadows gradually melded together. Liao took a deep breath and returned to reality. After passing the period where he felt that his brains were emptied, he found himself in the warm arms of Little Black under the thorough protection of the Tartarian skeleton. Outside of the Colossus, on the other hand, was a burning battlefield with shining pillars of light and rushing debris. They had broken away from Black Swirl. The Tartarian skeleton had been dragged out by Yin Yang and Big Sword, Long Yongjun and Yen Liren's colossi. Not far behind them, Black Swirl had the most violent and brilliant serial explosions so far and completely fell apart. In a daze, Liao saw a crystal suit that looked like fire flying at him. He realized who was calling him in the darkness. The voice calmed him down and made him put on the happiest smile. He opened his arms at the newcomer but fell asleep again, returning to a dream from a long, long time ago in a place far, far away. When the blue planet as round as a dew, the third planet of a peaceful, quiet galaxy, gradually appeared in front of Liao in a haze again, he was no longer surprised and confused at all. Instead, he was full of relief and expectation after the long wait. He felt that he was a wanderer that had roamed the sea of stars for thousands of years, and that he was about to be embraced by the warm and familiar home again. Earth, the mysterious homeland that haunted Liao's soul. Did it really exist in a certain space zone in the middle of the 3,000 sectors or somewhere beyond? Was it a certain mysterious, indescribable being beyond the three-dimensional world? Was it non-existent and just an illusion of Liao himself, a malicious joke that certain fiends hundreds of times stronger than the extraterrestrial devils played on him? Are you really there, Earth? What are the so-called Earthlings exactly? Liao stood above Earth in the middle of the ocean of stars. The brightness from the billions of stars constituted his clear, glass-like body. He opened his arms toward Earth. His thoughts turned into thousands of magnificent shooting stars that landed on every corner of Earth. Shwa, 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 shwa. Thousands of pictures on Earth were unfolded deep inside his soul like an infinite scroll. The modern metropolises ablaze with lights, the skyscrapers that rose high into the sky, the lively streets that were packed with cars and pedestrians, the strong armies that had developed stubbornly even without the spiritual energy, and the healthy, smiling faces exactly the same like the people in the Star Glory Federation. Earth, my Earth. Liao could not hold back his desire to extend his hands through the atmosphere, the clouds, the overwhelming high-rises, and the crowds to touch the children on Earth who were playing in the parks carefreely. Some of the children were playing on seesaws. Some climbed on the community bodybuilding facilities designed for seniors. The scene activated something deep inside Liao's memories, making him realize that he seemed to have experienced similar days in the past. However, before his telepathic thoughts reached the children on Earth, all the pictures were burnt and blackened. Ugly black spots appeared at the center first, before they were all on fire, as if they were colorful photos whose backs were set ablaze by lighters. Liao widened his eyes and uttered soundless roars, trying to remind the innocent children that their world was being corrupted by fire. But it was useless. His throat was empty, and his vocal cords became a black hole that swallowed all his anxiety, panic, and fury. He could only watch the children turning into skeletons, the carousels and seesaws burning to ash, and the skyscrapers twisting and collapsing, and the glorious cities razed to the ground. The furious flames seemed to be a monster with 10,000 tentacles that closely enveloped the entire Earth, draining the vigorous blue planet and reducing it to a dying land mixed with dark red and dim yellow. It was like the vitality of a succulent red apple was pumped out within a moment, and the fruit was forced to wither, constrict, and deteriorate. The core of the rotten apple struggled and revolved slowly. Run, Liao. Run as fast as you can. The vulture plan has completely failed. You are the only one who can run away now. Run to the desolate lands at the edge of the cosmos. Liao heard the voice of an old man who shouted in utmost pain and frustration. Then he heard himself angrily roaring, "No, the vulture plan hasn't failed yet. There is still hope. We can't give up just like that. It is doomed and hopeless now. We don't even stand 1/1000th of a chance." The old man replied, "It is too strong and too dark. Nobody can destroy it. For thousands of years, nobody has ever escaped its dragnet. This time we have sacrificed so many people and burnt all our strength to break a tiny gap, allowing us to launch the weakest soul out through the gap. This is already the best we can do. So run now. Live carefreely and ordinarily in an unknown corner at the edge of the cosmos. Live a real life for all of us. No. Let go of me. Let go of me now. I can't just run away." Liao heard himself shrieking. "I swear that even if you launch me to the edge of the cosmos, to the desolate space that is not illuminated by any stars, I will come back one day and carry out the vulture plan to completely destroy it." "It's impossible." the old man's voice replied with bitter laughter. So many magnificent beings have failed. This has been a trap since the very beginning. It intentionally lured us to activate the vulture plan so that it could fish us up once and for all. Now, us defeated soldiers are about to be completely eradicated. You are the only one who is weak enough to pass through the holes in the impregnable web that it has established. The fire of your soul is so feeble that you are essentially just an ordinary person. Just give up your fantasies. Run now. Run away from its control. Forget everything about Earth and live a free life at the edge of the cosmos. This is your destiny and our last hope. No. No. Never. Liao heard that he was almost crying. I may be an ordinary person, but so what? I can train myself hard until I am stronger than any god or devil in the entire universe. Then, I will be back and complete the vulture plan to destroy it. You can't train yourself. The old man's voice suddenly became stern. Didn't I tell you just now? Launching your soul to the edge of the cosmos is like darting a full balloon into the ocean. The seawater will naturally reject you and try to blow you back. Unless the balloon is as tiny as a molecule or an atom, you will never have a slim chance of being embraced by the foreign universe. Remember my words, Liao. Conceal your radiance, abandon your pride, and forget all the impractical illusions. Just live a peaceful life. To some extent, we will have defeated it if you can do so. As long as I can still let out the tiniest bit of light, I will never volunteer to turn it off. Liao heard himself shrieking in utmost resolution. I get it now. If I remain the weakest and dimmest form and live under the identity of an ordinary person, it is possible that I will live in peace with the new world at the edge of the cosmos. But if I begin to expand into a huge balloon, I will be rejected by the foreign universe and even be blown away. Am I right? That's exactly what I want. I can train myself with the rejection of the foreign world. The more rejective it is and the more dangers and difficulties it throws my way, the more intense and the faster my training will be, and the more likely I will grow up like you, no, into something that is far beyond you and strong enough to destroy it. It's impossible, the old man's voice replied anxiously. You will die. You will be obliterated when you emanate your first brilliance. You are an ordinary person at most. No matter how you train yourself, it won't be enough for you to challenge it, much less destroy it. How do you know that if I don't give it a shot? Liao sensed that his voice and his will were getting more and more resolute, condensing into something that was denser than a neutron star. If the strength of myself is far from enough, I will find comrades who share the same destiny at the edge of the cosmos, and I will establish an even greater force. One day, I will return to this place with the most magnificent army in the entire sea of stars. No, not good. The old man's voice sounded as if somebody grabbed him by his neck. It is here. It has begun to corrupt us. It has discovered the gap and is blocking it quickly. There is no time now. The gap is shrinking. Even the soul of an ordinary person cannot be launched in its entirety now. We can only launch now. Liao felt that Earth, which looked like a rotten apple core, moved away from him fast. Or maybe it was him who had turned into waves more mysterious than light and escaped from Earth as quickly as possible. When the apple core was completely consumed by the dark universe, and all the shining stars around were all gone, Liao heard the last sigh from the old man, as if he were saying, "Good luck, vulture." Liao woke up again, only to find himself soaked in the middle of certain warm, pure, blue liquids, the memory fragments about Earth all cracked like the bubbles under the sunlight. However, the rainbow contained inside turned into tiny ripples and was deeply etched into his soul. Earth and the Star Glory Federation at the edge of the cosmos, the worlds that were completely different, were gradually overlapping and unifying. He was only one step away from the final truth. Shaking his head, which was as heavy as a mountain, Liao realized that he was in the middle of an enormous bubble, covered in a thin layer of ivory film. The film was brimming with holes that allowed it to absorb energy from the high-energy drugs around and press the energy into his capillary vessels and limbs by negative pressure. It had to be some sort of extremely advanced medical cabin. Judging from the size and the primeval runes carved on the wall of the cabin, it was likely not to have been designed for human beings. It was probably a super-large medical cabin excavated from Kunlun that had been specially prepared for the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. At this moment, there was only one person other than himself in such an enormous medical cabin. Her hair as red as fire dispersed in the blue liquids but still emitted the brilliance of pride. Her charming face was a little bit tough, but it was mostly dissolved by the childlike expression while she was sleeping. Her perfect body was covered in the ivory film, which was as thin as the wing of a cicada, and her graceful body figure could not have been better highlighted. Curled up like a baby, she held her ankles and revolved slowly in the blue ocean. Sensing Li Yao's eyes that were even more scorching than a solar storm, she put on a smile even though she was dreaming. Her eyelashes shivered, and she slightly opened her eyes, with a bit of expectation and unease in her eyes. Deep inside the blue ocean, Li Yao and Ding Lingdang, the man and the woman who had not seen each other for 100 years, looked at each other quietly. Looking at his wife's glittering eyes where all the stars of the universe seemed to be shining, Li Yao had a belly full of words that he wanted to tell her, which were almost running out like a flood. He wanted to tell Ding Lingdang about the loneliness and the mixed feelings when he traveled deep inside the dark nebula by himself. He wanted to tell Ding Lingdang what it looked like when a star 10,000 times larger than the sun unleashed a storm. He wanted to tell her about the glamorous nebulas, the enticing ancient sages sector, and all his discoveries in the Nuwa warship. He wanted to show her the colossi that he had repaired like a child showing off his toy and invite his wife to choose the biggest and best one for herself. In the meantime, there were a lot of things that he wanted to find out, too. He almost couldn't wait to hear about Ding Lingdong's experience in the past 100 years. He wanted to know how she had convinced the spectral cultivators in the netherworld sector with her fists in the devastated wasteland and what kind of soul-stirring, unbelievable stories she had from the dark mining holes of the Uranian Ring sector. Did she go through life-blighting dangers and crises? Did she suffer damage that she would rather not recall? How did she manage while he was not around? He had too many words that he wanted to say and listen to, but his computational ability that was almost equal to a crystal processor was suddenly frozen, turning Vulture Li Yao, the dominator of 3 sectors, into a silly boy. He was dazed for a long time before he finally asked, "Are you all right?" Ding Lingdang smiled. "I'm fine. What about you?" "Me too." Li Yao paused for a moment. He tilted his head and thought for a long time. Then he said again, "I'm back." "Yes." Ding Lingdang continued smiling. Such a peaceful and gentle smile had not blossomed for 100 years because, of the trillions of people in the 3,000 sectors, only one could wake up such a flower of a smile. She softly said, "It's great that you're back." Feeling that his heart was hot, Li Yao swam to Ding Lingdang. "Wait." Ding Lingdang hurried to say, "Although the glass medical cabin is blocked from the outside world, our biophysical parameters are still closely monitored by the medical facilities. The change of any index will be read instantly." "I know," Li Yao mumbled. "I just want to hug you. I've wanted that for 100 years." Ding Lingdang was slightly dazed. Like a blooming flower, she sent herself over. The two of them hugged each other so hard that they were almost embedded in each other's bodies. At this moment, the vast universe outside seemed to disappear, and the only things left were their breathing and heartbeats that were of the same rhythm. Time lost all meaning. They seemed to be hugging for all eternity, but even that did not seem enough for them, and it would not be enough even if they hugged for another 10 eternities. This is about enough. There was no telling how long had passed, but intoxicating redness spread out of Ding Lingdong's cheeks. She pinched Li Yao's shoulder and breathed hard. "Watch the time and location. Let's hug more after we are back home. I bought a new world fragment recently. The 9-colored prairie inside is big and comfortable. It is the best field for the discussion of Tao. The war is not finished yet. Don't be so hasty, all right?" "Of course." Li Yao's soul was finally back in position, and his brain began to function at full speed again, completely waking him up. However, he still did not intend to let go of Ding Lingdang. Curling her red long hair with his fingers, he asked, How long have I been in a coma? What happened in the meantime? What is this place? How is the war right now? You can take a look yourself. Ding Lingdang released a telepathic thought. One side of the shell of the medical cabin turned transparent as if it were entirely gone. The vast, boundless sea of stars immediately embraced them. In space, the central battlefield had already become a wasteland of cold, dim debris. Remnants of starships and crystal suits, as well as the empty shells of space shuttles, were everywhere, colliding with each other in the chaotic turbulence. Further away, the fire of war was still burning here and there, pushing the battlefield away to the edge of the heaven's origin sector, which was tens of millions of kilometers away. Small-scale starships and groups of crystal suits were chasing and fighting each other everywhere. Emergency jumps and unexpected explosions were happening all the time. The intensity of the local battles was lower, but they were even crueler. In the bottom left corner of their vision, the capital of the Federation, protected by the Wall of Heaven's Origin, was clearly visible. Dense spots of light popped up near the capital planet and marched to the broken battlefield overwhelmingly. The enormous rising dragon of the Nine Stars flag could just about be seen among the light spots. They were all fleets of the Federation. Despite Liao's abundant experience in space cruises, he was still deeply awed by the scene on the battlefield after the fierce fight. We are now on Micah, the medical starship of the highest level in the Burning Prairie Fleet. This is a super medical cabin specially prepared for the experts in the nascent soul stage. Ding Lingdang explained. It was excavated from Kunlun 30 years ago and designed for the Nuwa clan in the beginning. We have got it operational after 30 years and adjusted it to a pattern that is compatible with human beings. The medical cabin boasts the function of healing heavy wounds by absorbing natural essence. Therefore, we have directly embedded it at the outermost layer of the medical starship like the eye of a fish. What you see is not a 3D light beam but the most authentic universe. Have we won? Liao smiled. Then he nodded very positively. Our space gates have been repaired. The main troops from the Burning Prairie Fleet and the local garrisons from other sectors have all arrived. We've won. We secured our victory because of the unexpected assault of you and the experts from the Ancient Sages sector. Ding Lingdang could not help but smile. She pressed Liao's ear and said, You even demolished Hai Ming's Colossus? Black Satan. I almost jumped to my feet in fury. That was supposed to be my prey. Is that so? Liao blinked. I don't remember any of that now. Yes, it is, Ding Lingdang replied. It was Yen Liren and Long Yongjun, the two friends you made in the Ancient Sages sector, who told me. They said that Black Satan split apart all of a sudden and spurted out the densest black fog from its body. Then it was reshaped into a bloody mouth and bit your Tartarian skeleton hard. The crimson thorns that entangled your colossus darted out and stabbed into the body of Black Satan. The two colossi were at an impasse. While your friends wondered how to separate them, the black fog that surrounded the Black Satan suddenly dispersed, and the colossus itself was rusted and riddled with holes as if it had decayed over 10,000 years. It then completely fell apart. At that time, the head of Black Swirl had already been completely blown up. There were intense explosions at the middle and rear parts of the starship, too. Fearing that you might be affected, they hurried to bring you out to escape. As for Hai Ming and Black Satan, they must have been killed in the big explosions. The Black Wind Fleet space gate was destroyed, eliminating the possibility of reinforcements. Half of their morale was gone. Then, their highest commander was slain by you, and even their flagship was blown into twisted debris. Do the remaining immortal cultivators have any fighting will left at all? They are merely struggling to resist before their death. The real situation was much more complicated than what Ding Lingdang said. Liao did not know where to begin his explanation at the moment, either. He could only chuckle. Ding Lingdang sniffed and pinched Liao's shoulder before she declared in discontent. Enough of that. We have all become used to the miracles you create. I won't be surprised no matter what shocking things you do except for getting pregnant and giving birth to a baby. Pausing for a moment, she added, No, for such a monster like you, if you do get pregnant and have a baby or two after 10 months, it still wouldn't seem very strange. You flatter me. Liao said solemnly. Whatever insignificant achievements I have accomplished today are because my wife is smart, visionary, and educates and commands me well. 99% of the credit is yours. TSK, TSK, TSK. You are indeed the legendary god of war in the Federation to teach your husband so well. Ha! Ding Lingdang was satisfied. This is more like it. She continued describing the situation to Liao. 15 hours had passed since Liao fell into a coma. After the demise of the highest commander and the destruction of the flagship, the Black Wind fleet finally slid toward collapse. However, collapse did not equal annihilation. To fight a clean, neat battle of annihilation in space was 10,000 times more difficult than on the ground, bordering on impossible. According to the plan of Liao and the experts of the ancient sages sector, Hai Ming would be their representative to clean the mess. But Hai Ming was not deeply rooted in the Black Wind fleet after all. She had never been among the most distinguished, and she had been missing for 10 years. Would she still have any popularity left? Despite the support of the 12 experts from the ancient sages sector and the aggressive fleets of the Federation, she only managed to talk 20% of the defeated soldiers into surrendering. Another 20% of the defeated soldiers were stubborn diehards who were determined to fight the cultivators to the end. The last 60% of the defeated soldiers, in such a desperate situation, actually did not have much loyalty to the Imperium of true human beings anymore. But driven by their natural survival instincts, they simply dispersed and ran to the outskirts of the Heaven's Origin sector. The universe was a vast and desolate place. Those starships that had been heavily damaged in the war and used up most of their fuel and supplies did not stand much chance of survival. Perhaps, after their boiling brains gradually calmed down and made them realize their own situation, they would turn around to surrender to the Federation. But it would certainly take time. A few starships performed space jumps without considering anything else, trying to return to the brown dwarf dozens of light years away and join the main troops. However, space jumps could be very dangerous. Not only did it require a long period of preparation and sufficient fuel and spiritual energy, the integrity of the structure of the starship needed to be high, too. When such starships that were seriously twisted and damaged performed a space jump, it was more like suicide than escape. After more than 10 starships broke apart and were torn to shreds during their space jump, no other starships of the Imperium had the courage to follow their example. Besides, even if they could return to the brown dwarf, so what? The Black Wind fleet had wagered all their ammunition, crystals, and fuel on the assault. Even the only super-large space gate had been transported to the Heaven's Origin sector. The reinforcements near the brown dwarf were large in number but insufficient in combat ability. It was difficult for them to perform a long-distance space jump. If they returned to the homeland of the Imperium, despite all the risks on their way, what would become of the defeated soldiers? The Imperium of true human beings was a paradise for experts but a slaughterhouse for the weak. The losers who had just suffered a crushing defeat like them were too embarrassed and discouraged to return to the Imperium. The battlefield had expanded from a narrow area of 1,000,000 square kilometers to hundreds of millions of kilometers away and even further. Although the winner and the loser had been decided, the battle was far from over. The situation was like a recurrence of the last phase of the Uranian Ring War. Although the core force of the Black Wind fleet had been blown apart, a lot of claw fleets still had the strength to resist and were only short of supplies. They were even madder and more dangerous, like wounded animals, and might attempt anything in their desperation. Faced with such unpredictable enemies, the Federal fleets did not want to press them too hard. They chose to keep a certain distance from the enemy and maintain the immense, incessant mental pressure on them, hoping to find an appropriate solution. It was a feature of the space battles. No cover from high mountains, deep rivers, or dense forests existed in the vacuum of space, nor did friction and air resistance. As long as the initial speed was high enough, a starship would be able to rapidly flee in any direction with the minimal power. Not just days, even a year and a half might not be enough to catch all the fish that had run free. Firefly, for example, had escaped for 1,000 years in the past. Of course, Firefly's escape had been planned for a long time. It was itself a deep-sky exploration starship of an enormous scale, which boasted perfect internal ecological circulation and resource recycling systems. Furthermore, it had absorbed tremendous starships and supplies from dozens of sectors on its way. They were all the factors that made the amazing voyage possible. Those starships of the Imperium that were fleeing in haste, on the other hand, had run out of food and supplies. Even if they did get away from the Federation's pursuit, dog-eat-dog tragedies were bound to happen sooner or later due to the high shortage of resources, until small dark forests were created. Both the people of Federation and the people of the Imperium were well aware of the future. Making use of that fact, the Federation began to push the runners to surrender and even offered a warm reminder to the members of the Black Wind Fleet who were escaping together, advising them to be wary of each other in case their friends killed them and claimed their starships to refill the supplies. Perhaps the people of the Black Wind Fleet had done enough of such things in past space battles. The Federation's tactic of persuasion worked out. Although none of the runners had surrendered yet, the high-level immortal cultivators on some of the stars who had enough prestige and capability had already begun their dialogue with the federal fleets. By the estimation of the highest command center, few immortal cultivators would be obstinate enough to resist to the end, although it would take a long course of contact and negotiation before all the immortal cultivators accepted the cruel reality. The war was far from over. Small-scale hunting battles and interstellar bandit-clearing battles would perhaps last several years. The negotiation between the two parties would be another troublesome battlefield. In any case, the Star Glory Federation was finally freed from the swirl of chaos and regained the initiative of the situation. The small battles and the details of the negotiation would no longer be Li Yao's concern. After hearing Ding Lingdong's introduction, Li Yao took a deep breath in relief. His only fear now was whether or not his family, friends, and disciples were fine. Fortunately, everybody is safe and sound. Ding Lingdang counted on her fingers. Wu Mian, Jin Xinyue, Bai Kaisen, the Fire Ant King, and Fiend Blade Peng Hai, those experts that rank among the top in the Federation, did not suffer any irreversible wounds despite the exhaustion of their body and soul. Our treatment today is much more advanced than 100 years ago, too. It won't be long before they fully recover. Also, Xiaonan, Guochunfeng, and the rest of them are coming on a starship to meet you. That's great. Li Yao smiled in great relief. Then he thought of somebody else. Right before the three colossi, including mine, invaded Black Swirl, a starship had crashed into it brutally and seriously wrecked its internal structure, disrupting its mobility. Judging from the paint, it was from the Big Bai Fleet, wasn't it? I've seen Bai Xingjian, the commander of the Big Bai Fleet, before. What's up with him? Bai Xingjian had left quite a deep impression on Li Yao. He was a terrifying man who had triggered the strongest fighting will of Yen Liren, the sword maniac. Also, Li Yao and his companions had merely slain Hai Ming and the extraterrestrial devils. The great explosion and the meltdown of Black Swirl were obviously not their doing, but thanks to the starship of the Big Bai Fleet as well as the members of the assault team on it. For some reason, Li Yao had a feeling that the mysterious Bai Xingjian was quite weird. He was more and more interested in the man and decided to chat with him in a day or two to figure out more details about him. But out of his expectations, Ding Lingdang put on an expression of confusion and sadness and hesitated. Then she said, "Yes, that was Infinite Fire, the flagship of the Big Bai Fleet. Besides the 12 experts of the Ancient Sages sector, the Big Bai Fleet is almost the greatest unexpected factor and contributor to the war. Had it not been their startling assault and relentless harassment, the space gate of the Black Wind Fleet would long have been assembled and summoned the enemy's main troops to the Heaven's Origin sector. If the enemy's main troops had crushed the elites of the Federal Fleet before you arrived, there would have been nothing you could have done even if you arrived. With the overwhelming, incessant firepower, the thousands of starships would have won if they waged a war of attrition against you. It is needless to say that at the last moment, Infinite Fire even crashed Black Swirl without caring about itself and completely blew up the enemy's flagship, which was really a shock for us. None of us saw it coming." Li Yao nodded and said, "Exactly. That's why I'm hoping to meet their commander, Bai Xingjian, and see what a remarkable person he is." Ding Lingdang smiled bitterly and shook her head. Everybody in the Federal Army and the Parliament would love to find out the answer, but it is impossible. Bai Xingjian has perished. Liao was greatly shocked. What? The explosion of black swirl was so intense that infinite fire, which was deeply embedded in its body, was blown to smithereens. It was the area we searched first when we cleared the battlefield. A lot of remnants of the critical parts of infinite fire were found, suggesting that it was completely disintegrated. But the bodies of Bai Xingjian and other leaders of the Big Bai fleet were not found. They must have been broken apart or entirely vaporized. Mustn't they? The space battles were usually most cruel. The surging mystic rays and the explosions of starships could emanate a high temperature of thousands of degrees easily. Even if the victims were not vaporized, it was not unusual for the broken limbs to be blown away to the end of the sea of stars after they were killed. The dead bodies in ground battles would lie in craters or trenches dutifully, waiting to be collected when the battlefield was cleared. The corpses in space battles, on the other hand, would move about randomly. The rate of missing soldiers in the post-battle statistics in space was often hundreds of times higher than on the ground. In 99.99% of the cases, missing meant death. Even if they were not killed immediately when they were blown away from the battlefield, they would still be dead for sure after floating in the dark space for several days when their crystal suits lost all energy. Therefore, the missing Bai Xingjian and leaders of the Big Bai fleet were not too unexpected for the highest command center. After all, everybody had seen the enormous explosion of black swirl with their own eyes. Despite the computational and commanding abilities of the divinity transformation stage, Bai Xingjian was merely a commander of a fleet. There were no records of the sturdiness of his body. It was not surprising that he failed to survive an explosion of such enormity. Liao, however, was deeply suspicious. Nobody knew the strongest killing intent of sword maniac Yan Liren with his sword of 10,000 kilometers better than Liao. But even such a terrifying sword maniac had taken interest in Bai Xingjian. Was the highest commander of the Big Bai fleet really a pure admin-type cultivator? Bai Xingjian, who are you exactly? Liao mumbled and narrowed his eyes, looking out into the sea of stars. In a place where his eyes could not reach, a glittering star was accelerating to escape. At the periphery of the heaven's origin sector, almost 2 billion kilometers away from the capital planet, in the dark, cold outer space, a seemingly ragged and lackluster comprehensive supply starship was moving at a high speed that was utterly disproportionate to its garbage-like appearance with its back to the capital. Because of the mess in the central battlefield, thousands of starships were escaping crazily, and 10 times more hunters were closely after them. It was easy for them to lose contact with each other or lose their direction during the escape and end up moving on their own like the supply starship. Therefore, the supply starship from the Big Bai fleet was like a block of ice thrown into the ocean, unattractive and unsuspicious. At such a distance, there was not a second starship for millions of kilometers. Even if somebody grew suspicious of the starship, nothing could ever catch up to it. At the rear of the supply starship, on the deck where the escape capsules were to be projected, dozens of members of the Big Bai fleet were stuffed into 3 capsules. Their bloodshot eyes were wide open while they roared in confusion and anger. "Commander, what is the meaning of this? What do you want exactly? Our loyalty to the fleet and the Federation is unquestionable, and we didn't flinch once in the battle. Why are you doing this to us?" "I know." Looking at his subordinates who felt wronged and who were struggling hard, Bai Xingjian replied with mixed feelings. "In both this battle and all the years before it, your performances have always been immaculate. You are top-tier soldiers of the Federation. To have subordinates like you is the greatest pride of my life. Therefore, I have written recommendations of the highest regard for each of you, clearly listing your specialties and military credits. I believe that you will certainly distinguish yourselves in new posts after you return to the Federation. One day, you may even command your own starships and even fleets as pillars of the Federal Army. However, you and I are not the same kind of people after all. Every party has an end. Since our paths are different, we have to go our separate ways now." Bai Xingjian slowly raised his hand and saluted the lost, blushing subordinates in the most standard way. Then, he took off the rising dragon of the 9 stars emblem on his military hat, the epaulet of 3 flowers and 2 stars on his shoulder, and the special mark of the highest commander of a fleet on his chest. before he inserted them into one of the escape capsules casually. Launch now. As if he had taken off a heavy suit of armor, he smiled with great relief. Despite the lingering affection in his eyes, he waved his arms heavily without any hesitation. The 3 escape capsules were launched by brute force like 3 cannonballs. The airtight gates slowly closed. They were like the sharpest guillotines that cut off the last connection with the Star Glory Federation in Bai Xingjian's eyes. Putting on a long-expected smile, he strode to the bridge without looking back. Xiao Lishui, the chief of staff of the Big Bai fleet, as well as an experienced bandit who was best at taking advantage of his fellows, showed up next to him. He looked entirely different from one day ago, and he looked at Bai Xingjian with both reverence and warmth. He said respectfully, "Commander, everything has been settled. It went very well. We can perform the space jump at any time. Also, according to the coordinates you offered, we have indeed located a twisted world fragment and found an armory of the Star Ocean Imperium inside. Although most of the magical equipment and assets inside are ruined, the remaining resources are more than enough to arm a starship. Furthermore, we have discovered a lot of traces of secret development in the world fragment, which must have been left by the exploration squad of the Blood Demon sector more than 100 years ago. The passcode to unlock the barriers is identical to what you told us, which made it much easier for us to collect the resources. We will begin the analysis and decryption work on the crystal processors, jade chips, and magical equipment units that we removed from Black Swirl very soon. It's expected that a lot of coordinates about the core worlds in the Imperium of True Human Beings will be parsed quickly. Although it is impossible for an enormous fleet to perform a space jump, the chances of a tiny starship such as ours jumping over are still quite high, right? The remote communication device from the Imperium of True Human Beings has been repaired. We are not out of the Heaven's Origin sector yet. If it is set at the highest power, we should be able to reach out to the home planet of the Heaven's Origin sector. I have connected the operation menu of the communication device to your portable crystal processor. You can contact the capital planet now. All right, give me 5 minutes. Bai Xingjian, who had walked to the door of the captain's room, casually said, "In 5 minutes, ask all the brothers to turn on their communication channel. There's something that I would like to say to everyone." Understood. Xiao Lishui, the old and weary space pirate, seemed to have been revived. His back had never been straighter than when he saluted Bai Xingjian in a rather weird way. It was not the standard military salute of the Federal Army but the highest courtesy, which was more unrestrained and charming, of the space pirates from Spider Denver. In the captain's room, Bai Xingjian looked at himself in the mirror and sent out the first request of communication. There was no picture, only a voice. "Old fart." The moment he heard the other speaker's metallic voice, Bai Xingjian narrowed his eyes hard and almost gnashed his teeth. "How dare you trick me? I examined the whole battle, only to discover that you told a big lie from the beginning. All your talk that the final victory would be ours as long as I launched a critical strike was bullshit. Had it not been for Liao bringing 12 colossi back to the Heaven's Origin sector, it would have been impossible for us to crush the Black Wind fleet, and the old brothers that I gathered through all that trouble would have been dead for sure. But Liao's appearance was most certainly an accident. There's no way that you could have foreseen it. Therefore, you were just gambling, wagering all the strength of the Big Bai fleet as well as my own ass. You bet that a miracle would happen, didn't you? The craziest thing is that you even bet right." There was no telling what the metallic voice on the other side of the communication channel said, but the fury on Bai Xingjian's face was so much more intense that it almost looked fake. He sniffed and went on. "Forget it. For us pirates, conspiracies are an everyday deal. I can only blame myself for being a fool after being tricked and manipulated by you. I'm not exactly angry but rather curious about one thing. How did you learn everything? If you knew it in advance, why did you tell me, a second-tier person that wandered out of the decision-making circle instead of your daughter? And how did you learn my identity? You are not willing to talk? I won't force you. That's fine. Everybody has their own secrets. A lot of things will be boring if they are spoken. Haha. Thank you for the files you gave to me, as well as the tremendous assets in the world fragment. The number of supplies far exceeded my expectation. It is much better than the terms that we agreed upon at the beginning. Rest assured, since the ending is not bad, I will not go back on my word. Even though I have nothing to do with the Star Glory Federation right now, for your sake, if your daughter is ever in trouble, I will try my best to help her once. But only once. Lastly, Bai Xingjian suddenly sounded particularly down. Did you know, old fart? The most regretful thing for me is that we never got to meet and have a good competition when our physical strength, soul power, and wisdom were at the peak. Shame. What a shame. There may be a day when I and a monster like Liao are at loggerheads, but there won't be a chance for me to challenge you. The universe is vast, but few people can become my friends or enemies. This is truly helpless and depressing. In any case, see you never. Jin Tuyi. Bai Xingjian cut off the communication and sighed in a somewhat lonely manner. Then, he rubbed his face against the mirror hard to put on a scornful smile. After thinking for a long time, he finally sent out the second request of communication, his hands shivering. This time, a light beam that was seriously twisted and jammed appeared right in front of the mirror, displaying the mess that was the bridge of Burning Prairie. Bai Kaisen, the chief of staff of the Burning Prairie fleet, stared at him as if he were a ghost. You. Bai Kaisen jumped to his feet. There was no telling whether he was overwhelmed by excitement, joy, or rage when he shouted, You are not dead. Where are you exactly? Your signals are from the edge of the heaven's origin sector. What are you doing? Don't do anything stupid. Hey! Bai Xingjian examined every part of Bai Kaisen's face and body carefully, as if he were counting the guy's every hair. But he simply replied, We haven't talked to each other for years. Now that I'm leaving, can we talk about something that is less boring? You are leaving? Where? Bai Xingjian was somewhat in panic, but then anger got the better of him. He smashed the control panel and shouted, Bai Xingjian, you are not thinking of defecting, are you? As I said, let us not talk about such boring stuff. Bai Xingjian took a deep breath and swallowed the sourness at the back of his throat. He casually said, Do you have nothing more important that you want to ask me? I'll give you a last chance. Shoot now. Bai Kaisen blushed. The high-level commander of the ace troop of the Federal Army, who was more than 100 years old, was somehow lost in front of a junior. He was dazed for a long time before he finally summoned his courage and said, I want to know the truth about the mental derangement when you tried to break into the nascent soul stage 40 years ago. You hated me and even wanted to kill me ever since you joined the Burning Prairie fleet, didn't you? But such disgust and hatred were completely unreasonable. We did not know each other back then and had no grudges whatsoever. We might have differed in terms of commanding and training styles, but it was not like I couldn't tolerate what you did. Even if you were dissatisfied with me, it shouldn't have been enough for you to make up your mind to kill me. But you wanted me dead. I could tell very clearly that you or something inside you wanted to kill me. Your killing intent reached the highest point the day you tried to break into the nascent soul stage. When I showed up in front of you, you almost couldn't refrain yourself from attacking me. But how did you exterminate all the killing intent at the last moment, even at the risk of detonating your own soul and abandoning your cultivation and even life? Don't lie to me, Bai Xingjian. Don't lie to me. I've spent decades reflecting on what happened that day and examined the tiniest details repetitively. That was exactly the truth. There was a force inside your body that tried to kill me, but it was obliterated by another force at the price of mutual destruction. What happened exactly? Who are you? Are you the one? I think you are. Bai Kaisen's voice was shaking. Bai Xingjian was silent for a long time. Then he signed and said, With everything coming to this point, there is no need to keep a lot of things in secret now. Bai Kaisen, do you know why I've been asking for your trouble since the day we met and why I mocked your talent in commanding, calling it a piece of smelly dog crap? Why? Holding the back of his chair, Bai Kaisen breathed so heavily that he could barely keep himself steady. Because Bai Xingjian's face radiated solemnity that had never been seen before. Because your talents in commanding were a fucking piece of dog crap. Do you want me to use more flowery words? Huh. Why are you so surprised? You think that it's a big deal to be the chief of staff of the Burning Prairie Fleet? What is the Burning Prairie Fleet if not a countryside chicken compared to the real powerful fleets at the center of the cosmos? Go home and train yourself for many more decades before you come back to me and brag about yourself. You, however, Bai Xingjian's eyes suddenly turned extremely soft, and he almost put on a smile of comfort. You managed to control Burning Prairie to move forward at full speed in the final battle yesterday, despite the sabotage of 5 colossi on board, which suggests that you have a tad of potential. Perhaps a flower can indeed grow out of the dog crap one day, right? Bai Kaisin was completely dumbfounded, lost for words. Anyways, nobody will wipe your ass for you after I'm gone. Brat, your everything will count on yourself. Good luck, Bai Xingjian said. I left something at your home. It is some of my experience in commanding fleets after all these years. As for how much you can understand it, it will depend on your own wisdom. By the way, your son looks rather handsome and much smarter than you. You've been to my house? How is it possible? Weren't you in a field drill before? Bai Kaisin almost jumped to his feet. Hey, don't cut off the communication yet. Let's talk things through. Bai Xingjian. Are you him? Are you my? Do you want to find out the answer? Bai Xingjian said with a smile. Then, become the commander of a real super fleet and come to the center of the cosmos. I'll be waiting for you there. His trembling finger finally pressed the button and cut off the video conversation. The faucet was turned on. Bai Xingjian buried his entire face in the cold water and rubbed his weaselly, ugly face for 5 minutes, as if he were washing away the shell of camouflage and becoming his real self. Taking a deep breath, he smiled at the ugly man in the mirror. He touched the wrinkled military uniform of the Federation with his long finger. Without any hesitation, he tore off the military uniform and retrieved a vintage suitcase from his Cosmos ring. Then, he pressed 2 iron buttons and took out his idiosyncratic battle robe. Universe, I'm back. Putting on the battle robe, Bai Xingjian could not have been more excited. He glowed like a sword that had been whetted for 100 years as he strode toward the bridge. When he showed up in front of all the crew members with his brand new appearance, even the most disobedient and bold bandits from the old days gasped hard, finding it hard to believe their eyes. Bai Xingjian at this moment was wearing a red and green silk t-shirt. There were even coconut palms that were moving along with the wind and sea waves below them painted on the silk texture, making the clothing full of a tropical ambience. The lower half of his body was covered in a pair of red, sloppy beach pants, a red so deep that it was almost purple. Above his head, there was a grass hat with a broad, golden edge. On his nose was a pair of dark red sunglasses. In his hands, he was holding a cup of mixed juice made of coconuts and mangoes, and on the top of the cup, there was even a tiny cocktail umbrella. The commander of the Big Bai fleet walked into the bridge in his slippers as if nobody else were around. All the young crew members who were less than 100 years old were dumbfounded as if they had been struck by lightning. The seasoned space pirates who had traveled through mountains of dead bodies on Spider Den, however, were so excited that they almost could not breathe anymore. Hundreds of complicated eyes were focused on Bai Xingjian. Bai Xingjian also raised his sunglasses to examine the brothers that he had carefully selected after decades, who were most qualified to roam the Sea of Stars with him. Some of those people had served decades in prison before they were released. Their brutality and aggression seemed to have worn off. Some were the descendants of old space pirates. When Spider Den was taken down, they had only been 3 to 5 years old, innocent and ignorant. Except for the blood of the space pirates that flowed in their veins, they had grown up in the age of the new Federation, living a life that had absolutely nothing to do with space pirates. Until a few days ago, they had seemed no different from other soldiers of the Federation army. They were all tiny screws that were devoid of personalities in the enormous war machine. At worst, they might have played some tricks within the tolerance of the military rules. But right now, they were like wolves that had heard the howl of the alpha wolf, although they had hung around with dogs when they grew up. The call of the wild made them unable to contain the force deep inside their blood or calm down their hearts that were about to explode. Uncontrollably, they sang the most savage battle hymn together with the alpha wolf. Brothers, Bai Xingjian raised his cup high to his wolf pack. We or our fathers used to be the most nefarious space pirates on Spider Denver. We were shameless scumbags who were loathed and dreaded most. We were the slaves of our own desires and destiny. We were the wretched souls who struggled to survive after being pushed into the bloody slaughterhouse by various kinds of forces. However, the most unpardonable ones of us have been properly judged by the law of the Federation. We have served decades in the dark prisons on alien planets and dug out minerals as high as mountains to answer for our crimes. In the fierce battle yesterday, a lot of our brothers also acted fearlessly and righteously and, to some extent, saved the entire Federation. Enough. Both legally and morally speaking, all the debts that we owe to the Flying Star Sector in the past and the Star Glory Federation today have been paid back with interest. From this moment on, we can be liberated from the shadow of the past. We are absolutely free. No country can ask us to sacrifice ourselves. No fate will ever restrain us, and no force will ever stop us. The old space pirates, as well as their children and grandchildren, all held their breath and clenched their fists, listening to the roars of the alpha wolf. Freedom. That's the new meaning that we will endow to the name Space Pirate. The space pirates in the past were just a bunch of worthless garbage who only bullied the weak. Even the pirate potentate and the supreme space pirate were nothing more than the leaders of groups of scumbags. But in the new era of the grand universe, a new type of space pirates can certainly be born. That will be us. Even the demons, the culprits of the Great Dark Age who were irreconcilable with humans, could change themselves and accept the cheers of the people in public. Why can't the space pirates pilot the fastest starships in the universe, control the most powerful crystal cannons, drink the most delicious wine, wave the sharpest chainswords and vibration sabers, and be the freest men in the entire sea of stars? Look! Bai Xingjian's finger was like a super-heavy cannon dozens of meters in diameter when he pointed it at the depths of the stars. There lies our path. That is where we will fight to our heart's content. At the center of the cosmos, the Imperium of true human beings and the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, two of the greatest superpowers in the history of mankind, are colliding brutally. The place has been on fire for 1,000 years, and it is the best natural playground for the space pirates. There are countless broken starships waiting for us to collect and upgrade ourselves. There are countless panicked troops that we can deceive and trick. There are thousands of resource planets whose defense arrays are riddled with holes for us to take advantage of. There are even chances to sneak into the most important arsenals of the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance to arm all our brothers to the teeth. Do you not want to enjoy the wonderful world at the center of the Sea of Stars? Do you not want to witness the legendary, bizarre alien species? Do you not want to see how soul-stirring it will be when 10,000 of the most powerful starships in the entire universe fire their destructive cannons together? Do you not want to find the relics of the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God, the unparalleled experts of mankind 10,000 years ago, and retrieve their unrecorded techniques or even remove their armor and see their rotten bodies with your own eyes? Do you not want the high and mighty people of the Imperium and the cold and ruthless citizens of the Covenant Alliance to know your name and tremble in fear the moment they hear Space Pirate? Bai Xingjian's questions were like tides, each higher than the last, until they finally consumed the entire sky. The heart of every crew member was smashed hard. Ravenousness beamed out of their deeply hollowed eyes, and swallowing sounds were coming from their throats, as if they had already torn off a piece of most delicious meat from the Imperium or the Covenant Alliance and were trying to stuff it into their belly. Yes, we do. We want it more than anything else. The child's play at the edge of the cosmos is not fun at all. The space pirates should focus on greater jobs. Even if we must die, we will lay our bodies on the most precious treasures of the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. Never-ending howls echoed in the wolf pack. In that case, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Bai Xingjian grinned. Stars are the destiny of every man. Look, how brilliant the stars at the center of the cosmos are. Come with me and rob the light of the stars for ourselves. We are the strongest space pirates in the 3,000 sectors. Glamorous radiance spread out from the bridge. Under the effect of the grand illusionary land, mysterious ripples revealed themselves. The cabin wall and the facilities around were all gone. They seemed to be floating directly in space, surrounded by the profound and splendid stars. The ex-soldiers of the Big By Fleet, the Second Deep Sky Fleet of the Federal Army, and the new space pirates who had been revived could no longer hold back their ambitions, desires, and pride that had been sealed for 100 years under the brilliance of the stars. They roared desperately at the top of their voices and bared their claws and teeth in every cabin as if they were lightning. Let's go to the center of the cosmos to have some fun. Let's loot the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. Even if we encounter the extraterrestrial devils, we will loot their underpants. We are the most magnificent and the freest space pirates in the whole universe. Stars are our destiny. Even if I must die, I will die on the star that is the brightest. Long live freedom. Long live the space pirates. Long live the commander. Like thousands of rivers congregating into an ocean, all the voices gathered into the same echo in the end. Long live the commander. Long live the commander. Long live the commander. Bai Xingjian pressed his arms hard for a long time with all his strength before he finally managed to hold back the zealous howls of the wolves. Brothers, today is the day we are reborn and given a new life. So, it is necessary for us to change the way we address each other. He smiled and said, "We no longer belong to the Federal Army or any other regime in the Sea of Stars. I am not a commander anymore. Of course, I would rather not be called by weak names such as Captain Bai. You may call me." He sipped the ice juice slowly and allowed the long-expected sweetness to circulate in his mouth for a long time before he swallowed it. Then, he finally declared, one word after another, "You may call me Boss Bai. G. G." On the top of the grass hat that was extraordinarily huge on his head, a tiny door was suddenly opened, and a mouse made of crystals and machinery crawled out. It crouched on Boss Bai's head and looked at everybody in ignorance. "Move forward, the Big Bai pirate gang." Boss Bai drank up the ice juice and burped in great satisfaction. He patted his belly and announced, "To where the stars are brightest." As the reborn pirate potentate lunged at the stars, the capital city of the Star Glory Federation was also embracing a new dawn. The first morning glow that ripped apart the dark clouds had appeared in the sky, and the golden, red fire was rising on the horizon. However, most of the sky was still enveloped in darkness. The temperature was close to zero, as if the dark night had been frozen. There was no telling how much longer it would take before true brightness came. For all the middle school students, especially the boarding students, it was a night that they would never forget. The evacuation for teenagers had begun the previous day. Children in kindergartens, elementary school, and some middle high schools were the first to be evacuated. However, before all the middle school students were moved to the underground fortresses, the evacuation operation somehow came to a halt. A lot of soldiers of the Federal Army were simply dispatched to the schools as guards, making the hot-blooded, agitated boys and girls spend a sleepless night in the forest of guns, cannons, and blades. Everybody knew that the competition that would decide the fate of the Federation was ongoing in the sky, but the news about the space battlefield was still strictly blocked. The announcement of the federal government was getting old, too, when it repetitively asked the citizens to stay at home or school, listen to the command of the Federal Army and the police, and maintain basic social order. All the veterans and cultivators whose spiritual roots were awakened were required to report for duty at the nearest army station or sign up on the spiritual nexus and wait for their mission. As for the outcome of the final battle, none of the kids knew it yet. "Fatty, hurry, hurry. Big head. Keep your voice down. I wouldn't have brought you with us had I known that you were so clumsy. Nobody will get away if you cause any noise. Jump. Jump already. The three of us are all holding up for you down here. Why did you bother to come with us if you dare not jump?" In a remote corner of number 29 high school in the capital city, on an inconspicuous wall, 3 boys and a girl jumped off in a row. The girl seemed to have twisted her ankle when she jumped down and moaned in pain, which only raised even more complaints from the boys. Then, the fat boy carried the girl, and the 4 of them snuck toward the downtown area carefully and stealthily. The 4 high school students were all in the most energetic and ambitious age. Their parents were all members of the Federal Army, and they had all grown up listening to the battle tales of the Federal Army and the Cultivators. They had absolutely no doubt that one day, or even maybe that day, they would take over their parents' flags and become the heroes in new stories. Tiny hairs had just grown out of the boys' lips, and the girls had already risen up last summer like a balloon that had been filled with air. Yet, they felt that they were grown-ups who were qualified and capable enough of doing something great, anything great. Their classmates had been caged in the dormitories a whole night, like a bunch of squeaky chickens that were locked in an impregnable box, and were almost suffocated. Therefore, the four of them had volunteered to go outside and get some updates of the latest situation. We are going to the Federal Square in the downtown area. It is very close to the Federal Media Center. All the latest news will be displayed on the main light beam in the Federal Square. Pretending to be sophisticated, the four high school students had explained their plan to their classmates. Besides, even if we cannot learn anything from the Federal Square, we will know what is happening based on the movement and morale of the army on the street. Just like that, the four high school students snuck out and strutted off, having the hope of all their classmates on their shoulders and savoring the ecstasy of breaking school rules. They were almost jogging when the two completely different feelings turned into fresh and stimulating strength. The capital city was the opposite of what they had seen during the day. Traffic control had been implemented in the sky. The overwhelming rivers of shuttles were no more. Only the armed shuttles of the military were swooping like iron eagles now and then. Temporary barricades had been established on the street. A lot of crystal tanks had parked nearby. Construction materials and spiritual puppets were standing by, too, and could upgrade the sites into semi-permanent barricades anytime, showing the determination of street battles and not leaving anything to the immortal cultivators even if the capital city was razed. The glass windows of the glamorous skyscrapers were all blocked by plate armor. Like wordless tombstones, they told the resolution of the federal people in silence. "Look!" the girl suddenly explained while pointing at something far away. The boys followed the direction of her finger, only to discover that 100 pillars of light that were higher and thicker than skyscrapers rose up amid the skyscrapers. The ivory pillars of light rose to the sky like barrels vertical to the ground, piercing through the dark clouds into the sky. Even the intense dark clouds could not withstand the power of the light pillars. Tremendous waves spread out, as if they would be completely shredded in the next second and reveal the blue sky. "Are they cannons?" The girl's voice was shaking as she was deeply awed by the splendid view. "No. It is the defense array of the highest level in the capital city." The boy who was shortest and wearing a pair of round glasses said, "My dad mentioned it before. Such a defense array can open a super-enormous spiritual shield more than 3 kilometers in diameter, which is strong enough to withstand a bombardment from beyond the atmosphere for at least 24 hours. The teenagers all fell silent. They recalled the frantic rumors from the previous night again. It was said that if the expedition army of the Imperium of True Human Beings truly won the space battle, they would swagger in the sky of the capital planet. They did not need to launch an assault on the ground at all. It was more likely that they would pull tremendous enormous meteoroids and install the cheapest engine units behind them before bombarding the capital city and the main industrial cities accurately with the meteoroids. No street battles were needed at all for them to destroy the people's will. "Anyways, we will win." The fat boy waved his arms. "If the sky is lost, we will retreat to the mountains for some guerrilla warfare. 10 years, 20 years, 50 years. We will take back the Federation one day." "Exactly." One of the boys, whose head was particularly big, said thoughtfully, "Think about it. It took 30,000 years for the humans to take back the universe in the past. What's the big deal about several decades? We will win, eventually." Freezing coldness found its way into their collars and sleeves, making the four teenagers shudder hard. But they did not stop because of that. Instead, they continued walking forward against the wind. After only a short while, when they passed by an artificial lake, they discovered, somewhat to their surprise, an old man next to it. The old man was covered in metal from head to toe, and even his face was a cold mask, suggesting that he should be a spectral cultivator who had lost his body in an accident. The reason they thought that he was an old man was because his movements were rigid, as if he had become so rusted that he might fall apart at any moment. When they saw the old man was doing a thing that was quite common usually but extremely strange at a moment like this. He was feeding birds. There were a lot of birds near the lake. A lot of people often dropped by to feed the birds, too. But none of them had ever attracted as many birds as the old, weary, spectral cultivator. Not only did they show up around him, they even landed on him as if they were naturally intimate with him and not scared of the cold, mechanical body at all. That is impressive. How did he do it? A war is going on. Why is someone feeding birds here? Who is he? The teenagers discussed the scene with great curiosity when rumbling laughter erupted from the metal chest of the old man, which shocked all 4 teenagers. The old man laughed blatantly and soul-stirringly, as if he were the only person in the world. The whole lake was filled up by his laughter. Even the overwhelming dark clouds were ripped by the wild laughter and emitted golden brilliance. While he was laughing, the old man's voice and scent gradually died down. He had been squatting on the ground to play with the birds, but he could not hold his heavy body anymore and fell to the ground. The big head lowered inch after inch. "Grandpa!" Anxiously, the girl was the first to move forward, and the 3 boys followed her closely to carry the old man. But the old man simply waved his hands at them, hinting for them not to get close. "Danger!" the old man said in a clear voice. Then, black flames surged out of his metal skull. The black flames raged and struggled hard, as if a certain discontent and hateful force was being burnt and obliterated. As the force perished, the last vitality of the old man was finally gone. He was like a golden match that turned gray after being burnt up. When the girl finally supported the old man to his feet, she only heard him saying something weird in a blurred voice. Then, no voice was uttered ever again from the hollow metal chest. The boys waved and shouted on the street. 3 minutes later, the police and the federal army finally came. Soon, the ambulance arrived. It was supposed to be a common case of the sudden death of a senior, which was even less surprising when the victim was an old and weary spectral cultivator. But after the doctors opened the metal skull of the old man and discovered traces of brain cells inside, the case became weird. The police searched for the number on the old man's artificial body, only to find that it was an illegal body that was not registered in the authorities. And the case became even trickier than before. "You said that he said something weird before his death. What was it?" The police officers frowned and stared at the 4 panicked, overwhelmed teenagers. The teenagers looked at each other in bewilderment. The old man's last words were too complicated for them to comprehend. "Don't be nervous. Let's think about it slowly. Even if you do not understand the meaning, you can still just repeat the syllables to me. It is very important for us to confirm the identity of the deceased," a female officer said to them gently but firmly. The teenagers scratched their faces and still could not figure out what it was. Their faces were all blushing. Right then, glittering roars echoed on the horizon, and the sun finally broke free from the boundary of darkness and rose high into the sky. Cheers and noises came from the downtown area. Certain great news seemed to be spreading across the entire city, the entire planet, and the entire Federation in a boiling storm. The girl widened her eyes. She finally understood what the old man had mumbled. I get it now." The old grandpa's last words seemed to be. Puffing her cheeks, she changed into the old man's posture and looked at the infinite sky beyond, saying with great relief, "The juniors have finally destroyed the bandits. At the center of the wall of heaven's origin, the orbital defense line, the No. 9-star fortress that had been built after hollowing an entire resource planet was the largest space stronghold and the last one to be built in the whole defense line. The 5th spaceport in the Star Fortress was large enough to allow more than 10 starships and more than 100 shuttles to land at the same time. Countless exhaust flames flashed past every second. The Star Glory Federation adopted a dual-track system, which appreciated both the Federal Army and the Cultivation sections. There were a lot of experts and even elite exo-societies among the civilians. After the war began, the experts had gathered in the Star Fortresses as per the instructions on the battle network and marched to the battlefield under the collective command. At this moment, a lot of the experts still lingered in the 5th spaceport, waiting to take off to chase after the fleeing fleet of the Imperium. Some of them were quite experienced warriors who knew lots of people. A lot of war journalists had gathered in the place, too, interviewing random experts while they waited for the permission of the Federal Army to go to the front lines, where they could begin the real interview. Therefore, when the few starships in unique shapes and glamorous paint, with magnificent emblems carved on the heads, slowly landed, and dozens of daunting top-tier experts and big shots who were highly influential in their respective trades appeared, a lot of the experts in the spaceport immediately recognized who they were. The few eye-catching young men among them even raised rounds of exclamations and discussions. Is that devilish sword Peng Lai, son of fiend blade Peng Hai, one of the greatest experts in the Federation today? How daunting and unstoppable. He is truly like a cold sword that can slash a starship in half. No wonder he has been appointed as the commander of Dragon's Roar, the most elite special force of the Federal Army. Who is the guy standing next to him? He is not affected by Peng Lai's aura at all, and the brilliance bursting out of his eyes is even more intense than Peng Lai's. What? He is Wu Yaxuan, Wu Mayan and Xianxia's son, solar eclipse Jiang Shaoyang's true disciple, known as the strongest refiner of the younger generation in the Federation, who has received the title of Armidominus after creating a supercrystal suit at such a young age. There's also the guy whose long hair has reached his buttock. He's wearing a pair of large sunglasses and smiling rather evilly. Wow, isn't he Yi Luxia? One of the most popular superstars for millions of teenage boys and girls in the whole Federation. He is much more than a superstar. His father is the Fire Ant King, one of the best experts in the Blood Demon sector and even in the entire Federation. Acting is just his hobby. He is in fact a meditation healer who boasts tremendous mental power. Not just when he is singing or dancing, he can unleash the most dominating soul power when he is walking or smiling. He is very strong. So many experts have gathered in this place at the same time? Why? Also, have you felt it? As the most distinguished persons in the younger generation of the new Federation, they have all been through many major events, and they wouldn't bother to frown even when they are surrounded by 10,000 reporters. But they are rather weird today. Nervous. Yes, they look rather nervous. How is it possible? With their familial background and their own unparalleled capability, what can possibly make them so nervous? Even Yi Luxia, who is most used to being in the public eye, is so anxious that his eyelids are twitching. He even has to disguise it by wearing a pair of sunglasses intentionally. This is unbelievable. The reporters looked at each other in bewilderment. With their keen senses, they realized that a piece of shocking news might be hiding somewhere behind them. Before the reporters crowded over and surrounded them, Devilish Sword Peng Lai, Wu Yaxuan, Yi Luxia, and dozens of other experts quickly got on several military shuttles and left. The reporters were both upset and curious. The haste of the newcomers suggested that their itinerary had been improvised. They also looked so nervous that they did not even have time to calm themselves down. Where were they going and who would they meet? On the military shuttle, Wu Yaxuan, Yi Luxia, and Devilish Sword Peng Lai nodded at each other. Although they had known each other for a long time, they were separated in the sea of stars and distinguished themselves in their respective fields after the great development of the new Federation. As important persons who had too much business to attend to every day, they never had much time to reunite. Today, after they met again, the three of them could not help but move close. Naturally, it was not for the old time's sake, but because of the person they were about to visit. Nervous. The reporters in the fifth spaceport were not wrong at all. The three most distinguished young men of the new generation of the Federation, who would not blink even if a star collapsed right before their eyes, were so nervous that their hands and feet were cold. They felt as if they were sitting on needles. Never have I thought that we would ever really meet him one day. The legend, Devilish Peng Lai, the commander of the Dragon's Roar, an elite special force in the Federation Army, said with a smile, "When I was a child, I considered him the idol whom I worshipped most and set it as my goal to be a man as great as him. His senior brother and my old man was not particularly happy." "You're telling me," Wu Yaxuan said in mixed feelings. "Even my master, solar eclipse Xianxia, whose pride borders on arrogance, is highly wary of him." I did not think that it was a big deal at the beginning. I thought that no matter how extraordinary his skills were in the old days, they were techniques from more than 100 years ago after all. The world is developing. How strong can he be after sleeping for 100 years? But as it turned out, he only performed some minor adjustments on the crystal suit that I produced, and I failed to resolve the problem after a day and a night. Dreadful. It is truly dreadful. We don't need to talk about his deeds in the past. Just this time. Wuxia combed his long, messy hair and smiled bitterly, settling the crisis in Hundred Flower City by himself and arriving out of nowhere with 11 experts at the peak of the nascent soul stage and even divinity transformation stage. Such a twist is too unbelievable even for a drama. What kind of person do you think Vulture Liao is exactly? Is he really brilliant, resolute, righteous, and considers the world his responsibility like the books say? Not necessarily. Such propaganda is usually too exaggerated. It is rare to find one trustworthy sentence out of 10. However, while he is not necessarily brilliantly smart, he is certainly a very dominating, awesome, and probably stern man. He is the strongest old monster from the age of the old Federation after all. The more they discussed, the uneasier they became. They even asked Wuxia to impose certain psychological hints on each other, so that they would not do anything inappropriate after they met the magnificent Vulture Liao and were awed by the daunting aura of the unparalleled expert. If they embarrassed themselves in front of the many seniors and experts, they would not have a chance to make things right for the rest of their lives. Soon, the 4 shuttles stopped at the periphery of a secret base that had a high level of defense. They were the latest to arrive. When they looked down from above, they could already see hundreds of experts and even more crystal suits gathering inside and outside of the base like a silent forest of iron. The massive spiritual energy from them collided, raising overwhelming tides as if it were a violent ocean. Dad! Hardly had the young people got off the shuttle when Wu Yaxuan saw his father, Wu Mayan. Although he had heard about his father's condition through the spiritual messenger earlier, he could not help but move forward and asked earnestly, "Are you all right?" "It's just a minor injury. Nothing serious." Wu Mayan smiled and patted his son's shoulder. Then he nodded at Devilish Sword Peng Lai in greeting. Liao was the junior brother of Fiend Blade Peng Hai, and Peng Hai was the first guide for Liao on his path of cultivation. Thus, Liao had always cherished the bond between them. As Liao's first disciple, Wu Mayan was technically of the same generation as Devilish Sword Peng Lai. Therefore, it was impolite for him to greet the young man the same way as he greeted the rest of them. There's no need to be anxious. Wu Mayan saw through what was on their minds easily. Master trained for 12 hours in a world fragment just now. His physical strength and soul power were too greatly exhausted. He is now recovering in the medical cabin and will soon be out. So crazy. Wu Yaxuan widened his eyes in amazement. Wasn't he wounded and worn out in the series of battles against the immortal cultivators and the extraterrestrial devils yesterday? How come he started such high-intensity training today for 12 hours? Training is like rowing a boat against the current. You will retrograde if you are not making progress. One cannot be sluggish for 1 second, Devilish Sword Peng Lai said. Perhaps it was exactly such an attitude of craziness and determination that forged the unique Vulture Liao. Exactly. Wu Mayan nodded solemnly. My master is an out-and-out training maniac. His training was already so crazy more than 100 years ago. Yesterday, after his wounds just got better, he wasted no time crawling into a world fragment with my masteress, saying that they would have a good competition and see how many new techniques they have grasped during the 100 years and how strong they are now. Both of them were heavily wounded, but they are Vulture and Blazing Tyrannosaur. How can we stop them as their disciples? We thought that they would merely have a simple competition. It never occurred to us that their training would last so long. In their fierce fight, the whole world fragment was blown apart. The world fragment was blown apart? Wu Yaxuan, Wuxia, and Devilish Sword Peng Lai were all dumbfounded, finding it hard to picture how magnificent the view was. That is too unbelievable and insane. What are Vulture Liao and Blazing Tyrannosaur, Ding Ling Dang if not lunatics? Wu Mayan paused for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly shone. They're here. Before Wu Yaxuan and his companions clearly saw the two shadows, which slowly rose from the training room, noises were already flooding into their ears like tides. Almost 1,000 top-tier experts from the Glorious Sunlight Group, the Double Dragons Union, Skyfire, the Patriots Front, the Secret Sword Bureau, the Dim Moon Fund, and all the other superforces bowed in respect and shouted at the same time, "Welcome home, President Li." The swords and sabers rose like trees and mountains. The wholehearted roars from the 1,000 experts in the building foundation stage, the core formation stage, and even the nascent soul stage congregated into roaring tides and spread out in all directions as fast as lightning. The entire star fortress sensed the shocking force. Even someone on the starship that was rushing around the dark side of the fortress widened their eyes in confusion, not knowing exactly what had happened. Liao had never been used to such grandiose ceremonies in the first place, not to mention that his body and mind were both greatly drained. After a brief daze, he asked Ding Lingdang in a low voice, "Didn't you say that it would be a simple welcome ceremony where I would get to know everybody? Why are there so many people? It's already very simple. Otherwise, there would have been far more." Ding Lingdang lowered her voice, too. "You are the founder of the Double Dragons Union, the Glorious Sunlight Group, and Skyfire. Now that you have announced your grand return, it is only necessary for their leadership to come and visit you, isn't it? Right now, all the organizations are behemoths that cover all 7 sectors and can gather 3 to 5 million people after a slight cough. They have reduced the number of guests time and time again and finally made it slightly more than 1,000. This is already the best they can do." Well, Liao almost could not hold back the urge to scratch his hair. He was not necessarily a man of low profile, but it did not mean that he could receive the homage of 1,000 experts in such a way comfortably. Their eyes that were full of reverence and even fear made Liao feel both awkward and embarrassed. He felt goosebumps all over his body. He was not born for such occasions after all, and he was not the dominator of 3 sectors that they expected. Thankfully, President Li sounded more or less acceptable to him. As for exactly how people should address him, Liao and Ding Lingdang had discussed for a long time too, mainly because his case was rather special, and it was impossible to find a similar example in the entire Federation. From the bottom of his heart, he had never considered himself an unreachable celebrity. Except for the disciples and juniors, he would have no problem if other people directly called him Liao or Brother Yao. Of course, that was certainly impossible. In the Federation, for the experts who had high military credits and reputation but did not work in the government or any sect, they were mostly called Mr., along with their surname as a way of respect. However, Mr. Li was a rather creepy title and did not even sound as comfortable as Monster Li. Long Yongjun and the rest of them would certainly laugh about it for the rest of their lives. Senior Li was too cheesy, and Master Li sounded too old. His hometown was Floating Spear City. According to the unspoken rule, it was also possible to call him Li Floating Spear, but that did not sound right. Eventually, Liao discovered that Ding Lingdang had established a fund with part of the assets he left behind years ago under his name to help the war orphans. Liao did not hate the idea of acting as the president of the fund. Calling him President Li seemed okay enough. Just deal with it. Ding Lingdang grabbed his arm. "I wasn't quite used to this either when I first returned to the Federation from the Netherworld sector and the Uranian Ring sector, but such occasions are always necessary, and we can't just be free spirits all the time. This is a small occasion. If I am elected the Supreme Speaker of the Federation in a couple of days, you will be the Speaker's spouse, expected to be present at big occasions where 100 billion pairs of eyes are focused on you at the same time. What will you do then? Is such a thing happening?" Liao blinked quickly. "I thought that you had fulfilled your destiny after the main force of the Black Wind Fleet was crushed, and that you could be a hermit now. How is it possible?" Ding Lingdang said. "The war is far from over. Do you think that the remaining soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet will surrender so easily? Now, there will be prolonged and even crueler battles of pursuit and annihilation. Besides, running for the speaker is too important an issue for me to change my mind easily. Even if I want to, the Patriots front backing me wouldn't allow me to. Forget it. Let's stop talking for now. Everybody is looking at you." Say something to them. The military base that was jam-packed with people was now caught in a weird silence. Everybody held their breath and stared at Liao in midair quietly, who was not much taller or bigger than them. That was the legendary vulture Liao, the dominator of 3 sectors, and the most renowned superhero. What would he say? Liao's face was burning. He did not know that so many people would come. The speech that he had drafted earlier seemed inappropriate now. The scene before his eyes reminded him of the scene in 100 Flower City where he was surrounded by the people. He recalled the moment when everybody's soul reverberated and sang the national anthem of the Federation together. Out of everybody's expectation, he stood at attention and bowed to everyone deeply, as if he was returning their respect. "Thank you for coming such a long way here to welcome me," Liao said. "I must apologize first. You may have some misunderstanding about me. After we get to know each other, you will realize that I am not Vulture Liao, the dominator of the 3 sectors as in the brochures, movies, and games. I am, how should I put it, someone who is the opposite of the propaganda. I did not accomplish the feat of saving the day at the most critical moment. On the contrary, instead of me saving the Federation, it was actually the millions of people of Federation who made up the Star Glory Federation that saved me as well as themselves. Had it not been for the infinite strength granted by the spectral cultivators who were caged in the virtual world after they woke up, the extraterrestrial devil in 100 Flower City wouldn't have been crushed so easily. Chances are that I might have ended up being its puppet. Had it not been for the bloody battles, the Heaven's Origin Fleet, the Burning Prairie Fleet, the Big Buy Fleet, and you fought in the Heaven's Origin sector, the Star Glory Federation wouldn't have endured to the moment we arrived. There wouldn't have been such a great opportunity for us to demolish the Imperium Space Gate, either. Most importantly of all, had it not been for the sweat and blood and the unreserved devotion and contribution, which built the Star Glory Federation into such a magnificent country, it wouldn't have been able to attract any friends or resist any foes. Really, thank you for all your effort and sacrifice. Thank you for giving me such a beautiful hometown to return to after dreaming about it for 100 years. It's good to be home. After finishing his speech, Liao bowed deeply to everybody again in the most earnest gratitude. Whether they were his nominal subordinates, juniors, or students, gratitude, that was almost tangible, was delivered to them in the moment along with powerful and vigorous energy. The entire military base was still soaked in silence. Everyone's mouth was open, and their faces were full of confusion and astonishment. What shocked them was naturally Liao's delicate control over the spiritual energy. It was neither high nor low and appeared inside everyone's ears in the most comfortable way, as if Liao were sitting 1 meter before them and expressing his gratitude right to their face. The people who were at the front and at the rear heard his voice with exactly the same volume and clarity, even though they might be 100 meters away from each other. What surprised them, naturally, was the content of Liao's speech. They had thought that Liao would say something more philosophical and awe-inspiring. It had never occurred to them that his speech would be so plain. This dominator of 3 sectors was vastly different from their imagination. Wu Yaxuan, Yilu Sha, and Devilish Blade Peng Lai looked at each other in bewilderment, all thinking that they must have missed something. Wu Mayan coughed. He knew exactly what a plain person his master was, but had he never described his master in such a way? In front of his son, he had always bragged about his master, depicting him to be brilliant and introspective. Sensing his son's eyes that were full of questions glancing at his back, Wu Mayan could not help but feel awkward. Ding Lingdang was amused. "This is it." Liao blinked. "What? I thought that you would be a pretentious dominator of 3 sectors for a while. Forget it. All the people here are my family and friends. Why do I need to be pretentious in front of family and friends? Of course, I should speak whatever is on my mind." Liao grinned. "If I must be pretentious, I will show off in front of the people of the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, or the Pangu clan and the extraterrestrial devils, after I arrive at the center of the cosmos. It will only be gratifying in that way. Makes sense." Ding Lingdang rubbed her fists. "If I were not restrained by the identity of speaker candidate, I would love to go to the center of the cosmos and find several lords and nobles from the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance or the members of the Pangu clan and the extraterrestrial devils to practice my techniques. I can't wait, Li Yao mumbled, to see the magnificent picture now. Dealing with the eyes of admiration of the 1,000 members of the Double Dragons Union, the glorious Sunlight Group, and Skyfire made Li Yao ill at ease, not sure what to do. In the real private dinner at night, the courteous greetings from the juniors overwhelmed Li Yao even more. The ways they addressed him, Senior Uncle, Grandmaster, Uncle Li Yao, or Senior Li, were all very appropriate according to tradition, but the problem was that a lot of the juniors were actually in their 50s or even 80s. In terms of their real age, they were even older than him. Allowing a solemn, middle-aged man in a high position to call him Senior Li respectfully and state that he had grown up listening to the heroic deeds of Li Yao and considered Li Yao a role model to learn from was too creepy for Li Yao. This is all too uncomfortable for me. While rubbing his arms, Li Yao spoke to Wu Mayan and Xianxia, his two true disciples. In my mind, I only left the Federation about 5 years ago, when you were young, vigorous, and in your 20s. But in the blink of an eye, I haven't changed much, and you are already middle-aged people more than 100 years old. Even your child is bigger than the you were when I departed. This is truly a weird feeling. I feel that I have lost 100 years for nothing, and that I'm living in a different time dimension from you. I get it. Xianxia nodded. The girl who had round red cheeks that looked like red apples, and was shy but persistent in the past had grown into a calm, mature lady full of grace. The only thing that had not changed was the trust and admiration for Li Yao in her eyes. It is a problem that a lot of long-term hibernators have to face. It seems that Master and Masteress are slowly turning into leapers. 2. Leapers. Li Yao was slightly dazed. He looked at Ding Lingdang and asked, "What is that?" It is a new concept proposed by Senior Gue Suesho as a seasoned hibernator, Ding Lingdang explained. Since passing the monument plan to preserve the civilization on to Professor Mo Xian, he has been conducting studies in that field. Long-term hibernation should only be an approach for us to achieve a certain purpose, but for Gue Suesho, super long-term hibernation is a self-fulfilling process. Like you, I've spent most of the past 100 years in hibernation. The time I've been awake can't have been more than 20 years. Every time I returned to the Federation, I felt that I had barged into an unknown world. The first time, I missed Wu Mayan and Xianxin's wedding. The second time, I missed the birth and growth of their child. A lot of people and a lot of things slipped through my fingers like sand. However hard I tried, I couldn't grasp them. The feeling is exactly like you said. After the loss of dozens of years, hibernators like us and normal people live in two different time dimensions. There is a weird sense of alienation. It's almost like we did not contribute much to the new Federation, and a beautiful and bright home has presented itself to us. All we need to do is sit down and enjoy the fruit. How is that possible? Xianxia said in a hurry. Master, Masteress, you have discovered 3 sectors in total plus the government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic. You also made great contributions to the defeat of the expedition army of the Imperium. You were certainly not idling by. I know. Ding Lingdang smiled. I am not being modest here. This is just a very weird feeling, which is hard for crawlers who have never experienced long-term hibernation such as you to comprehend. In fact, I'm running for the Speaker of the Federation only partly to mediate between the 4 new sectors and the 3 old sectors and to maintain the balance between our side and Jean Xinyue's. But more importantly, it is for a selfish reason. I want to combine myself with the new Federation more tightly in such a way so that I can melt into the Federation today again and change from a leaper into a common crawler. Li Yao could tell that there was rare sadness in Ding Lingdong's tone. He found it more and more strange. Leapers and crawlers, what are they exactly? Ding Lingdang drank up a whole glass of red wine and said, After traveling in space for 100 years on my own through long-term hibernation, I felt that I was utterly unfit to the world around me after I returned to the Federation. So, I went to chat with Senior Gue Suesho, who is also a long-term hibernator. He happened to be conducting research on the issue and told me a lot of things. He even offered me a few of his notebooks. According to Senior Gue Suesho, The universe is the continuity of space and time. In the three-dimensional universe that we live in, space and time are supposed to be constant, linear, and stable. Time goes by second, and every second has the same significance as any other second. The civilization that lives in such a constant space-time, for example, the civilization of mankind today, is like a turtle crawling slowly on the road of time. Therefore, they can be called crawlers. But in fact, both the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan hundreds of thousands of years ago and mankind today have figured out the way to transcend the continuity of space, which is space jumps. Through the wormholes, by means of four-dimensional space, it is possible to transcend the continuity of the three-dimensional space and arrive from one point to another point millions of light-years away instantly. Since the continuity of space can be transcended, can the continuity of time too? To some extent, yes, thanks to the human hibernation technology. Before the hibernation technology was invented and grew mature, the intelligent lives in our universe are all crawlers. Whether you are a beggar or an emperor, whether you are an ordinary person or a cultivator, 1 second is just 1 second, and 1 minute is always 1 minute. You may slow down the flow of time in a virtual world by stimulating the brain nerves. But that is fake. Time flows at its original speed in reality. However, for us hibernators, the case is entirely different. Even in the Star Glory Federation, where the technology has just been invented and is still very shabby and low efficient, hibernators like us can already sleep for 100 years in a row. We are faced with two different worlds every time we close our eyes and open them again. What about the civilizations whose hibernation technology is more advanced? The Pangu clan, for example? Liao. Do you remember the member of the Pangu clan you encountered on Kunlun? The guy had slept for hundreds of thousands of years. Of course, he was slain by you the moment he woke up, and he never had the chance to face the strange world. But release your imagination and walk in the shoes of the member of the Pangu clan. Assuming that you were not executed, how exactly would you face the world that was completely different after hundreds of thousands of years, the descendants below your feet who are screaming and shouting, and the loneliness without a single companion in the entire universe? Liao was dazed and deep in thought. Senior Gue Suesho believes that as hibernation technology grows more and more advanced, and the damage to the hibernators is reduced, more and more hibernators are bound to appear, Ding Lingdang said. Any civilization that grasps such technology will be separated into two parts sooner or later, namely the crawlers made of non-hibernators and the leapers made of hibernators. The world of the crawlers is constant, stable, and linear. They burn their lives to build their home and civilization in every second and every minute, while they appreciate steady family, friends, happiness, and other feelings. However, for hibernators, who cross dozens if not hundreds of years easily, time is inconstant, non-linear, and broken. It is like a big river that is running at an extremely low speed, with some stones exposed on the surface. The hibernators used to be fish in the river, but they leapt out of the river and grew wings one day, which allowed them to jump ahead with their wings and see the brand new world in the river far, far ahead of them. Then, everything that is left behind by them in the seemingly stagnant water would gradually lose its original significance. Like you said just now, after you closed your eyes and opened them again, the Star Glory Federation went through drastic changes. Your family and friends had different experiences and growth. Some people died and even more were born. They enjoy their slow, even, and steady happiness and sorrow. This is just 100 years. What if you hibernate again for 300 or 500 years? Would the dreams, goals, morals, and worldviews of the old days mean anything to you after you wake up again 500 years later? Liao was rendered speechless. An indescribably brilliant and yet miserable picture popped up in his head. While he felt chilly, he somehow even developed a feeling of expectation. Senior Gue Suesho believes that when some people grasp the ability to leap forward in the river of time, their understanding about values, morals, and even life itself will be different from other people, Ding Lingdang said carefully. The two parties will never be able to understand each other, like turtles that crawl slowly on the ground and birds that fly fast in the sky. An insect that only lives in summer will never understand the concept of ice. This is not a matter of which side is superior, only a matter of different life choices. The crawlers have chosen a continuous life, whereas the leapers have chosen a non-continuous one. I'm afraid that the disparity between them is even greater than the disparity between the cultivators and immortal cultivators. Liao thought quickly and had to admit that Gue Suesho, who had lived for almost 1,000 years, did have a point. Come to think about it, it was rather funny. The old guy's original body was obviously a green-haired turtle. Yet he called other people crawlers and claimed to be a leaper. Was it some sort of shamelessness in a different sense? Right? Why is Senior Gue not around? Liao asked. Didn't he say that he would be an eyewitness to all the major events of the Federation? Defeating the Imperium is such a great piece of news, but he is not here to note it down. Senior Gue's level has improved again, Ding Lingdang said. He has completely stepped into the domain of the leapers. Perhaps, in this mortal world where time flows slowly, there is already nothing that is worth his attention. I haven't seen him for a long time. Perhaps he has hidden himself in an unknown corner and is waiting to leap to the next millennium. When we last met each other, he told me something else. According to him, the leapers as individuals are already amazing enough. What if a whole civilization chooses to hibernate itself and unfreeze itself every 1,000 years or every 10,000 years? It will leap forward in the river of time and gradually evolve into a civilization of time crossers. What will it be like? He was very interested in searching for such a nonlinear civilization in his own way. As for us, we have just been through a hibernation of 100 years, so we can barely be counted as real leapers. We are an incomplete form between the crawlers and the leapers at most. The old concepts are being destroyed, and the new concepts have yet to form. It is only natural that we feel unfit. Senior Gue Suesho has named such troubles TTC, Timeline Transcendence Complex. Liao thought for a moment and realized that the transcendence of the timeline was indeed the root of his problems. That truly seems the case. After getting back to the Federation and reading books such as Chronicles of Liao or Chronicles of Ding Lingdang, I had such a feeling of alienation. It was clearly not myself or myself in my memory. Now that so many friends who are both familiar and strange to me have shown up, the feeling is getting more and more intense. Liao observed in mixed feelings. I finally understand why nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators in ancient times were called old monsters. Of course, they couldn't have lived an eternal life, but if they grasped certain crude hibernation techniques and found a certain place suitable for hibernation, it wouldn't have been strange at all for them to live inside such a residence for hundreds of years in seclusion, would it? Just like Senior Gue Suesho said, they slowly turned from crawlers into leapers, and they were given morals and understanding about life that were utterly different from what normal people had. The ancient people certainly had no concept of TTC. They lacked knowledge in psychological therapy too and only worshipped strength. All such old monsters were revered as gods. How could it not have gone wrong when the old monsters or leapers governed a civilization of crawlers? Perhaps the major collapse of the world of ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago had something to do with that. Then, what do we do now? Liao held Ding Lingdong's hand below the dinner table. The two of them were like two half-mature entities that had leapt out of the river of time and developed the fins into wings but did not know how to adapt to the brand-new environment. Perhaps they could only march forward bravely by holding each other's hand. Ding Lingdang reacted to the strength in his palm and said, "The authorities of the Federation do not approve large-batch, long-term human hibernation. Every generation has its responsibility. If all the elites of our generation decide to reinforce the future by long-term hibernation, who is going to build the present? And who can guarantee that when the hibernators wake up, there will still be a future that needs their reinforcement, not a wasteland full of death and destruction? What is the future without the present?" Liao, I remember that you said that before. After pondering for a moment, Liao nodded. Having heard Ding Lingdong's explanation, he realized that it was not necessarily a good thing for the distinguished individuals of a civilization that lived in a continuous spacetime to choose long-term hibernation. Of course, Ding Lingdang said, the Federation government cannot forbid anyone from hibernating themselves. Right now, measures are mainly taken partly through public education and partly through tax. The inheritance tax and interest tax levied for hibernators are shockingly high even for nascent soul-stage cultivators. Finally, the fashion of hibernation is contained to an acceptable level. After pausing for a moment, she added quickly, "Of course, if it is for national strategic plans, and for the people who had entered the hibernation state before the rules and regulations regarding the tax for the hibernators, their duty is waived." Liao scratched his chin. Fair enough. What about the people who wake up from long-term hibernation? There are indeed therapies for such patients. In a few days, a few sessions will be arranged for you. I had some sessions before, too. However, Ding Lingdang hesitated for a moment but shook her head in the end. I don't think that it is going to be helpful. We are both close to the divinity transformation stage, and our minds are as steady as anything. It is certainly difficult for the extraterrestrial devils or the mental devils to corrupt us. However, the psychological treatment cannot reach the deeper parts of our mind either. According to Senior Gue Suesho, hibernation is a drug that you will be addicted to after the first try, and after you are addicted, you will never return to your old state again. You will always want to cross the timeline again and go to a long time later to see the world that will have been utterly changed. Just like that, you will leap further and further and be mired deeper and deeper. Eventually, you will complete the metamorphosis to a leaper and become a time traveler. All in all, for hibernators, life is no longer here and now, but the future and the other side of the shore. Perhaps they can only be really alive at the end of time. Everybody around the dinner table fell silent. The previously jovial atmosphere suddenly became rigid and heavy. Tilting his head, Liao thought for a moment and asked, "What about you? Do you want to be a crawler or a leaper?" Looking at all the family and friends around the dinner table, Ding Lingdong's eyes turned somewhat red. She bit her lips and said, "I can't bear to depart from everyone, the Star Glory Federation, or my past self. However, I am tempted to abandon everything and take a look at the distant future, to be a witness of the Star Glory Federation and even the civilization of mankind when they rise and expand, and to see the moment when the infinite sea of stars is all illuminated by the radiance of mankind, and when the rising dragon of the 9 stars flags are flying in every corner. What will mankind, the Federation, and our civilization be like by then? If I choose to become a crawler again, no matter how I train and upgrade myself, there is no way that I can ever see that day come." So, Liao understood it. Below the dinner table, he held Ding Lingdong's hand even harder than before. He smiled carefree as if it were not a big deal. "It's fine. There's still me. If you choose to crawl, we will crawl slowly second after second and minute after minute. If you want to leap, we will just jump to the mysterious and unpredictable future after all the troubles at hand are settled." "Master." Both Wu Mayan and Xianin somewhat choked. They raised their glasses to cover the moistness in their eyes. "This isn't right. Isn't it supposed to be a welcome-back dinner for me? Why is the ambience getting so weird, like we will never see each other again?" Liao scratched the back of his head hard and waved his chopsticks, declaring, "Rest assured, no matter what time and what place we may leap to, we will never forget the Federation and everybody here. Only when you remember the way home will it be a journey. If you don't have any memory of the family and friends at home or the way back, you are not a time traveler at all and only a time vagrant at best. Besides, crawler and leaper are just a preliminary design right now. The hibernation technology of the Federation is not advanced enough for anyone to enter a 10,000-year sleep yet. Is it? The nuisances at hand, the Imperium, the Covenant Alliance, Pangu, Nuwa, Chaos, and extraterrestrial devils, will take us decades to resolve. Ha ha ha. Come on. Let's worry about the future when the future arrives and seize every second that we have right now. At this moment, it is most important to eat and drink well." Liao raised the wine glass high again. The enormous cafeteria of the military base was filled by laughter again. The simmering atmosphere was almost blowing up the ceiling and surging into the immeasurable universe that was illuminated by the stars from billions of years ago. Liao was unable to finish the welcome dinner properly after all because Bai Kaisin and Jin Xinyue arrived one after another. It was still a time of war. The collapse of Black Swirl and the death of the commander did not mean that the Black Wind Fleet had completely lost its combat ability. Besides, nobody could predict what kind of insane things the defeated soldiers might do in their madness and desperation. The ancient sages sector, the crushed soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet, the main troops of the Black Wind Fleet behind the Brown Dwarf, the subtle attitude of the homeland of the Imperium, the government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic on Firefly, and the Federation's own countermeasures. There were too many things that had to be addressed with caution and patience. Bai Kaisen and Jin Xinyue were both occupied in military affairs. They were still hunting the defeated soldiers of the Black Wind Fleet. Liao absolutely understood and supported them, telling them that they did not need to return in a hurry. After all, they had already waited for 100 years, so it would not matter if they had to wait for a couple of days longer. Besides, communication technology had become very advanced. Whatever they wanted to say, they could directly speak through the spiritual messenger. Still, they returned to the base one after the other. Moreover, the two of them had almost identical expressions. Their faces were both pale and perspiring with cold sweat, and they seemed to have lost their souls. Bai Kaisen was the first to arrive. When he said that he had urgent business that he needed to discuss with Liao, he was invited to a secret room by Liao and Ding Lingdang. But the very first thing he did after entering the room was pour a whole bottle of wine that had been preserved for 50 years into his stomach. Liao and Bai Kaisen had known each other for years. At the beginning, when he was lost in the Flying Star sector, Lei Dalu and Bai Kaisen of the Great Horn Exo Society had been among the first cultivators of the Flying Star sector that he had made friends with. Lei Dalu was rather straightforward and did not seem to care about many things. Bai Kaisen, on the other hand, was meticulous and extremely calm, which were the most important talents expected of an advisor. Liao and Bai Kaisen had been through many life and death battles together. They had even unraveled the secrets of his birth in the underground fortress on Spider Den together, allowing him to meet his father, Bai Xinghe, the pirate potentate. Naturally, the two of them were very close. But even Liao had never seen Bai Kaisen so out of control and so desperate for alcohol before. The war in space was not over yet. As the chief of staff of the Burning Prairie Fleet, not only had Bai Kaisen returned on his own, why was he also so devastated? After Bai Kaisen finished 2 bottles of wine and was about to open the third, Liao finally could not help but snatch the bottle and say, "Brother Bai, hold on a second and tell me what happened first. Didn't the war go very well? There shouldn't be many unexpected factors right now." Bai Kaisen's bloodshot eyes shook for a long time before they finally returned to normal. He put on an overwhelmed and regretful expression, and his eyebrows that were always lolling were even lower than usual. His teeth and lips collided for a long time before he finally struggled to open his mouth. He's gone. Liao and Ding Lingdang looked at each other in bewilderment, not having the first clue what was going on. Who's gone? Bai Xingjian, commander of the Big Bai Fleet, Bai Kaisen said gloomily. It was not exactly shocking news by itself, but his following words almost choked Liao and Ding Lingdang. I suspect that he is my father, Bai Xinghe, Boss Bai. What? Question marks filled Liao and Ding Lingdang's eyes. Liao could not help but shout. Hasn't Boss Bai been dead for more than a century? We were there to witness it at that time. Also, didn't Bai Xingjian crash into Black Swirl while piloting Infinite Fire, and the body was never found after the explosion? While speaking, Liao was dazed himself. A lot of lightning struck inside his head. Yes, Bai Xingjian, as the commander of the Big Bai Fleet, was too weird. Other than anything else, his strong combat ability that even raised the attention of Sword Maniac Yanliren was definitely abnormal. He was slightly more than 100 years old at best, and he was the highest commander of a major fleet who must have been occupied in the business every day. There was no way that he could be like Yen Liren, who dedicated himself to his swords and nothing else. How could he boast such high combat ability? Did Liao not doubt that there was something wrong with his death earlier? Bai Kaisen picked another bottle of wine and held it in his arms. Taking a deep breath, he mumbled, "You are right. That's why I wanted to see you and ask you more. After all, you, Lei Dalu, and I personally witnessed my father Boss Bai's last battle on Spider Den years ago. Also, You spent almost 10 years in the residence of Xianxia, the supreme space pirate, and received part of Xianxia's heritage, which helped you grasp the mysteries of the ultimate core. To some extent, you are sort of Xianxia's disciple. Wait. The more he listened, the more confused he became. Aren't we talking about Boss Bai? Does it have anything to do with Xianxia? Just hear me out. You'll know everything soon, Bai Kaisen said. I want to confirm something with you first. Below Spider Den, during Boss Bai's last battle, neither you, me, or Lei Dalu saw that he was dead with our own eyes. Right? Liao thought for a moment and realized that it was true. In the underground fortress on Spider Den, he and Boss Bai had been in one team, and Bai Kaisen and Lei Dalu had been in another team. After the four of them met, all the mysteries had been unraveled. Yet, they had still been faced with the collapse of the underground fortress as well as the pursuit of the Temple of Immortals, Black Spider Tower, the Immortal Cultivators, and the hostile space pirates. There was nowhere to run to because the enemy had besieged them from every direction, and the underground world had been about to collapse. It had truly been a situation without any chance of survival. At last, to ensure the safety of his son Bai Kaisen, Bai Xingjian had volunteered to cover the retreat and distract the enemy's attention. After killing a lot of immortal cultivators and hostile space pirates, he had died a valiant death. However, none of the survivors had seen Boss Bai's death in person. That was just their deduction. Even though he had indeed been killed in the battle, there was still no knowing if his remaining soul had been completely obliterated. Seeing Liao nod, Bai Kaisen asked with an even more trembling voice, Then, I want to know something else. Did Xianxia's remaining souls all perish? Is it possible that a little bit of his unsubstantial soul escaped together with you when you crawled out of his residence? Can you confirm or disprove the possibility? Liao blinked quickly. He was even less confident about the matter. Xianxia had been the strongest expert at the edge of the cosmos in the pre-Federation era. His abilities both in commanding starships and personal combat had been appallingly high. He had even been the first confident talent who was bold enough to try to break into the divinity transformation stage in the few sectors around in the past 500 years. It was a pity that he had grown up in an age of isolation and ignorance. He did not have the communication technology, resource support, and advanced training facilities that the Federation had, nor had he been aware of any experience or solution to deal with minor apocalypses. Besides, the man's heart had been impure, and there had been too many irrelevant thoughts inside his soul. In the end, he had failed in his attempt to advance into the divinity transformation stage. His soul had been shattered into hundreds of remaining souls that occupied the bodies of hundreds of mice, which slowly perished in the dark, sunless cave. By the time Liao opened the supreme residence that he had prepared for himself to enter the divinity transformation stage, the remaining souls that were attached to the mice had mostly withered. They had been as mottled as murals corrupted by the wind and sand. During his 10 years of training, Liao had felt the tiny clones of Xianxia retrograding faster and faster. Most of them had turned into ordinary rats, but as for exactly whether or not a few of them escaped, Liao suddenly recalled that when he left the supreme residence, a mouse that seemed somewhat intelligent did run away together with him. There was no telling where it went afterward. Liao could not help but ask, Bai Xinghe and Xianxia, are they related? Perhaps. There's even more, Bai Kaisen said. There is still a third guy involved in this. A young man named Mouse Bai. The young man was an orphan on Spider Den at the beginning. There was no telling whether he was the offspring of some space pirates or hostages that had been kidnapped. Regardless, he was just an insignificant person between a servant and a slave. When Spider Den was taken down, we discovered a lot of such kids. To some extent, they were actually the most miserable victims of the chaos that the space pirates caused. Until we found valid proof of their crimes, naturally, we would not discriminate against such kids. Those were the days when the Flying Star sector was in dire need of hands. A lot of children received formal education and later distinguished themselves in many fleets of the new Federation. As for Mouse Bai, his life almost came to an end when we broke into Spider Den. At that time, he seemed to fall off from a high place and hurt his head badly. He was incontinent and unconscious for a long time. Soon, he was thrown into the pile of dead bodies to wait to die. But he did not die. He crawled out of the dead bodies and even joined the burning prairie fleet by chance. In the end, he grew into the most excellent fleet commander of the Federation one step after another, becoming Bai Xingjian of the Big Bai fleet. Falling from a high place, entering a coma, revival after death, a grand performance. Liao, have you thought of something after those words are connected? Liao thought quickly and immediately understood what he meant. Possession and reincarnation? Exactly, Bai Kaisen said. I'm highly suspicious that although my father's fleshly body was shattered, his soul did not completely perish. In the meantime, while most of Yan Xingjian's remaining souls perished, one of them did manage to escape. The pirate potentate and the supreme space pirate, two equally powerful and repugnant souls, might have had some sort of weird attraction to each other, right? The strength of each of them alone was not enough for them to be reincarnated in the body. But the two broken souls somehow joined into a brand new soul and entered the body of the young man, Mouse Bai, who was already dead. Then, the magnificent being, Bai Xingjian, was reborn. Bai Xingjian, Bai Xingjian, Bai Xinghe plus Yan Xingjian. Liao finally understood the whole meaning of the name. He could not help but have a feeling of epiphany. In such a case, Bai Xingjian's unbelievable and even ridiculous capabilities would be perfectly explainable. When Bai Xinghe and Yan Xingjian, two of the most dreadful space pirates in the past 500 years, combined, they were certainly more than qualified for Yan Liren to draw his sword. Liao was quite amazed, but Ding Lingdang found it hard to believe. Brother Bai, this whole story is a little bit too staggering and unbelievable. Everything is just your hypothesis. Do you have any more concrete evidence? Of course. Does their style in commanding count? Bai Kaisen said. A fleet commander's style of commanding is as unique as his fingerprints and retinas. Other people can mimic them but can never do exactly the same as them. In the eras of both Yan Xingjian and my father, the crystal processor technology was already quite advanced, allowing them to leave the data and files of many classic battle cases. Before, Bai Xingjian had concealed 80% of his capabilities and intentionally altered his commanding style so nobody thought about it that way. But during the last battle, he completely tore off his camouflage and revealed the magnificent abilities of the divinity transformation stage. It also gave us a chance to collect the traces of his real commanding style and the activities of his fleet. After the data was translated into all kinds of parameters, they were a more than 90% match to the files left by Yan Xingjian and Bai Xinghe. The only difference was that he had greatly upgraded and evolved on the basis of Yan Xingjian and Bai Xinghe. Liao nodded hard. It is very likely. Any genius commander couldn't have appeared out of nowhere for nothing. He'd already gained his reputation during the Uranian Ring War. Such an unpredictable and yet casual style was definitely not something that every commander is capable of. Bai Xinghe was silent for a long time before he said. Before he left, he spoke to me and told me a lot of things. In between the lines, he almost admitted his identity. After hearing what he said and recalling what happened when he tried to break into the nascent soul stage almost 50 years ago, I am 99% sure that he is my father, Boss Bai. Liao and Ding Lingdang looked at each other and asked, 50 years ago? There are too many details for me to properly explain right now, Bai Kaisen explained. All in all, I believe that Bai Xingjian is the combination of the souls of my father and Yan Xingjian, the supreme space pirate. But during the first 50 years of his life, two incompatible parts that were Boss Bai and Yan Xingjian resided inside his body at the same time, like two different personalities. The personality that was Yan Xingjian somehow hated my guts and wanted me dead desperately. The personality that was Boss Bai naturally tried to stop him. 50 years ago, when Bai Xingjian tried to advance into the nascent soul stage, the killing intent of Yan Xingjian finally reached its limits, and the contradiction between the two personalities erupted. In the end, the personality of Boss Bai vanquished the personality of Yan Xingjian, saving both me and himself. In fact, I grew suspicious after the incident. Everything I said just now was figured out over the long time after that. However, before I had the chance to challenge him and make everything clear. Why didn't you ask him before? Ding Lingdang asked in a hurry. Bai Kaisen smiled bitterly. This whole thing was simply too weird. How would you have asked him if you were me? Meet him at his office and ask him directly, "Hey, are you my father?" Would that do? That does make sense. Liao and Ding Lingdang thought carefully for a moment. The whole thing was indeed both weird and awkward. If Bai Xingjian had not completely exposed his capabilities the previous day or contacted Bai Kaisen in person, it would have been very difficult for the son to ask such an embarrassing question. I just don't understand. Bai Xingjian loosened a button on his military uniform and held his head with both hands. His eyes bloodshot, he said, "Why did the personality of Yan Xingjian want to kill me? I had no grudges with Yan Xingjian. Also, how did my father Boss Bai defeat Yan Xingjian's remaining soul at the critical moment and seize completely control over the body?" Liao pondered for a moment but was puzzled by what happened at that time, too. Isn't it simple? The mental devil snorted deep inside Liao's brain. It's true that Yan Xingjian and Bai Kaisen did not have a history, but Bai Kaisen was the greatest momentum to prompt Boss Bai to live on. Only by killing Bai Kaisen could he annihilate Boss Bai's remaining soul and control the entire body. Liao was dazed for a moment. He asked quietly inside his brain, were Yan Xingjian's remaining soul and Boss Bai's as incompatible as fire and water? That's only natural, the mental devil said. Both the supreme space pirate and the pirate potentate were brutal and ambitious men. Was either of them willing to obey the other's command? Asking two great men to share one body or even completely meld with each other is like asking a tiger and a lion to share the same tiny hunting ground. How is it possible? Perhaps, at the very beginning when their souls were terribly weak, the two of them could still manage to tolerate each other. But after decades of rest, both of their souls slightly recovered, and their ambition and temper returned to them. Could they deal with each other anymore? No. They would certainly fight each other until one of them was gone for good. The winner would not only control the entire body but also swallow the memories, techniques, and secrets of the loser, thereby upgrading the intensity of their soul to a higher level. Chances are that he would make great progress in his cultivation too. Do you think that such enticement was enough for the two pirate heads to fight bloodily? Liao realized that it did make sense. Neither Yan Xingjian nor Boss Bai was the most lenient person in the world. To this day, he had not forgotten the game of mutual deterrence that he had played with Boss Bai in the fortress within Spider Den, inside the brain of the young man. Mouse Bai, the two celebrities in the world of space pirates, must have been playing an upgraded version of mutual deterrence. As long as one of them grew malicious and the other one perceived it, they would be caught in a ceaseless competition. The mental devil went on. Both of the remaining souls intended to swallow each other and seize the whole body after swallowing the opponent. Bai Kaisen, on the other hand, was the greatest loophole for Boss Bai. Think about it. If Yan Xingjian's remaining soul could control the body to kill Bai Kaisen, what a terrible blow it would have been for Boss Bai. I'm afraid that the moment Bai Kaisen died, Boss Bai's remaining soul would have perished, too. Wouldn't it? On the other hand, Bai Kaisen was the source that powered Boss Bai to continue fighting. Each time that Bai Kaisen survived, Boss Bai's remaining soul would grow stronger than the last day, which would certainly jeopardize Yan Xingjian's endeavor and even be the cause of his death someday. So, it was only natural that Yan Xingjian hated Bai Kaisen's guts. Liao understood everything. I get it now. It's like if you control this body to kill. Let's say Ding Lingdang, you would very likely rip apart a giant hole in my soul and seize control of the body eventually. Wrong, the mental devil said solemnly. Firstly, we share identical memories, emotions, and self-awareness. In fact, we are not technically dual personalities, more like two different sides of the same personality. Our case is entirely different from Yan Xingjian and Boss Bai's. Why on earth would I want to kill Ding Lingdang? Secondly, even if I decide to forsake all my feelings to strike your weakness in my rampage, there is no way that I would do such a thing as kill Ding Lingdang. It's not like you don't know how strong the woman is. Kill her? I'd be asking to be killed, my friend. But it is basically what you said. The battle of the two remaining souls was all about defending their belief and swallowing each other. Eventually, Boss Bai won and devoured the last bit of Yan Xinjian's remaining soul. Liao finally understood everything after the mental devil's explanation. He could not help but imagine the battlefield where the remaining souls of two pirate heads had fought each other brutally decades ago. What a soul-stirring and world-shaking battle it must have been. Liao could not begin to fathom the goriness, splendor, and magnificence of the battle. In terms of capability, Yan Xinjian, who had gotten close to the divinity transformation stage, was far stronger than Boss Bai and should have been the victor of the battle of remaining souls. But although both of them were vicious, ruthless bandits, they had one major difference. Yan Xinjian had abandoned his humanity. In order to retrieve the treasures of the Star Ocean Imperium deep inside Spider Den, he had even killed his beloved wife and defected to the nest of the space pirates with the incident as an excuse. Even though he had found the ultimate treasures and ascended to an unprecedented level, so what? He had always been by himself. He had no one and nothing to fight for. As for Boss Bai, he had suffered trauma when his parents were killed by Xianxia, the leader of the Cultivators, when he was a child, and he had grown into a merciless bandit in the murky, dangerous environment on Spider Den. However, deep down inside his dark heart, there was almost a tiny bit of warmth and light that lingered, which was his son, Bai Kaisen. When the two remaining souls collided heavily, there was no one behind Yan Xinjian. He had nothing except for himself. But no matter how weak Boss Bai's remaining soul had been back then, behind him stood Bai Kaisen, who meant the world to him. Perhaps extraterrestrial devil Lu Qingchen was not wrong about one thing. The emotions of human beings were truly the greatest power in the entire universe. As long as the seal of the power was removed, all seemingly invincible enemies would be conquered. Boss Bai, Liao could not help but smile. He would not call Boss Bai his old friend. The few days when they played mutual deterrence were perhaps the most thrilling and perilous time of Liao's entire life. He had nearly been killed by Boss Bai many times. However, after learning that such a strange old acquaintance was still alive, Liao was somehow very delighted. He even had the uncanny urge to play a more exciting game of mutual deterrence with Boss Bai again. Boss Bai, I am entirely different from what I was on Spider Den, and you've been reborn and risen to a higher level after 100 years, too. Divinity Transformation Stage. I didn't know that you would enter the Divinity Transformation Stage earlier than me. Yan Xinjian's remaining soul should take part of the credit. Or maybe, during the process when you defeated Yan Xinjian's remaining soul, you gained some new insight and mastered strength that was entirely different from the past. I wonder if we'll ever have the chance to have another fierce fight and continue the game of mutual deterrence that we failed to finish 100 years ago to see who the final winner is. Bai Kaisen took the opportunity to tell him everything that had happened when he cleared the battlefield, including the conversation between Boss Bai and him. Hearing that Boss Bai had gathered the old, elite space pirates and their descendants, set sail for the center of the cosmos on a starship, and even challenged everyone to meet him there, Liao could not help but feel his blood boiling. He was so fascinated that he clenched his fists. The center of the cosmos, the magnificent collisions of the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, the sparkling ultimate battlefield, the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, the extraterrestrial devils, the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor, and the heritage of the Blood God. Countless rare treasures, alien species, and Book of Revelations that contained infinite techniques were all hidden there. How could Liao allow Boss Bai to step forward first and claim all the treasures? That's a false start, right? Liao licked his dry lips. This is a violation, Boss Bai. But it doesn't matter. After everything here is settled, I'll certainly catch up with you. Right then, he heard the soft sound of bone cracking. He turned around, only to discover that Ding Lingdang had put on a spellbound expression. Too, as if she could not refrain herself from immediately catching up to Boss Bai and turning the center of the cosmos upside down. Honey, don't be rash. Liao felt his cold sweat pouring. This is too important an issue. We must think carefully before we leap. Ding Lingdang sniffed and loosened her fists. Of course, with our technology and understanding of the Imperium of true human beings, it is certainly not easy to jump to the center of the cosmos. Speaking of which, even if Bai Xingjian is boss Bai, or the ultimate evolved version of the two major space pirates, how is he able to jump to the center of the cosmos without any preparation? Thinking quickly, Liao noticed a lot of suspicious points, too. Bai Kaisen, I fear that your theory is not perfect. However strong Boss Bai is, he had a fight with the Black Wind fleet so fierce that almost all the starships of the Big Bai fleet were wasted. Even the flagship, Infinite Fire, is a total loss now. Let's say that he has a starship that is not too severely damaged and can still perform a space jump. How many assets, ammunition crates, and supplies will he need? Also, it requires a lot of hands to pilot a comprehensive supply starship, doesn't it? A space pirate is certainly not a profession that your ancestors will feel proud of. Most of the soldiers in the Big Bai fleet are loyal to the Federation, too. Besides, after the battle, they have all become heroes of the Federation, and their future is nothing but promising. Who on earth would abandon such a brilliant and glorious future and defect, together with Boss Bai, to the perilous battlefield at the center of the cosmos where they might be killed? Therefore, this defection was certainly not improvised but planned. It must have taken almost 10 to 20 years to screen, test, and attract 1,000 hardcore followers to leave together with him. Here comes the question. If it was planned, it means that Boss Bai had long known that the Black Wind fleet would choose the Heaven's origin sector as the point of attack, doesn't it? But how is it possible?